Amid the raging seas, when the roaring waves seemed ready to swallow the sky, a legend was reborn. Not in the pages of history, but in a new soul, someone who suddenly transmigrated into the body of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. From the moment he opened his eyes, the ocean stirred and the heavens trembled. A single punch from him could split the seas in half, and one step was enough to make the entire new world tremble before the power of a Yonko. But that power was not meant for domination. It existed to protect his family, to protect those who called him father. And this is the journey that rewrites the entire legend of Whitebeard. A man standing in the vastness of the great sea declared, "If you wish to lay a hand on my family, defeat me first." The summit battle spanned a year. Grand Line, an island above. There were two graves, and in front of each grave stood an incredibly long, sharp sword imbued with hockey. Its broad, sharp blade still radiated an astonishingly domineering aura, suggesting just how majestic and awe-inspiring the previous owner of this sword must have been. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, this deserted grave began to shake violently. Immediately afterwards, the tomb cracked open, and the wooden coffin was pushed out. What shocked people was that an extremely large, yet terribly decayed corpse eerily rose from its coffin. Where is this place? This was a half-shattered corpse with a face completely disfigured. It opened its mouth to speak, its voice unusually hoarse and low, like a rumble of thunder. "I've forgotten my name. I only remember my designation was for 399007. Wasn't I already dead? I spent 3 long years undercover in the drug lord's hideout, and that night, while arresting drug traffickers, I witnessed my superior colluding with the drug traffickers. Then, my superior personally shot and killed me. This is gambling with your life for justice. Damn it. My head hurts so much. My body. Why is it so huge? Where is this place? A royal island. Why do I only have one eye that can see things?" He touched it with his hand, and in an instant, he was completely stunned. Heavens! My head! Only half of it is left. Just then, a gentle voice echoed in the mind of user 4,399,007. The omnipotent resurrection system is binding. System binding successful? Severe damage to the host's physical body has been detected. The system is attempting to repair the host's physical body. Who is it? Having spent many years undercover, relinquishing the 007 moniker, upon hearing this voice, his entire body tensed. His first reaction was to jump up and hide himself, but he found that he was completely unable to move in this body. The host's physical body has been repaired. The gentle voice sounded again, "Host, there's no need to worry. I am the all-powerful resurrection system and will not harm you. You can now check your physical condition. Your injuries have completely healed, and your strength has returned to its pre-injury state." Following a strange surge of energy, his body became chaotic and constantly heated, and 007 discovered he could see things with both eyes. Touching it underneath, the horror intensified. Just when half a head was missing, it had grown back again. This time, he was completely convinced that the system truly existed. A powerful resurrection system. So, I'm dead, and I've been resurrected. This body is clearly not mine. Could it be that I've transmigrated, like in those internet novels? What world is this? The 007 title swirled in his mind like a turbulent sea, filled with countless questions. He was constantly on the verge of danger in his life as an undercover agent, and his only form of entertainment was reading online novels, learning about incredibly bizarre time-traveling events. Following suit, he crawled out of the wooden coffin and began to assess his own condition. This body, I'm afraid, is 6 or 7 meters tall. Every movement of its arms and legs vaguely exudes a terrifying force capable of shattering steel. What kind of world is this? Looking at its arms and body, there's a vague sense of familiarity. At that moment, 007 suddenly noticed a long sword standing upright in the mud beside the tombstone, and in an instant, he was completely stunned. This is Edward Newgate, Whitebeard's swordsman. He was completely stunned at this moment. He openly realized that he had probably transmigrated to the world of pirates. This was the only manga he had ever read in his undercover career, so the impression was extremely deep. His two favorite characters were Fire Fist Ace and the Yonko Whitebeard, both of whom met tragic deaths at the height of the war. At the height of the war, Whitebeard endured 167 sword wounds, 152 bullet wounds, and 46 cannonballs, yet he maintained his destructive attitude. Moreover, throughout his entire pirate life, not a single wound on his back was left from fleeing. System, I've transmigrated to the One Piece world. Moreover, I've been resurrected in the body of the deceased Whitebeard. Even if you're completely certain internally, you still need to seek confirmation from the system a second time. As expected, the host was right. James Bond took a deep breath. Despite his usual courageous decisions, he couldn't calm down, even after a long period of composure. Only then did he regain his composure and ask the system, is there a way to restore my body and power to their peak state? Although his body's regeneration system restored him to its previous state of injury, he was probably around 72 years old at the time, still connected to an IV drip. Furthermore, the extremely crucial shockwave ability was stolen by Blackbeard. Host, rest assured. As long as you continuously collect emotional value from others, you can use it to continuously restore your body and strength. Return to your peak. You can even unlock more system functions. For example, resurrecting others. What is the value of emotions? He took a deep breath and continued to ask the system, if only my body and strength could be restored to their peak, that would be enough to change the entire ocean. As the name suggests, emotional value comes from other people's feelings towards the host: shock, astonishment, awe, hatred, resentment, and so on, a series of non-positive emotions. All of these will be transformed into emotional value. Just by giving in to this fear, can I really restore my body and strength? So be it. He grabbed his hockey-infused sword, drew it out. If I am reborn as Whitebeard, from now on, I am Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. Clearly chaos death. Those three words echoed incessantly in the air, startling countless birds. It seemed as if even the distant waves were intimidated. The entire island, surrounded by the ocean, was left with only one echoing sound: utter chaos. For a past life where he had even forgotten his name, facing the muzzle of his superior's gun in that instant, he was utterly despairing, completely losing faith in that world. If I were given the chance to be reborn in this life, I would no longer hide my true colors, but would strive for every moment of glory. Become a domineering and powerful ruler who dominates the world. As for those things that were once taken away from me, I will reclaim them all again. A shocking event. The four emperors' throne. I will ascend to the pinnacle once more. I will rule the world. This world, prepare to welcome the insane baptism from me. New world. Grand line. Lava Kid. Marine headquarters. World government. Prepare to tremble. At this moment, a terrifying roar shook the air, causing vast swaths of air to ripple and vibrate, constantly shattering. Even the surface of the sea was stirred up by this reborn roar, creating waves upon waves. First, adapt the force itself. After a while, Edward Newgate, will this be directly written as Whitebeard? Or should it be written with his full name? I'm seeking everyone's opinion. Regained his composure, put all the mud and soil back in place, and his gaze shifted to another grave beside it. Ace. This is neither a large nor a small island, but the island is lush with greenery, thriving year-round, full of life, and teeming with animals. Around the island, the sea is teeming with large and small fish, and occasionally, one can spot a few chasing sea lions moving about. Own. Edward Newgate swung his sword, tracing a straight slashing trajectory in the air. With a clang, the blade flashed upwards, instantly severing a massive tree large enough for 3 people to encircle. The entire process was effortless. Cutting down such a huge tree was as easy as slicing through a block of tofu. The sword then swiftly cut down a black panther hiding behind the tree. Boom, boom, boom. The massive tree, severed and split into by the swift blade, finally collapsed, its countless leaves raining down in a chaotic shower. Edward Newgate, with his other hand searching, managed to grab hold of the towering tree before it collapsed. Open it for me. Edward Newgate let out a loud yell, and with the large tree branch in his hand, he ferociously hurled it towards the outer island. Boom, boom, boom. A towering, sky-covering tree, like a spear, was hurled by Edward Newgate with a single hand. It collided with the air, producing a series of loud bangs, and finally, with a splash, the tree was thrown far out into the sea, sending shockwaves crashing down. What a powerful force! Edward Newgate's face lit up with joy. Although he no longer possessed the tremor fruit, he still had the same incredible physical strength and martial arts skills as before. Thinking of the tremor fruit, he couldn't help but ask the system, do I still have a chance to regain the tremor fruit's power? The gentle voice of the system rang out, everything is possible. The most urgent task for the host right now is to obtain enough emotional value to restore your aging body to a healthy state, even to its peak state. Always strive to be better, and it's not impossible. I know. Before that, I must first familiarize myself with my own strength, martial arts, hockey, etc., and fully understand my own health condition. After years of living undercover, Edward Newgate was unusually calm. Moreover, at the height of the war, his body suddenly fell ill and coughed up blood, giving Akainu the opportunity. That scene was still fresh in his memory. As for emotional value, it's entirely possible to make a big deal out of this later. Just spread the news of my resurrection. It will definitely cause a sensation throughout the Grand Line, stir up the whole world, and shock all foresees. System, can I thoroughly check my own situation? If that doesn't work, then we'll have to see a doctor for a thorough examination of this body. Of course. Otherwise, how could I dare say everything is possible? Having received confirmation of the response, Edward Newgate followed the system's suggestion and thoroughly examined the situation himself. Host, Edward Newgate. Weapon, saber. Health status, extremely unhealthy. Need to improve health status, otherwise illness may develop at any time. If illness develops during combat, it could be extremely disadvantageous for the host. Physical condition, extremely old, severely weakened. Abilities, exquisite swordsmanship. Swords and blades never separate. Mastery of both swordsmanship and saber techniques, collectively referred to as swordsmanship. Exceptionally powerful martial arts. Due to the impact of physical condition and health, both swordsmanship and martial arts have severely declined. Even so, the host can still proudly dominate the crowd. Hockey, armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey. In fact, ability, none. Aside from his unusually unfavorable physical condition, Edward Newgate was quite confident in his own strength. With powerful armament hockey, he initially unleashed a punch that sent Akainu directly into the ground, like a god or demon. The entire small town of Marineford cracked open. Armament hockey can increase an individual's defensive power, acting like invisible armor. It can also evolve into offensive power, allowing them to fight against devil fruit users, and even potentially confront the physical form of Logia-type devil fruit users. Of course, armament hockey cannot, like sea stone, steal the user's abilities. Besides the body, armament hockey can even wrap around weapons for more powerful attacks. Observation hockey, an intense ability to sense the surrounding energy and presence, allows one to perceive the gaze of external enemies or even anticipate their movements. In Skypiea, it's called mind web, a type of mind-reading technique, or hearing power. As long as a person is alive, their body can emit special sounds. By using these sounds, one can predict an opponent's next movements and location. With training, the range can be expanded. The more advanced the observation hockey, the more likely the user is to hear others' thoughts and even predict the near future. Conqueror's hockey, while possessing inherent aura, can intimidate or stun enemies, but if not properly controlled, it can cause harm to those around you without distinguishing friend from foe. Conversely, if hockey reaches a high level, it can achieve a powerful oppressive effect. This is the hockey possessed by only one in millions of people, a chosen one, meaning they possess the king-level qualities. And like the previous two, Conqueror's hockey, though naturally controllable, cannot be strengthened and through training. It can only be enhanced through the user's own growth and development. A reminder to the host, for every 10,000 points of emotional value, you can perform one small-scale recovery on your body. Given your current physical condition, restoring you to a healthy state will require approximately 100,000 points of emotional value. Restoring to your peak state will require even more emotional value. Of course, the host doesn't need to worry too much. Just the fact that Whitebeard has been resurrected is enough to gain a large amount of emotional value. Indeed, the most urgent matter at hand is to obtain enough emotional value. Edward Newgate lifted the Black Panther he had just killed in his hand. Eat well, hone your physical strength, and immediately build a ship, or find a pirate ship, to leave this island. Long. Flames rose up on the island, far away. A ship, displaying a bizarre design on one side of its flag, slowly approached. It's called a design because the pattern is essentially an inverted seagull, with a skull and a sword piercing through it. On the massive warship, each soldier was positioned ready to receive the enemy, each man in charge of his assigned role. On the deck of the boat, Teacher Z, there's a fire burning on the island ahead. Perhaps someone has met with misfortune. Should we go up and take a look? With her long, flowing, wavy, sea-blue hair, Al-Ain respectfully spoke to Professor Zephyr. The man, clad in a navy blue coat that complemented his long, wavy hair and long, slender, white legs, exuded an air of imposing confidence. A long sword at his side further enhanced his commanding presence. Let's go. We'll go take a look. Zephyr, nicknamed Black Hand, had an arm equipped with an ostentatious, oversized device, a mechanical arm known as the flower grinder. He wore sunglasses, and his short purple hair gave him an unusually fierce appearance. He continued, Leader, prepare to land on the small island ahead. Let's go take a look around. Right. Boom, boom, boom. The giant warship sailed towards the island. This is a warship, the very same neo-naval warship that Zephyr single-handedly founded. Coincidentally, the warship's positions made it impossible to see the graves on the island. Therefore, neither the Neo Navy, nor Al-Ain, nor Zephyr discovered this. Long. The warship docked ashore. Zephyr, accompanied by Al-Ain, waited for a group of neo-naval soldiers to land on the island. Central Island, Edward. Newgate held a roasted leopard head in his hand, savoring it with his mouth wide open. The leopard meat was a golden hue, its aroma filling the air as it melted in his mouth, tender and delicious. A truly exquisite taste. Turning his back to Zephyr and the others, Edward Newgate, from the moment the latter first approached the island, had already used his powerful observation hockey to sense his presence. I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here. Edward Newgate opened his mouth like thunder, unleashing his extraordinary hockey, striking. One by one, the birds perched on the branches of the large tree were so frightened that they flapped their wings and fled. At Edward's place, Newgate opened his mouth, and Zephyr and the others, who had just arrived, were all stunned. The notorious Zephyr, at this moment, was utterly astonished, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, staring blankly at Edward Newgate, who had his back to them. Al-Ain and the others were all dumbfounded. The naval squad that landed on Neo Island was collectively stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit another dragon egg. Do you guys want to eat barbecue too? Edward Newgate turned around, laughing heartily. If you have wine to drink, that would be even better. Right now. Zephyr and his group were utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. It was as if thunder roared in their ears, and a great wave surged within their hearts. This person they were seeing. That was a great laugh, unintentionally revealing some hockey. Beside him stood a large, gleaming, sharp-bladed sword. This is undoubtedly a confirmation of identity. A strikingly white, moon-like beard. Whitebeard. Al-Ain was utterly astonished. Zephyr, with his dark hands, was equally astonished and dumbfounded. You are the Yonko Whitebeard Edward Newgate? A neo-marine, his face contorted with an expression of utter disbelief and exaggerated protest, pointed a finger at Edward Newgate, who was trembling uncontrollably, shaking all over as he spoke in terror. At this moment, every single neo-marine trembled with fear and terror, staring in awe at the imposing, towering figure of Edward Newgate, whose arrogant hockey sent shivers down their spines. They were all utterly shocked, their hair standing on end. Even Al-Ain, with his vast knowledge and experience of countless trials and tribulations, found Zephyr's experience unbelievable for the first time. Coming back to life. This isn't a joke, is it? What happened? The remaining neo-naval personnel on board sensed something was wrong, rushed to the island, and then, one by one, froze in place. They even doubted their eyesight. What did I see? Oh my God! The people who came to the island were all stunned at this moment. Each inner feeling is like a raging storm. Gained emotional value plus 1,000. Gained emotional value plus 6,000. Gained emotional value plus 10,000. This time, Edward Newgate heard the system's voice prompt in his head, and finally, he estimated that he had gained over 30,000 points of emotional value. Everyone present was stunned, their breathing quickened, their hearts pounded, and their bodies trembled, as if they had witnessed a terrifying scene of the apocalypse, as if they had seen a ghost. They were all frozen in shock. However, Edward Newgate currently doesn't have time to pay attention to them, because he has instantly gained approximately 30,000 points of mental energy. He is now trying out the recovery function of the all-purpose resurrection system. 10,000 points of mental energy can perform a small-scale recovery, restoring both the person and their strength for a short period. Especially for weakened bodies and illnesses, it's urgent. Edward Newgate immediately called out to the system in his mind, "System, perform 3 small-scale recovery operations on me." Okay, a gentle system voice echoed in Edward Newgate's head. Deduct 30,000 points of emotional value. Perform 3 small-scale restorations. Small-scale restoration in progress. 3. A surge of intense energy coursed through Edward Newgate's body. He could clearly feel his limbs and organs warming up, like ants crawling, constantly repairing his damaged and weakened body. However, this repair was very small-scale. After only a short while, that feeling disappeared. 3 minor restorations completed. The host's physical body and strength have both increased slightly. The host should continue striving to achieve the desired emotional value. Edward Newgate could clearly feel his body was in excellent condition. His strength had increased significantly, and he even felt his skin was becoming younger and fresher. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curiously ask the system, "System, can my body be restored to its youthful appearance?" "Of course. You can return to your youthful state and appearance," the system confidently replied, prompting Edward Newgate to take a tranquility pill. Only at this moment did Zephyr emerge from his shock. He took a step forward, took a deep breath, and looked at Edward Newgate, saying gravely, "You really are Edward Newgate." Zephyr, who was over 70 years old, had never been as terrified as he was today. He was a former admiral of the Marine headquarters, the founder and marshal of the Annie-Own Navy, a legendary pirate from the era of Pirate King Roger, who had fought Whitebeard countless times and seen him countless times, yet never before had he felt such overwhelming shock as he did today. His heart was in turmoil, the shock so immense that Zephyr still couldn't believe it was real. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has clearly been dead for a year. Zephyr, who had fought Whitebeard countless times, clearly knew that the person before him was none other than Whitebeard Edward Newgate. That's right. Edward Newgate made no attempt to conceal his intentions. It was tantamount to an admission. His previous life as an undercover agent had completely driven him to despair. In this life, reborn as Whitebeard, he would absolutely not engage in that frustrating act of concealing his identity. In this life, he is Whitebeard, and in this life, he must live openly and honestly, fearless of everything. Even 10 million enemies, what does that matter? I don't believe it. Whitebeard is dead. It's impossible for him to exist in this world. You must be some kind of devil fruit user, imitating Whitebeard's appearance. As Zephyr spoke, he assumed a fighting stance, and that mechanical arm, which he called a flour mill, emitted a low, rumbling sound like thunder. In the vast ocean, demons truly possess bizarre and extraordinary abilities. Some have the power to transform and mimic, but it's hard to say for sure. However, Edward Newgate didn't take these things to heart. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you need so many reasons? Own. An incredibly powerful aura erupted from Edward Newgate, soaring high into the air, causing the entire island to tremble. Every tree was shaken outwards like waves. You all step back. Zephyr let out a loud roar, raising his hand, and a powerful armament hockey enveloped his body, turning him, including the flour mill inside him, completely black and radiating a terrifying destructive force. All Aang and the others were extremely nervous and flustered. They absolutely did not expect to encounter the legendary Whitebeard Edward Newgate here, and even less did they expect that their teacher, Z, would directly attack Whitebeard. They might be worried about not being able to participate. This level of combat is beyond their capabilities. Own. While the people in All Ain were still worried for a short time, Zephyr made his move. A colossal, incredibly powerful flour mill, enveloped in terrifying, pitch-black hockey, traced a trajectory through the air, directly blasting towards Edward Newgate. A dark, lingering afterimage remained in the air. Although Zephyr's speed is very slow, his strength is incredibly powerful. He's old but not weak. His abilities are extraordinary. The air even erupted with terrifying, deafening explosions. That's great. Edward Newgate roared, assuming a fighting stance, extending his right hand to block, clenching it tightly. With a single shout, an incredibly powerful armament hockey swirled around his right fist as he advanced. Ice! Edward Newgate's punch was incredibly powerful, sending him flying in an instant. Wherever the punch passed, the air swirled, countless leaves were blown away, and the massive trees were shaken violently, as if being pulled backward by countless giant hands. Even the enormous trunks couldn't withstand it, bending and twisting, and the sound of explosions in the air continued to reverberate. East, with fists and a grinding machine. At this moment, the very air was shattered. Each terrifying swirling blast of energy exploded, affecting the trees and causing them to crack and break with a deafening sound. Loud, ear-splitting explosions filled the air, forcing all Aang and the Neo-Marines to instinctively cover their ears. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening explosion, countless rocks and debris were blasted away from the ground, massive chunks of earth and rock flying in all directions. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, dust filled the air, and explosions were incessant. The entire island was shaking, every tree swaying incessantly. East. Finally, Zephyr was no match for him, and his entire body was flung backward. Crackling sounds. Almost instantly, it knocked down several enormous, towering trees. Edward Newgate felt his body clearly recovering its strength. His eyes lit up with excitement. The system had indeed restored his strength and physique to their peak. This is just 3 small-scale restorations. If I could truly restore my youthful peak, my combat power would likely increase by many levels. Within the self-restoration system, one can also rely on training and cultivation to enhance swordsmanship, martial arts, armament hockey, observation hockey, and physical training, thereby increasing their strength. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, Zephyr's resolute figure became visible. Teacher Z, all aid, and the others cried out anxiously, "Are you injured?" Only Zephyr, facing the opponent, had a trickle of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth, and his outer coat was tattered, creating a stark contrast with his resolute face, making him look somewhat comical and disheveled. Zephyr seemed to pay no attention to all Aang waiting for the Neo-Marine's concern. Instead, he continued to stare intently at Edward Newgate. The two men gazed at each other from afar, the bond between them akin to that of old rivals, much like the one Garp and Roger shared initially. Cluck, cluck, ha ha ha. Edward Newgate took the lead, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. As expected. You really are Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. This is truly like seeing a ghost. Zephyr burst into loud laughter, his astonishment evident. He had just exchanged a punch with Edward Newgate, and that familiar feeling of old rivalry completely confirmed to Zephyr that the person before him was indeed the real Edward Newgate. It's noisy. The entire Neo-Navy was in an uproar, and even all Aang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Terrifying. Originally, even though they recognized the man before them as Whitebeard, when Zephyr officially confirmed it, they still couldn't help but be shocked, terrified, and gasp in disbelief, even though they were completely taken aback. Resurrected from the dead. How is this possible? Is this a scam? I can't believe my eyes. It's definitely the real Whitebeard. A group of Neo-Marines stared at Edward with wide, terrified eyes. Newgate, it was simply unbelievable. In this world, nothing is impossible. Edward Newgate gripped his sword, sweeping it around, pointing it at Zephyr and his group. Old friend, let's have another fight. How about it? Terrified, the Neo-Naval squad recoiled several steps backward, each with a tense expression. Supported by all Aang and his men, Zephyr, without even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, heard Edward Newgate's words. And another stream of fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. I don't want to fight you, you monster, anymore. After saying that, he sighed again. The old man arrived faster than you. Zephyr couldn't help but be impressed. He had just exchanged blows with Edward Newgate, and he knew perfectly well that he was no match for Edward Newgate now. Zephyr could only lament how quickly he was getting old. All Aang and the others were all astonished. Their teacher Z, the Neo-Navy Marshal, had actually voluntarily conceded defeat. No matter how powerful the pirates were, no matter how strong the world government was, Zephyr never proactively surrendered. Ha ha ha. This doesn't quite match your previous powerful and resounding black-handed Zephyr style. It's not quite right. If Zephyr hadn't shown any intention of fighting again, Edward Newgate wouldn't have continued to cause trouble, and immediately laughed, saying, "Zephyr, why would you let the passage of time make you grow old?" Cough, cough, cough. Zephyr suddenly coughed violently. That punch had left him at a considerable disadvantage. Several doctors from the NEO Marines immediately came out, wanting to examine Zephyr on the spot, but Zephyr waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I'll be fine after taking a few pills." With great difficulty regaining his composure, Zephyr took a deep breath. "Edward Newgate, how did you resurrect?" Every gaze, without exception, turned towards Edward. Every single person present at Newgate was incredibly curious, full of anticipation, and utterly astonished by this question. "Wait until you're sure you can defeat me, then ask me again." Edward Newgate laughed, his laughter like thunder, and the crescent-shaped Whitebeard exuded an even greater aura of imposing authority without anger. Having just defeated Zephyr with a single blow, and reaping no shortage of emotional value, he felt very comfortable. "You lost. Consider it a condition. First, take me away from this island. Leave this island." At this moment, the entire Neo Navy had no choice but to admit that the man before them was undoubtedly Whitebeard. Whitebeard is resurrected. Once this news spreads, it will absolutely shock all the pirate groups in the Grand Line. It will cause the whole world to erupt in chaos. The Neo Marines were stunned, wondering what the world government's reaction would be if they learned of Whitebeard's resurrection. What would happen if the Marine headquarters knew? And what would Blackbeard teach, who had already ascended to the Yonko throne and ruled this new world, choose? I fear the whole world will be in an uproar. Everyone will be terrified. This vast ocean is bound to be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Everyone present was deeply moved. Initially, Whitebeard led 16 divisions of the Whitebeard Pirates and 43 New World pirate crews to simultaneously attack Marineford, the Marine headquarters, to rescue Ace. However, Akainu ultimately used a tactic of provocation to keep Ace behind, and even exploited Ace's protective nature towards his younger brother Luffy, feigning an attack to kill Ace. And now, Akainu has successfully risen to the highest position in the Marine headquarters, becoming the new Marine headquarters admiral. In fact, even Akainu could never have imagined that Whitebeard would be resurrected today. Once the news of Whitebeard's resurrection reaches Akainu's ears, the two will undoubtedly erupt into a world-shattering battle. "Teacher Z, what should we do?" Al-Ain looked up at Edward. Newgate, along with the man beside him, who had been blasted into a deep crater by the aftershock of a punch, leaning against a large tree, was utterly terrified. After reluctantly regaining his composure, he quickly turned and asked Zephyr, "I want to give the great pirate a ride for a short distance." Zephyr sighed. He had fought alongside pirates his whole life, at the height of the war. Seeing his old acquaintance Whitebeard die in battle, whether you call it the sorrow of a rabbit grieving over a fox's death, or the sadness of losing an old friend, his heart had long since grown weary. Stripping away his identity, he was nothing more than a lonely old man. Today, seeing Whitebeard resurrected, his heart was shaken, yet also filled with a sense of joy and relief. His previous anxieties vanished. "Edward Newgate, after you leave this island, will you continue to be a pirate?" "There's some news I'm not sure whether I should say or not," Al-Ain interjected, showing remarkable courage. Overcoming inner fear in the presence of such a powerful figure was commendable. Of course, she also had ulterior motives. If she could persuade Edward Newgate to form an alliance with the NEO Navy, that would be a truly wonderful thing. Al-Ain saw Edward. Newgate didn't stop her from speaking. Her hands clasped together, her fingers intertwined, and she continued very carefully. "The Whitebeard Pirates' 12th Division, 43 New World pirate crews, after your death, were wiped out by Edward Weevil, who claimed to be your son. I heard that even the 1st Division Captain, Marco, is missing." "There's no need to try and probe me," Edward Newgate said. Al-Ain's subtle intentions had been seen through by him. Looking down at Al-Ain's long, wavy blue hair, Edward Newgate said in a low voice, "It's time to do it. Not a single one will escape. Own." With just one simple sentence, Al-Ain's heart was struck like a thunderbolt, and he was utterly terrified. Again, she's been completely seen through. Alain's heart trembled. Even though she was normally considered tall and slender, standing in front of Edward Newgate, she didn't even reach his knees, appearing unusually delicate. This created immense pressure on Alain. Cough, cough. Zephyr coughed a few times, waking Alain. To the astonishment of all the NEO Marines, Zephyr said very sincerely, "Edward Newgate, which island do you plan to go to?" "We will take you there." "Thank you very much." Edward Newgate considered a series of islands in his mind, and finally chose one that even Zephyr found extremely unexpected and surprising. On the vast, powerful ocean, a gigantic warship was advancing at full speed. Before long, not far ahead of this warship on the sea, a burning island of flames appeared in sight. This island resembles an active volcano, with molten lava erupting everywhere, thick, dense lava fog filling the air, and an aura of terror that makes people dare not approach. This is what enduring an island is like. The warships on the NEO naval group were in a state of quiet terror. Even before reaching the island, they could clearly feel the terrifyingly hot temperature emanating from the lava on the island. Even the air above the island had taken on an astonishing white color, like poisonous smoke. Before long, the warship arrived at the island on the shore, and on board Edward Newgate, much to everyone's surprise and under their watchful eyes, leapt aboard and stepped onto the building that was rumored to be off-limits to the island. "What does Whitebeard want to do on this island?" a neo-naval officer exclaimed in surprise. This island was the very place where Admiral Sakazuki and Koza of the Navy headquarters fought over the position of Fleet Admiral. The entire small island was destroyed long ago. Many Neos in the Navy knew that this island was currently filled with terrifying, boiling lava. It was, in short, a completely lifeless island. They couldn't understand why Whitebeard would come to such a desolate and dangerous island. Don't try to guess other people's intentions. Zephyr's deep voice interrupted the discussions of many Neo Marines, sternly stating, "If you could guess other people's intentions, then he wouldn't be called Whitebeard." A group of neo-naval personnel, like cicadas afraid of winter, coming back to life. What a legendary event this is! A major event that could cause a global sensation. If such a huge event can happen, then everything else seems acceptable, right? This building is engulfed in flames with molten lava surging across the island shore, and is held in check by a steel cage bearing a series of flags that read Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard! "Akainu, you little brat, you ascended to the position of Grand Marshal from this island, and I will begin from this island to make this world tremble." Edward Newgate swung his sword, and with a resounding crash, the steel mesh was instantly cleaved apart. Dust scattered, and fragments of broken steel flew off the blade, hurtling far away before finally embedding themselves in the blazing ground. Watching this scene unfold from atop the sea, the NEO naval crew couldn't help but tremble. Even Aine couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. This was just too overbearing. Edward Newgate stepped onto Punk Hazard, the Crimson Island on the mainland. What met the eye was a sea of fiery red, with lava swirling across the ground in exaggerated, bizarre patterns. Looking up, one could see towering, crumbling structures, their bases tilted and inverted, engulfed in flames. A pungent, sulfurous smell of lava wafted in on the sea breeze, causing Edward Newgate to frown. As a transmigrator and reborn individual, he naturally knew that this island was not merely a simple destruction site due to Akainu and Aokaji's power struggle. It also concealed secret transactions related to the great underground world of the New World. However, Edward Newgate didn't care about any of that. He wanted to bring Doflamingo to this island and lure Kato out. These two were absolutely the fastest way to relay information, and also the best shortcut for Edward Newgate to gain a large amount of emotional value. Roar! A loud, animalistic roar quickly echoed through the air. What is that? On the surface of the sea, the Neo Marines stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Punk Hazard on the island, each one showing a look of astonishment. Yes, the legendary dragon. Edward Newgate was nowhere to be seen. Above his head, a long, red streak of light flew towards Edward Newgate, heading straight for him. Newgate roared in anger, unleashing his illusory young power. "You beast, how dare you roar in front of me?" Edward Newgate looked up. Own. Suddenly, in the middle of it all, a powerful, domineering surge of Conqueror's hockey, like a tangible storm, instantly swept towards the center of the air. Crack! The entire sky darkened, and the air emitted a sound like shattering glass. East! Without even a hint of resistance, this long red-haired man was directly overwhelmed by the powerful Conqueror's hockey, falling unconscious and collapsing to the ground. Edward Newgate raised his hand and brought it down, splitting the body into with a swift, clean, and precise motion, without any unnecessary delay. A sky dragon, and it was so easy. Just a flick of the wrist, a simple raise of the hand, and it was instantly killed. Keo was incredibly powerful. Even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by his Conqueror's hockey, which was truly terrifying. Numbness. The Neo-Naval squad, still on the shore, gasped in shock as they left. Ain had a long, wide mouth and a pair of beautiful eyes that were full of emotion. Even Zephyr couldn't help but feel a profound and unparalleled shock. How is it that I possess the same strength as Edward Newgate, who hasn't weakened with age, but instead has returned to his peak? Zephyr waited for the Neo-Marines, who had finally come to terms with the reality of Whitebeard's resurrection. However, upon seeing the newly resurrected Whitebeard, the power he displayed completely surpassed their understanding of a frail, aging Whitebeard, leaving them all utterly shocked once again. In a single day, they felt terror, a terror emanating from Whitebeard, more than they had experienced in their entire lives battling in the Grand Line and the New World. Especially Zephyr, he and Whitebeard were both at their peak in their youth, constantly fighting each other, so it's safe to say they're extremely familiar with each other. The current old and weak Zephyr is no longer the powerful figure he once was. During his brief exchange with Whitebeard, he clearly sensed Whitebeard's strength, which was completely inconsistent with their perceived weakness as elders. Seeing Whitebeard display his true strength again, they were both astonished and convinced once more. Whitebeard, he seems to have returned to his peak fighting power. According to Zephyr, even Al-Ain, who was inside a group of Neo-Marines, caused a second commotion. Even unimaginable events like resurrection can happen. In the future, even the most unexpected and impossible events, if they happen to Whitebeard, I think it's possible. That's right. With Whitebeard on him, truly, nothing is impossible. A group of people simultaneously made a commotion as they ascended to Punk Hazard on Edward Island. Newgate himself gained a significant amount of emotional value, though not as exaggeratedly as the first time. System, how much emotional value do I currently have? Edward Newgate asked the system in his mind. Over 25,000. Host, do you need to restore your body? Restoring your health will also restore your strength, the system's gentle voice sounded. Yes, we'll proceed with 2 small-scale restorations. Having experienced the first verification, Edward Newgate was extremely enthusiastic about restoring his body. Mr. Very quickly, Edward Newgate could clearly feel more than 2 streams of heat energy piercing his body, repairing his body's cells and tissues. Like tens of thousands of tiny doctor ants performing small repairs on his body. After a while of repairing, these tiny doctor ants would all die of exhaustion. You can clearly feel yourself changing, becoming younger and healthier. Edward Newgate's eyes were brimming with excitement, much like a seriously ill person who, even after recovering a little, becomes unusually sensitive to their surroundings. Returning to peak fighting power is within reach. His body, now young and strong, actually gave him a feeling of hunger, quite similar to that of someone recovering from a serious illness. Edward Newgate gripped his sword in one hand, and with the other, he grabbed a long, blood-red, severed dragon lying beside him. With a loud crash, he slung it over his shoulder, muttering, "Roast it. Only one dragon can fill my stomach." In this place, with such a blazing fire, it would be easy to roast a dragon alive. Who are you? I'm still inside the dragon's body. Please pull me out immediately. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Edward Newgate looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure perched on the dragon's body, its lower half speaking through its buttocks. Wano country, lake of fire, Kinman. I don't have time to pay attention to you. Edward Newgate grabbed Kinman's lower half, and with a whoosh, casually tossed him into the air. Following a blood-curdling scream, Kinman, like a falling star, streaked across the sky and vanished into thin air. Heaven only knows where he ended up. Own. In a place of intense flames, Edward Newgate used his sword to cut the long dragon meat into several pieces and roast them. Before long, the dragon meat emitted an intoxicating aroma. its color a golden yellow, and the pea-sized pieces of oily meat, like golden liquid, melted in the mouth. Incredibly delicious. Edward yielded. Newgate couldn't help but exclaim, "This dragon meat is indeed countless times more delicious than the Black Panther meat on that small island." Before long, Edward Newgate had devoured a roasted dragon head, finally satisfying his hunger and filling him with energy. Going from this place of raging flames to the land of extreme cold, how long will it take? Besides, I don't have time to travel. Wow. With the sword in hand, Edward Newgate swung it. If they didn't want to brave the raging flames of the Arctic Circle to find the others on the island, then they'd have to bring them here. Whatever blazing fire it is, whatever extreme cold it is, open it all up for me. Edward Newgate roared, unleashing an immense burst of power. Whoosh, the blade spun, a terrifying slash instantly cutting through the incredibly wide blade. As the slashing attack was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color in an instant. Like a long, white slash, it cut from midair towards the ground, and in all directions, swirling streams of energy erupted like a vortex, accompanied by thunderous roars that continuously resounded. Boom, boom, boom. Over 100 meters long, the slashing attack swept through the raging flames, its momentum overwhelming, an incredibly domineering slash capable of cutting through everything. At this moment, the endless flames on the ground also cracked open. Earth-shattering. Ken ket ket. The Earth's crust instantly cracked open with a terrifying fissure. This crack, extending far into the extreme cold land, spread rapidly with lightning speed. Like a flash of lightning, it was as if the entire island had been split in two, a truly terrifying sight. The downstream geological strata, overflowing with lava, were all cleaved apart by a single blow. The originally boiling, surging lava, with its temperature seemingly cut off, turned into a pitch-black mass. The lava itself was utterly annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. Countless structures tilted and crumbled. The flames on the ground were extinguished by a single flash. The earth layers were cleaved apart. The underlying lava was also severed. And the entire island shook violently. The land of extreme cold, hidden within the Yamanaka Experimental Base's architectural structure, in the main hall, with a devilish appearance and a sheep corner ornament on his head. Caesar Clown was proudly showing off his great scientific achievements to the people in front of him. At Caesar Clown's place, opposite, stood several people. One of them, wearing a hat speckled with white snail shells and holding a surgical knife as tall as himself, had a cold, sinister grin on his face. This was Trafalgar Law, the newly appointed warlord of the Seven Seas, known as the Death Surgeon. Another figure unusually imposing and ostentatious, clad in gleaming golden armor and wearing a cross-shaped mask, his eyes radiating a serious, terrifying light, was Pica, one of Doflamingo's subordinates, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family and one of their most trusted men. To everyone's surprise, these three people ended up together. Coincidentally, today Doflamingo sent Pica, leading the Black Peach Army, to the island to receive him. Caesar Clown's creation of artificial demons, a truly scientific achievement. Just then, Trafalgar Law and I met up. Only 3 of us were together for this one scene. This is a scientific achievement, something only I, the Great One, could have accomplished in the whole world. Caesar Clown directed the two to demonstrate a completely unrelated, yet scientifically proven, demon-creating fruit, essentially showing off his own abilities. Just then, suddenly, the entire structure began to shake violently. The explosion was so powerful that the sound echoed throughout the entire island. The thunderous roar, like a thunderclap, even reached the ears of the 3 people present. Who was the one causing such blatant destruction on this island? Caesar Clown's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone would be so bored as to come to this island and cause destruction. Let's go out and take a look. Trafalgar Law, clutching a surgical knife to his chest, calmly stood up. Whoever is looking for death, daring to come here to cause trouble on this island, I will definitely crush him to pieces. The sharp, high-pitched female voice, coming from the handsome Pica's mouth, created an exaggerated contrast, making people unable to help but want to laugh. However, no one present laughed, because they knew that laughter would only further enrage this terrifying person. Boom, boom, boom. Pica, alone on horseback, exited the building materials laboratory. Law followed behind. Caesar took the gas fruit and transformed it into a white gas cloud that flew into the air. The three men had just stepped out of the architectural laboratory when they were shocked by the scene before them. All they saw was a huge crack, about 10 meters wide, from which a raging fire was burning in the distance, moving at an extremely fast speed towards the three people in the extreme cold land. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the trembling ground, a terrifying crack, like lightning, instantly spread across the raging flames and the seawater of the extreme cold land. Crack, crack, the ice of the extreme cold land shattered, and a terrifying crack rapidly spread. Who is this person? Even Law, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but have his eyes light up with excitement, his heart pounding as he exclaimed in astonishment. This? Could only a Yonko Emperor possibly do this? Could it be Kadu, the king of beasts? As always, Caesar, who was a coward and bullied the weak, was so terrified that he spun around in midair, his body seemingly about to burst from the gas. He widened his exaggerated eyes and exclaimed in horror, "It can't possibly be Kadu." Pika's sharp voice rang out. He was certain it wasn't Kadu, because Doflamingo and Kadu were partners, so how could Kadu possibly attack this island? So who is it? How can they possibly possess such a formidable force? Go! Without a second thought, Pika dashed like a madman towards Punk Hazard, the island engulfed in flames. Boom, boom, boom. Having just passed through the extreme cold land, Pika immediately used the stone fruit's ability to continuously fuse with the island's bedrock, causing a series of thunderous explosions. The entire island then shook and trembled, and Pika transformed into a stone figure over 10 meters tall. East. With a single step, covering approximately 10 meters, he ran like mad, the ground shaking and mountains trembling. The entire island shook, countless rocks and debris, some several meters apart, flew through the air, finally merging together into Pika's massive body, which was even taller than a dozen stories high. In the distance, the giants, even larger than themselves, were radiating an imposing aura as they charged madly towards a crack in the ground. With each step, he trampled everything on the ground, destroying ancient ruins, lava, and flames. The earth layers collapsed under his feet, leaving behind deep, gaping footprints, a truly ferocious display. Even Law and Caesar, who were following behind, simultaneously showed drastic changes in expression. Both felt a sudden surge of fear. Everywhere you look, there are rocks and stones on the island. The power of the stone fruit is truly exaggerated. It has the ability to sweep away all invincible energy. Who is causing trouble on this island? I will definitely tear him to shreds. Pika's sharp, resounding voice echoed throughout the entire island, utterly terrifying. With your meager abilities, you dare speak so arrogantly. You little brat. Edward Newgate, holding his sword, saw Pika's towering figure, as tall as a dozen stories, in the distance. His face showed no emotion whatsoever. As the words fell, Edward Newgate swung his sword, unleashing a furious slash towards the approaching figure. Boom, boom, boom. An incredibly terrifying slash, like a long line, instantly cut out, heading towards Pika, which was more than 10 stories high. Wherever the slash passed, the air was cleaved into a vacuum. The swirling energy generated by the slash alone cleaved the hard ground into terrifyingly large cracks. Countless rocks and debris flew across the ground, swirling and surging along the path of the slash, like a raging earth dragon, filling the air with dust, sending rocks and debris flying, and creating a continuous, deafening explosion. Almost instantly, the slash hit its target, and Pika sped towards it. Boom, boom, boom. In this instant, it was like a thunderous explosion, an incredibly terrifying blast of lightning striking with a deafening roar that shook everything around it. The massive, towering structure of Pika, spanning over 10 stories, instantly exploded into massive chunks of rock, each roughly the size of a story high. These boulders flew through the air, scattering countless fragments in all directions. The explosions were relentless, shaking everything. Boom, boom, boom. Crackling sounds. Pika was struck by the slash, his body continuously exploding, terrifying cracks appearing all over him. He was powerless to resist, utterly unable to resist. Not only that, this slash even pierced through Pika's massive rock body, cutting into his very core. Each agonizing, heart-wrenching scream, carrying a terrifying, penetrating quality, echoed throughout the entire island, piercing the surrounding sea surface. This sharp, mournful cry caused even the sea kings hidden in the water to become terrified, fleeing in panic, the sea surface in chaos. East. Just a moment later, the massive, stone-like pika, which was taller than a dozen stories high, shattered into countless pieces, sending rocks tumbling down in all directions. Pika's true form fell directly to the ground, crashing violently. A resounding crash. Huge rocks rolled away, countless clouds of dust dispersed, and Pika's true form appeared in a deep pit inside. At this moment, Pika had completely lost his previous imposing presence, his previous surging momentum, his suicidal charge. He was frantically screaming, wanting to tear everything apart. But a moment later, he was torn to shreds. Following closely behind Law and Caesar, the two men's eyes widened in shock, a look of sheer terror evident in their gazes. Pika was an extremely terrifying being, yet even such a being was directly severed by a single slash. Once the dust and smoke completely cleared, Law and Caesar saw Pika in the deep pit. At this moment, Pika was covered in blood, with a terrifying gash in the middle of his body, from which fresh blood gushed continuously. The golden cross mask he originally wore had long since vanished, and his face was stained with blood. Pika was afraid he wouldn't survive. Law and Caesar, startled, couldn't help but tremble, frantically turning their heads to look in the direction of the slash. The dust settled, and rocks and soil fell. A majestic figure wielding a sword entered the eyes of the two men. Then the two finally saw that distinct, unique, crescent-shaped figure of Whitebeard. In that very instant, both of them felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts pounded, and a feeling of fear they had never experienced before instantly spread through their hearts. When they clearly saw Whitebeard in the distance, Trafalgar Law and Caesar Clown were instantly stunned. Trafalgar remained calm and composed throughout. Law, at this moment, was inwardly in turmoil, his scalp tingling, as if he had seen a ghost. Terrified, shocked, astonished, afraid, terrified. Countless emotions swirled in Trafalgar Law's mind. He was utterly astonished, completely dumbfounded, his whole body frozen, his eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. No, no, no. Caesar. Clown became even more terrified. His teeth were chattering, his whole body trembling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He covered his eyes with both hands. No, 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 my God. What did I see? I must still be half asleep. I saw Whitebeard again. This isn't real. Edward Newgate. Law would rather see a ghost than see Whitebeard before his eyes. Wasn't he dead? Law, on Marineford Island, witnessed Whitebeard's death firsthand, right? Could it be resurrection from the dead? As a death surgeon, Law's body suddenly stiffened. He knew that in this world, bringing the dead back to life was not impossible. Could Whitebeard really have brought the dead back to life? The two of them were utterly astonished and speechless. But Pika, who had fallen into the deep pit, was barely alive, severely wounded and collapsed. He was utterly terrified. He had always been fearless, domineering, and powerful, but he never imagined he wouldn't even have a chance to strike before being cut down. Even his true form, hidden within the rock, was slashed to such a gruesome state. This makes me both angry and scared. Indeed, upon hearing Caesar's words, Pika's eyes widened even further. He had vaguely seen Whitebeard's figure just moments before, and Caesar's statement confirmed his suspicions. The person who had struck him down, leaving him no chance to retaliate, was none other than Whitebeard. Clearly, at the height of the war, Whitebeard is dead. We absolutely must inform Dofla. Pika's heart was pounding with terror, and the thing he wanted to do most was to inform Doflamingo, to let him know about the shocking news that was destined to cause a global uproar and trigger a tsunami in the Grand Line. Is Whitebeard still alive? Pika quickly found the doppelganger, and at this moment, he was overjoyed. The doppelganger was in his left pocket, not killed by a single blow. He hurriedly called Doflamingo's doppelganger. From afar, a sword strike landed on Pika Edward's black peach. Newgate, receiving a series of system prompts, accumulated thousands upon thousands of mental points. Law, Caesar, and Pika, the three of them could provide no shortage of mental points. Pika's actions were entirely focused on Edward. In Newgate's eyes, the plot was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. Excellent. The goal was to use Doflamingo's words to let the world government, the Marine headquarters, and the New World know that Whitebeard had been resurrected. Go ahead and call the duplicate phone number. Let the whole world know Whitebeard is back. In this way, we can obtain a large amount of emotional value in the shortest time, and thus restore more of our strength. The stronger a person is, the more emotional value they can provide. The Neo Marines were small and weak, and with so many of them, excluding Zephyr and Alain, none of them could be said to have provided much or little emotional value. But Law, Caesar, and Pica, the three of them, provided Edward Newgate with approximately 30,000 emotional value. System, help me perform 3 small-scale restorations. Edward Newgate mentally summoned the system and immediately performed 3 small-scale recovery operations. The New World, called the land of passion and intense emotions and national toys, the tropical island of Dressrosa is a holiday destination. Wang Zigadi, the king in the royal palace. Bruce. The incessant ringing of the phone and the alarm clock interrupted Doflamingo's meeting with a group of Don Quixote family officials. What happened? Hagoromo, clad in a pink robe and wearing a 7-part loincloth, and Doflamingo's pointed sunglasses, strode forward with an arrogant, duck-dancing gait, picked up the phone, and was about to speak when a sharp, yet fearful voice came from the other end of the line. Dofla. Pica. The originally carefree Doflamingo's expression changed instantly. He had sent his important subordinate, Pica, to Punk Hazard Island to contact Caesar, and now Pica's voice came from the other end of the phone, clearly indicating unusually serious injuries. Pica, who injured you? Pica didn't answer Doflamingo's question, but instead screamed in terror, Dofla, Whitebeard is resurrected. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard is alive. What? Doflamingo was momentarily stunned, completely dumbfounded. Doflamingo's aggressive demeanor was terrifying for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, he revealed a somewhat awkward and unsightly smile. Hey, Pica, when did you start learning Lao, and becoming a joker? This kind of joke isn't funny at all. Doflamingo knew Pica's personality exceptionally well. He was meticulous and cautious, never one to joke around. Compared to that Whitebeard is still alive nonsense, Pica's words were simply earth-shattering and utterly ridiculous. Doflamingo willingly believed Pica's cautious words, thinking he was joking, but he was unwilling to believe Pica's claim about Whitebeard's resurrection was true. I witnessed Whitebeard's death with my own eyes. How can someone who has been dead for a whole year still be alive in this world? Even though he didn't believe Pica was telling the truth, Doflamingo probably still couldn't help but feel his heart racing. Dofla, when have I ever lied to you? Edward Newgate, Whitebeard is still alive. This is 100% true. I saw it with my own eyes. Pica's voice was sharp and piercing, carrying a tremor of fear she had never felt before. Own. In an instant, Doflamingo's blood boiled with rage, his mind reeling. Really, Whitebeard is still alive. Is this a lie? Whitebeard resurrected? Doflamingo, who had always been fearless, was now experiencing a frantic, racing heartbeat, his sharp-angled sunglasses almost causing him to gasp in shock. Silence. Eerie silence. The original uproar among the Don Quixote family officials subsided upon hearing the utterly absurd statement about Whitebeard's resurrection, and everyone fell silent. Dofla, this is a scam, isn't it? The slimy substance transformed into a snail-like creature wearing Treble's clothes. After a moment of stunned silence, he asked in horror. Collapse. Doflamingo's phone fell to the ground, rolling around like lightning. He seemed completely oblivious, utterly stunned and speechless. It was unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Silence, a second, unusually exaggerated silence. After a long pause, Doflamingo took a deep breath, his face devoid of the fearless, destructive smile of the past. Pica was severely wounded by the living Whitebeard at Punk Hazard Island. Is Whitebeard still alive? Are you kidding me? Impossible. The young master witnessed Whitebeard's death at Marine headquarters with his own eyes. A group of Don Quixote family officials were all in a state of shock and disbelief, their voices trembling with fear. Was this really true? Perhaps Black Peach Pica would absolutely never deceive Doflamingo. This point is unusually clear among the Don Quixote family's officials. Resurrected from the dead, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, lest they fall off. As a celestial dragon, he knew many secrets of this world that others didn't want known, like the so-called ultimate surgery fruit that could perform anti-aging surgery. But I've never heard of such a fruit with that kind of ability. That could really bring the dead back to life. With his three-pronged cane, Treble, moving like a snail, reluctantly recovered from his shock and looked at Doflamingo, his voice trembling as he said, "Dofla, we were the ones who, after Whitebeard's death, absorbed quite a few of his island powers." Numbness. A group of Don Quixote family officials, upon thinking of this, all gasped in shock. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates launched a sweeping attack. We also participated. The beast pirates invaded Whitebeard's territory. We were also involved. Treble said fearfully, extremely worried. If Whitebeard is truly resurrected, this world is bound to undergo earth-shattering changes. This is absolutely a worldwide event. Doflamingo remained silent for a long time before finally recovering from the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. It's all right. Whitebeard is just an old geezer. Besides, he's no longer the same Whitebeard who once dominated the New World. His body has long been afflicted with a bone-deep disease, completely depleted. Moreover, at the peak of the battle, his body was almost shattered. Even if he were to be resurrected, what difference would it make? Those numerous wounds would absolutely never heal. Moreover, he lost the most important thing, the shockwave ability. Doflamingo blurted out everything that was on his mind, and the usually calm and disdainful Doflamingo, for the first time, showed impatience. After saying all of this, Doflamingo seemed to relax considerably, letting out a long sigh. The remaining members of the Don Quixote family also breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, even if they invaded the Whitebeard Pirates Island, even if Whitebeard were resurrected, what difference would it make? Whitebeard's body was already completely ruined. As long as Whitebeard hasn't reunited his Whitebeard pirate crew, as long as there's still a Whitebeard pirate crew left, and he hasn't gathered them all, Whitebeard is just a toothless old tiger. Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly brimming with confidence and ambition, reverting to his former arrogant, disdainful demeanor. We can completely eliminate Whitebeard before then. We'll get rid of this threat forever. Ha ha ha. Dofla, if it really is Whitebeard resurrected, we absolutely cannot afford to be careless. Treble, true to his reputation as an expert, had a keen eye and analyzed. Whitebeard's resurrection likely conceals some earth-shattering secret. Even Pika was severely injured, which shows that even if Whitebeard's body was destroyed before his resurrection, his strength would still be enough to crush Pika. Don't worry, I won't be going alone. Doflamingo grinned, incredibly confident, perhaps not foolishly careless, but rather having already formulated a plan. I hope that the people most interested in Whitebeard's resurrection, besides the world government, are the Beast Pirates. I will personally invite members of the Beast Pirates to participate in this operation. Flap, 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 flap. Let the Beast Pirates join. A group of Don Quixote family officials, their eyes shining brightly, excitedly gathered around. The young master is indeed a man of profound foresight. This is absolutely the best option. After Whitebeard's death, the Beast Pirates seized control of Whitebeard's vast territory, becoming the biggest beneficiaries of the New World's largest gains. The key is that the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates have consistently maintained an extremely good cooperative relationship. Treble, with a runny nose, pondered for a moment, then suggested, Dofla, should we simultaneously inform the world government and marine headquarters? Let them get involved too. Doflamingo grinned, waved his hand and said, World government, don't be impatient. I'll first call Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates to take care of Whitebeard. The secret of Whitebeard's resurrection might be revealed. If we can get our hands on the secret of Whitebeard's resurrection, that would be a great thing. We can't let the world government strike first. It must be said that Doflamingo is extraordinarily intelligent, very cunning, and quite ambitious. As for calling him Jack the Drought, he completely treats him as a free-for-all thug. Doflamingo is confident he can swallow this secret all by himself. Shall we all go? Treble was still a little worried. Whitebeard, just that name alone was enough to strike fear into countless people. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Even if the Whitebeard here was severely wounded, dead, and then resurrected, he could still strike fear into countless people. Several high-ranking officers, let's go to Punk Hazard together. No need. Doflamingo was full of confidence. He had planned everything well. Besides, when dealing with an existence like Whitebeard, numbers might not give him any advantage. If something unexpected were to happen, Having too many people would actually become a burden. No matter how intelligent Doflamingo was, how could he possibly make such a stupid decision? Immediately, Doflamingo directly called Jack the Drought's phone number. Across, Punk Hazard is on the island. Edward Newgate's second attempt yielded an estimated 40,000 points of emotional value. It seems Doflamingo already knows about my resurrection. It probably won't be long before he arrives. At that time, there might be some great news. After calling the system a second time and performing for small-scale recovery operations, Edward Newgate clearly felt that even his aging wrinkles had disappeared significantly, and his physical strength had increased considerably. As a death surgeon, Law noticed this detail and was shocked for the second time. He even recoiled, fear rising in his heart. Whitebeard has been reborn. Moreover, it seems he has acquired some kind of mysterious power that can restore his body. Is this some kind of mysterious devil fruit? White. Edward Newgate's gaze instantly fixed on him. Trafalgar Law, who had always been composed, couldn't help but break out in large beads of cold sweat under Whitebeard's gaze. Law, you wouldn't want someone to run away, would you? Caesar stared at Law with wide, astonished eyes. He was in a state of euphoria, a swirling cloud of white gas constantly drifting around him. From the initial shock of seeing Whitebeard to his now calm and composed state, Caesar looked at Whitebeard. Although still somewhat fearful, within that fear, it wasn't difficult to discern a hint of mad joy. Whitebeard is resurrected from the dead. For a scientist, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. An opportunity that absolutely cannot be missed. This is enough to drive Caesar crazy. If I could unlock the secret of resurrection, I, Caesar, would absolutely surpass that damned Vegapunk and become the greatest scientist recognized worldwide. My dream is within reach. All I have to do is capture Whitebeard alive. Surpassing Vegapunk is within my grasp. Caesar. Clown even in his dreams wanted to surpass his mortal enemy. Even without hesitation, under Doflamingo's support, Caesar trafficked in children and used them in experiments transforming humans into giants. Even though countless infants died from the drug's explosive effects during the experiments, Caesar remained relentlessly insane. Along with his other secret experiment, he researched and developed a large-scale weapon of mass destruction, a realm of death, based on the premise of sacrificing all the inhabitants of Punk Hazard Island. I'm doing all this to fulfill my great dream. Caesar's heart began to race. This made him abandon his fear of death and decide to take a desperate gamble. Now another possibility has emerged. One that can absolutely allow me to surpass everything, become the greatest scientist, and trample Vegapunk underfoot. Whitebeard was brought back to life. We must capture him alive. It was precisely because of this thought that, when Caesar saw Law hesitating and backing away, he glared at Law and shouted, Trafalgar Law, you wouldn't want to abandon me and run away, would you? Roseanne had the intention of killing Caesar. Even Caesar, at this point, surely knew that Whitebeard was incredibly formidable, far beyond the capabilities of the two of them. Robin's arrival was merely to use Caesar as a conduit to plot against Doflamingo and Kadu for the Yonko throne. He fundamentally had no genuine intention of forming an alliance with Caesar. Who would have thought Caesar would even consider dragging himself down with him at this moment? Caesar, our alliance ends here. Trafalgar Law didn't hesitate for a moment, drawing a clear line between himself and the idiot Caesar. How could he possibly confront Whitebeard head-on at this point? Without another word, Law let out a room sound, and a spatial rift instantly formed. The next moment, Law had already dashed over 100 meters away. Caesar, I advise you, you'd better not court death. Seriously, going head-on against the 4 emperors. I don't have that kind of ability. Law doesn't want to die either. Caesar. Clown, seeing Law's reaction, quickly became stunned. This didn't fit the way he knew Law to be, and he couldn't help but angrily say, idiot. We just need to lure Whitebeard to where Doflamingo is running to. Little did anyone know that Logan, completely oblivious to Caesar, simply slipped away from the area and soon left the island, hiding somewhere in the sea to watch the battle from afar. It seems we can only use it before its expiration date. The land of death. Caesar. Clown was incredibly agile, soaring through the air, turning to look at Whitebeard with eyes burning with intensity. Raising both hands, the gas surrounding Caesar's body transformed into a purple, poisonous smoke. As his words fell, the entire area engulfed in raging flames erupted with violent explosions. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, the ground cracked and creaked, emitting a continuous stream of terrifying, intense sounds, followed by the appearance of cracks in the ground. Gurgle, gurgle. The ground, a deep crimson color, suddenly emitted streams of purple venom. These venomous tendrils covered the entire surface, extending like tentacles, and wherever they passed, the ground was corroded and shattered. Boom, boom, boom. A monstrous, hideous, viscous head, spewing venom, surged forth from the depths of the earth, reaching a height of approximately a dozen stories. The continuous streams of venom that eroded the ground only added to the monster's immense size, making it seem capable of engulfing and devouring the entire blazing inferno of punk hazard. Hoo la 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 la. Caesar. Clown didn't dare approach Whitebeard, flying far away in the air, purple poisonous gas swirling around him, combined with that idiotic laughter making Caesar look unusually ethereal. Whitebeard, I don't want to be your enemy, but for a great dream, I can only keep you here. You're the first person to witness the land of death. You should be happy too. My dream is about to come true. HMPH humph 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 humph. Caesar circled in the air, continuously releasing purple gas, causing the terrifying creatures of the death realm on the ground to constantly absorb his poisonous gas. Caesar soared through the air, gazing into the distance at Whitebeard, his eyes burning with excitement as he shouted, "Remember my name!" Surpassing Vegapunk in existence, the greatest scientist in the world, Caesar. Clown. I don't have the time to waste remembering things like you nameless little rats. Caesar's reply was an incredibly simple yet incredibly powerful statement. At this point, having undergone approximately 7 body restorations, Edward's hockey opened, and facing the aggressive, all-consuming aura of the death realm, he simply made a gesture. Mister. An incredibly powerful armament hockey instantly surged through the blade in his hand, causing the 6-meter-long sword to become as dark and abyss-like. The blade flashed through the sky, striking Caesar in midair and the venomous creatures charging desperately on the ground. At this moment, even the air itself was like paper, instantly cleaved apart. In the heavens and earth, everything ceased to exist, leaving only this one strike. Like a god or demon with a single sword strike. Beneath this single sword strike, everything in heaven and earth is shrouded in darkness and devoid of light. Death loomed over Caesar's head. At this moment, Caesar was completely panicked. No, no, no. Whitebeard, I didn't mean to offend you. Caesar screamed in terror, frantically fleeing, hoping to avoid this blow. Is it really that easy to avoid? Edward Nugget's sword was incredibly powerful. Its speed, strength, and even the armament hockey swirling around it were all so formidable that they instilled fear in anyone who saw it. With a single strike, the sky and earth darkened, devoid of light. The air was instantly torn apart, like a vacuum, leaving nothing behind, neither dust nor air. The blade, cutting through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, hadn't even traveled far enough before, surpassing the speed of sound, and struck Caesar. Caesar was surrounded by dense purple gas and poisonous smoke. At the moment the sword strike came, the countless streams of energy accompanying the slash swept towards him, causing him to instantly collapse and scatter in all directions. Caesar was completely panicked. Run, run, run! Caesar, dragging his monstrous, poisonous gas-filled body, tried to escape the range of the slashing attack. It might simply not be enough time. With powerful, enhanced hockey and an unparalleled speed, the sword instantly sliced through Caesar's body, piercing him from the shoulder. Caesar didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. He narrowly avoided the weak point, and one arm was directly severed. Caesar was flung out of the air and fell to the ground in the distance. Countless gas bubbles erupted and enveloped him. Within the purple, poisonous smoke, Caesar's true form was revealed. His entire arm, from the shoulder down, was completely gone, blood gushing out. Boom, boom, boom. Edward Nugget, wielding his sword, brought Caesar down without a moment's hesitation. His more than 10-meter-long slash instantly cut through the ground, sending the unusually ferocious and hideous slime from the realm of death charging forward. In an instant, the enormous body of the slime that was corroding the deathly strata of the world was directly sliced open, as if its chest and abdomen had been ripped open. Countless streams of dense poisonous smoke, carrying a highly toxic, dark purple viscous fluid, were cut out and shot out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. This wasn't over yet. Beneath the ground, a terrifyingly large crack appeared, and countless venomous creatures dripped down from it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those droplets, a deep purple of venom, spilled onto the water far below the ground, emitting a corrosive sound. Just hearing the sound was enough to send shivers down one's spine and fill one's heart with dread. Gurgle, gurgle. Unexpectedly, those countless venomous threads, after falling to the ground, wriggled incessantly and before long transformed into miniature slimes from the land of death. Hoo la 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 la. Taking advantage of the opportunity to escape, Caesar, who had transformed into a gas-like form, drifted far into the air, his face contorted with a pained, somewhat deranged grin. His smile was twisted and distorted. My great masterpiece, the realm of death. It will never die. On Punk Hazard, an island out in the open sea, Trafalgar Law stood on the deck of a pirate ship, binoculars in hand, gazing at the scene in the distance, and couldn't help but be astonished. The remaining members of the Heart Pirates, witnessing such a scene, felt their hair stand on end and became terrified. They had learned about Whitebeard's reincarnation through Captain Law, and after the initial shock, seeing such a terrifying scene in the land of death left each of them utterly stunned. Caesar is truly insane to create such a terrifying creature. Even the geological strata are being eroded. Wherever it passes, even the ruins of buildings are devoured and corroded. This is absolutely a massive weapon of mass destruction. If unleashed, any island would be mercilessly annihilated. It was slashed in half and turned into tiny little slimes. Simply put, it's a terrifying creature that can't be killed. Can Whitebeard handle this? The Heart Pirates, including several other pirates, couldn't help but be impressed. Whitebeard. He's not as simple as you imagine, Law said in a cold, low voice, clutching a surgical knife as tall as himself, his whole demeanor exuding an unusual aloofness. Don't forget, he is Whitebeard. Across the sea, Zephyr, leading the NEO Navy, was equally terrified. They had never imagined that Punk Hazard, the island known for its resilience, would conceal such a terrifying creature. Teacher Z, should we go and help Whitebeard? Ain also translated as Ain stared with her beautiful eyes, asking in a terrified tone. Throughout the day, the series of shocking and terrifying images presented themselves, causing even the usually composed Ain to feel panicked and anxious. He won't fail, Zephyr said firmly. How could he possibly fail a second time? He's Whitebeard. On the island. Transformed into Caesar's gaseous form, although fresh blood didn't flow down if his true form remained intact, missing an entire arm. This was an absolute crushing blow to his strength, creating an irreparable, unhealable wound. This is the real reason why Caesar's face contorted. Whitebeard, you chopped off one of my arms. Caesar distorted his voice, his words echoing through Punk Hazard. This little bit of suffering is nothing compared to my grand dream. As long as I obtain the secret of your resurrection, I can completely convince the whole world that I am the greatest scientist. What is Vegapunk anyway? Ha ha ha. As Caesar's voice echoed, those tiny slimes began to devour each other, growing larger slimes, and then endlessly devouring and growing together. Oh, that's quite a point. It's troublesome. Edward Newgate said indifferently, his face still calm. If only the tremor fruit's power were still intact. Before he could finish speaking, Edward Newgate's sword suddenly moved, unleashing a whirlwind of swirling energy, like a raging storm. In the blink of an eye, the sword unleashed 9 consecutive slashes, each strike extending over 100 meters. The entire island of Punk Hazard shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. The heavens and earth tremble, even ghosts and gods are terrified. Rumble, 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 rumble. 9 blades rained down, crushing countless slimes and slicing through chunks of earth. Deep, bottomless fissures appeared, and the geological strata were transforming. The entire island of Punk Hazard, including the far-flung Arctic region within, was completely transformed in the blink of an eye. The countless slimes in the ground were all slashed into a bottomless chasm, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, everyone was staring in astonishment at this scene. The island's geological strata were tilted and completely severed. The entire island was shaking violently. Even the surrounding sea surface was stirred up by a huge wave. This What a terrifying force! The Heart Pirates, a group of pirates, scrambled down, each inwardly in turmoil, sighing and shaking with emotion. Law quickly withdrew, his heart filled with immense joy. He had noticed the details on Whitebeard's body, which allowed him to narrowly escape death and avoid offending Whitebeard. Otherwise, Caesar's fate would have been exactly the same as his own. The Neo-Marines on this side similarly widened their eyes in astonishment. They absolutely never expected that, even without Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability, his swordsmanship and strength alone possessed the power to destroy an entire large island. This sounds absolutely shocking. That's terrifying. Al-Ain's face was filled with terror. She had almost offended Whitebeard earlier, and the thought alone filled her with fear. It has surpassed my understanding of him. The usually composed Zephyr was utterly terrified. He had fought Whitebeard countless times in their youth, and as a seasoned veteran, he naturally knew that the abilities Whitebeard displayed before him far exceeded the realm of old age. The elderly and infirm live here. This is truly a case of the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, a reminder of that era. Zephyr's heart was stirred, no less than anyone else's. The punk hazard on the island has been completely transformed, Edward. Newgate received a series of system notifications. These few direct hits yielded a large amount of emotional value. Quite impressive. The excitement on Caesar's face hadn't even faded before it instantly turned into horror. No. My greatest research. My realm of death. It's vanished again. Drifting far away in the air, Caesar, after recovering from his shock, clutched his aching heart and cried out in despair. He reluctantly circled the sky, hoping to find some trace of the slime, but he discovered that the ground had been completely destroyed, and he couldn't find even a single slime. Each massive chunk was split open, and in the middle layer, there was only a single crack, like a chasm stretching to the heavens. It was bottomless. You truly have a forgiving heart. You should be more concerned about your own safety. Edward Newgate, with his sword held straight at Caesar, said calmly. The gas-filled Caesar, with his eyes wide open and filled with terror, flailed his one remaining arm, frantically shaking his head, the sheep horn ornament on his head also swaying as he explained. No. Whitebeard, I really didn't mean to offend you. I was just striving for my dream. That's absolutely ridiculous. Dreams. You've offended me, and yet you still talk about dreams. Edward Newgate didn't wait for Caesar's explanation. He raised his sword to the sky and swung it at Caesar. Following closely behind, he himself, wielding his massive sword, charged towards Caesar. A deafening roar of swords, like thunder, continuously exploded in the air, the dazzling sword light making it impossible to open one's eyes. One dared not look directly at it. The sky looks like it's about to be torn apart. Caesar's expression changed drastically, and with a whoosh, he immediately fled. Just as he narrowly escaped Caesar's attack, he was horrified to discover that Whitebeard had somehow appeared right beside him. Wow! Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly killed him. Caesar immediately jumped out, but before he could even rejoice, he was horrified to discover that Whitebeard's sword was following closely behind, like a bone-piercing blade, flashing straight towards him. Observation hockey. Caesar was completely panicked because he knew that Whitebeard's observation hockey had focused on him. Even if he floated into the air, Whitebeard, 6 or 7 meters tall, wielding his enormous sword, could easily chop him down. There's no escape. Ba. Every drop of fear and cold sweat, Caesar's name constantly appearing above my head. It's over, it's completely finished this time. Caesar's poisonous gas was completely ineffective against Whitebeard. Just a single slash generated a vortex of air, scattering Caesar's poisonous gas and fumes, nearly blowing Caesar to pieces. With the sword's direction, everything was as thin as paper. Everything was sliced through. Caesar was terrified, his hockey observing him as if it were a concentrated force with nowhere to hide. The slashing attacks generated terrifying streams of energy, causing him endless pain, and the shadow of death loomed over him. Boom. Just then, a colossal, majestic elephant-like figure descended from the sky. All that could be heard was the deafening clang of metal colliding, echoing throughout Punk Hazard on the island. Caesar's sword, originally aimed at midair, was forcibly deflected and slashed down onto the ground. The ground was split open, and countless rocks and soil, each several meters apart, were shaken up and scattered in all directions. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, dust billowed into the air, and from a distance, it was impossible to see what had actually happened. Each terrifying explosion echoed throughout the entire island of Punk Hazard. Even the distant sea surface was shaken by countless waves. Doflamingo, save me! Caesar's desperate cry, like grasping at a last lifeline, echoed from the endless dust cloud. I want to kill you. In this entire new world, who can save you? Edward Newgate's incredibly domineering voice rang out simultaneously, striking fear into everyone's hearts. You can't kill him. A low, rumbling sound, like a late thunderclap, erupted from the dense dust and chaotic rocks. A deafening roar echoed through the air, the dust settled, and a colossal figure appeared in view. An enormous elephant head. The beast pirates are facing a drought. Jack! From a distance, Al-Ain covered her mouth and sighed. Whitebeard, you're alive again. Flap, 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 flap. In midair, a figure clad in crimson, accompanied by a strange, airy laugh, streaked across the sky. The 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. The Heart Pirates, with their large crew, were in a state of unease and trembling. Following Captain Law, they learned more and more about Doflamingo, and the more they knew, the more they realized just how terrifying he was. Doflamingo is secretly planning Whitebeard's resurrection? Trafalgar Law thought to himself, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Doflamingo, this time, Whitebeard will probably give you a huge surprise. It's truly something to look forward to. On the island, I'm safe. Caesar, seeing Doflamingo and Jack the Drought appear simultaneously, instantly showed a look of great joy. Rest. Doflamingo manipulated the small rope suspended above the clouds, causing himself to float in midair. The crimson hagoromo fluttered in the wind as Doflamingo observed the completely transformed Punk Hazard Island below. He couldn't help but chuckle again. He's. Whitebeard, you certainly still have plenty of energy. But Caesar is my prisoner. You can't kill him. Just the two of you. And you think you can stand in my way? Edward Newgate's voice, incredibly domineering, boomed like thunder. When I was conquering the new world, you were still writing essays. What right do you have to stand in my way? Own. Before the words had even fully faded, the swirling, ink-black hockey-infused blade, with its overwhelming power, sliced through the air, breaking the sound barrier, and directly struck Caesar. Caesar's joyful expression instantly turned into horror. Run, run, run. That's right, there's no escaping. Edward Newgate's hockey observed Caesar's every move. His sword strike was unstoppable, cutting through everything in its path. Like a thunderous roar, the sound barely faded before the sword struck. Whoosh! Fresh blood instantly splattered across the sky. Plotting to capture Whitebeard alive, researching the secret resurrection of M. Caesar. Clown, right before Doflamingo and the Drought. Jack's face, struck by the Blade Master's words, was directly cleaved in two, blood gushing out like a storm, a shower of blood filling the sky. Own! The sword fell to the ground. Countless large rocks and mud flew wildly, shooting into the air and sticking to Caesar, splattering crimson blood. Countless rocks and earth, like burning Curida light, filled the sky. Doflamingo didn't have time to react at all. It was too fast. Whitebeard's speed was so incredible that even Doflamingo found it unbelievable. He watched helplessly as Caesar, right in front of him, was cut down. This is a slap in the face. With a fierce slap, he landed it right in Doflamingo's face. Hong! The enormous elephant was suffering from a severe drought. Jack let out a huge yell, his face turning purple with anger. Boom, boom, boom. Jack the Drought roared angrily, his voice echoing through the air like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Whitebeard! You killed Pika! Doflamingo suddenly saw a distant, slanted mass of earth above, the colossal figure of Pika carved into the ground within, the entire massive, tilting mass of earth and rock stained with fresh blood, the blood that had flowed down after Pika was severely wounded by Whitebeard's attack. The entire massive mass is being infiltrated. While Whitebeard was slaying Kadu and Slime, Pika was brutally killed. Seeing this, Doflamingo's eyes flashed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Whitebeard, I will make you pay dearly. Doflamingo is arrogant, rebellious, cruel, inhumane, and cold-hearted. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, but he possesses a kingly demeanor. He absolutely will not tolerate anyone trampling on the members of the Don Quixote family. Even though Doflamingo had realized that Whitebeard was not merely seriously injured and his body shattered, he still harbored murderous intentions towards him. Want to kill me? Just the two of you? I'm afraid you're still far from enough. Edward Newgate swung his sword, striking directly at the drought-stricken land. Jack! The sword's trajectory, the thunderous roar, like a mortar shell, resounded incessantly. Joker. Kill. Doflamingo and the drought. Jack simultaneously moves, aiming to kill Whitebeard. Own. On the ground, tens of thousands of transparent white, tiny threads lined up, forming a wave-like attack resembling a sea of dodo, slashing through everything. Beneath Jack's sword, a surging tide rose, each white wave moving at an incredibly terrifying speed, instantly closing in on the sword. Throughout the entire process, Doflamingo's powerful armament hockey instantly disrupted the small white ripples, turning them into ink black waves. Finally, the hockey-infused, thin, wave-like tendrils wrapped around the blade, forming a massive, distorted wave that aggressively twisted and enveloped the sword's edge. Paramecia System Fruit System Awakening Power. Hockey enhanced and swirling after the big wave. White line. Again. He struggled to bring Whitebeard's incredibly powerful and domineering sword strike to the edge. The sword was drawn in, a drought ensued. Jack, running like a madman, suddenly attacked, the entire area resounding with explosions, as if violently shaking, everything trembling and swaying. Doflamingo and the drought. Jack's combination, it's practically flawless. White. The mighty elephant of the drought. Jack, with those two terrifying fangs on the top of his head that could pierce through anything, ferociously lunged towards Whitebeard. Terrifying fangs, similarly swirling with powerful armament hockey. This is an even more terrifying enhancement of the fangs, possessing the immense force of a mighty elephant's impact, capable of piercing through any object, even incredibly solid steel. It has unstoppable power. A perfect combination. In an instant, everyone in the distance couldn't help but hold their breath. Unexpectedly, a battle suddenly erupted, revealing a scene that enraged even those with blood ties to it. But it was precisely this flawless combination that terrified everyone that caused such a scene to unfold. The situation here is extremely precarious. At this crucial moment, which is causing people to feel breathless with tension, facing an invincible force, encountering the drought, Jack, Edward, and Newgate suddenly extended a hand, reaching towards the elephant, then abruptly pressed down with one hand. Own. In that instant, an extremely terrifying tremor, centered around Whitebeard, surged outwards in all directions. The terrifying tremors in their path shattered everything in their path, and amidst the deafening roar, they were propelled rapidly toward the Earth's crest. Immediately afterwards, countless large houses, made of earth and stone, were blown away, swirling violently through the air. Along with a cloud of dust and debris, it shot upwards in an instant. This is a horrifying picture, a terrifying scene akin to the end of the world. Again, empty-handed. Hold him down. From afar, on the Neo naval warship, the Neo sailors were all stunned. Al-Ain was so shocked that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Zephyr was equally terrified. He had just witnessed Doflamingo unleashing his awakened devil fruit power, wielding his sword with such force, and he couldn't help but worrying about Whitebeard. Now, seeing such a shocking scene, with his hand firmly gripping the powerful elephant, Zephyr couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Numbness. On the other side, the Heart Pirates gasped in shock. Law's eyes widened in shock. He realized he had greatly underestimated Whitebeard's regenerative power. Kia is in a life-or-death situation, yet he's desperately trying to quell the drought. Jack? That sounds absolutely horrifying. Even Doflamingo was startled by the violent earthquake at this moment. Get out of here. In the swirling dust, Edward Newgate grasped the drought with one hand. Jack, with a single fang, spoke in a domineering voice. His hand, which had originally been gripping the sword, also fell into the drought. Jack's other fang advanced. Both hands gripped the fangs. Suddenly, I applied force. Then they encountered that colossal, mountain-like elephant of the drought. Jack, once again, was being lifted up with great difficulty. 6 or 7 meters tall, Edward Newgate, with both hands gripping the mammoth's tusks, directly lifted the mammoth-like creature above his head under a pair of terrified eyes. Let me down. Following that, for the second time, Edward Newgate, with both hands grasping the gigantic drought elephant, suddenly and ferociously threw Jack, who was suspended in midair, towards Doflamingo. Boom, boom, boom. After a moment, Doflamingo was directly hit by the mighty elephant of the drought. Jack sent him flying. This scene was so shocking that everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts race, and their blood pressure spike. Deception. Deceiving people. What kind of terrifying force is this? Only someone capable of doing this could do this. Baishan stared wide-eyed at Kuma's eyes, which were as identical as brass bells, and sighed in fear. Even Kuma couldn't do that on horseback. This scene was incredibly awe-inspiring. Anyone who witnessed it felt their blood boiling and couldn't help but be deeply moved. Again, Jack used the drought as a weapon to blast Doflamingo away. This is just too overpowered. Al-Ain covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief as she sighed, saying that she had imagined Whitebeard to be incredibly powerful, but she never imagined he would be this strong. That scene just now was incredibly dangerous. Doflamingo, having awakened his lineage fruit ability, tightly bound the sword's edge, forming a near-perfect combination with Jack the Drought, launching a surprise attack on Whitebeard. But even in such a perilous and stimulating situation, Whitebeard didn't even frown, instantly reversing the course of the battle, sending Jack the Drought and Doflamingo flying. The crowd was incredibly aggressive and terrified. Edward Newgate gained over 10,000 points of emotional value for the second time, plus the emotional value income from Doflamingo and Caesar, totaling approximately 20,000 points. Enough for 2 small-scale recovery attempts. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, Edward Newgate directly summoned the system, began restoring his body, and, gripping his sword, Doflamingo had been knocked away. The white line had disappeared, strode towards the direction where Doflamingo and Jack the Drought had been sent flying. Doflamingo and Jack the Drought were blasted thousands of meters away, then 2 deafening explosions followed, plunging them into the extreme cold land within the snow-covered mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The snow-capped mountain shook. Huge chunks of ice and snow fell from the peak, emitting terrifying rumbling sounds. Doflamingo struggled to crawl out from the snow and ice, and seeing this scene sent shivers down his spine. If they were ever buried by an avalanche, it would be disastrous. Doflamingo, unable to bear the misery any longer, hastily used both hands to create a series of small white threads that shot straight up into the clouds. He quickly followed the threads and rushed out of the snow-covered mountain. Jack the Drought wasn't so lucky either. Emerging from the ice and snow, he had no wings or plumb lines, so he could only run like mad along the snowy mountainside, spreading his legs. Huge chunks of ice and snow crashed down, tumbling and roaring, pounding Jack the Drought to unbearable pain, causing him to groan in agony, his head cracked and bleeding. Even Doflamingo, suspended in midair, couldn't help but gasp in shock at what he saw. If we don't save him in an instant, I'm afraid he'll be crushed to death by the snow-covered mountain. Doflamingo himself was beaten senseless, and before he could even curse the din Jack the Drought for being such a tough, flesh-eating grenade. With several places on his body bleeding from the blows, he had to endure the pain to rescue Jack the Drought. This made Doflamingo feel like he was going to vomit blood. Own. A massive wave of white energy, composed of tens of thousands of white lines, surged forth from the swirling, roaring ice and snow, engulfing the battered and helpless Jack the Drought, and carrying him along with the white wave, extending him towards the infinite void. Finally, we managed to escape the avalanche safely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Falling into the earth's ice, Doflamingo and Jack the Drought looked at each other, both seeing fear in each other's eyes, along with resentment and hatred. Whitebeard isn't as severely injured and unhealed as we imagined. Even his body, which was originally shattered at Marineford, has been restored to its original state. Doflamingo spoke with a startled expression. The fact that he could be so arrogant, disobedient, cruel, inhumane, and cold-hearted truly revealed the turmoil in his heart at that moment. The drought. Jack was silent, his body covered in wounds, still dripping with dark red blood. Anyone who sees this will feel a tingling sensation on their scalp. This bounty surpasses 1 billion for a super pirate, and even in his enhanced form as a mighty elephant, he was still beaten into this pathetic state. It's truly unbelievable. The drought passed in silence. Jack, with a cold expression, said, "He's coming." The situation has changed. I'll have my subordinates spread the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. Doflamingo took a deep breath, inhaling the slightly cold, metallic scent of blood. After speaking, he immediately took out the hidden phone from under Hagoromo's pink phone and contacted the Don Quixote family. In the New World, known as the nation of passionate emotions and toys, the kingdom of Dressrosa was still buzzing with excitement. Outwardly peaceful, toy-loving people strolled the streets, and the gladiator arena resounded with the noise of the crowd. In the royal palace of the Don Quixote family, many officials were silently waiting for news of their young master, Doflamingo. With Whitebeard resurrected, Pica severely wounded, and the Don Quixote family's officials relinquishing ownership, everyone became tense, and the atmosphere became somewhat somber. Bruce. Dedicated to the Don Quixote family, the phone, complete with sunglasses, rang incessantly. The young master received news so quickly. It seems he's dealt with Whitebeard. Gladius, the Black Peach Army commander, revealed a smile. The Don Quixote family's officers are divided into the Black Peach Army, the Plum Blossom Army, the Cube Army, and a Heart Army that functions like a spy organization. Pica is the highest-ranking officer in the Black Peach Army. Anyway, they lacked a powerful leader. He awakened the line fruit ability. Besides, this time it was a joint effort to combat the drought. It's not surprising that Jack and Whitebeard were killed in such a short time. Diamante, full of confidence, smiled and said, Pica should be fine. Okay, everyone be quiet. Treble waved his hand, and everyone quieted down. He picked up his phone and dialed again. Immediately. According to the second plan, transmit the news of Whitebeard's resurrection to the world government and marine headquarters as quickly as possible. What? At this moment, the many officials of the Don Quixote family who had just been smiling broadly instantly had their expressions change drastically, and their smiles froze on their faces. What does the second option represent? The Don Quixote family is well known among the officials. Their leader is missing. Doflamingo failed to capture Whitebeard, meaning that even with a powerful team like Jack the Drought, they still wouldn't be a match for Whitebeard. Why would that be the case? Gladius, whose head resembled a Super Saiyan form and was now completely stunned. At the moment the phone rang, he was the first to laugh out loud, and at the same time, he was the first to be completely dumbfounded. That's right. Why would that be? The entire Don Quixote family was left speechless with astonishment. Whitebeard's body is completely shattered. Why, even with the young master and Jack the Drought teaming up, there's still no match for him. Unbelievable. What exactly happened? The officers, looking anxiously towards the telephone receiver on Treble's end, waited for Doflamingo to answer. At this moment, let alone the remaining officers, even Treble, who had always been the calmest, was so astonished that his nose was practically gaping open in disbelief. The clothes he was wearing, made of viscous fluid, were gurgling and sneezing along with his fluctuating emotions. Treble gasped for breath. Dofla, what exactly is going on? A group of people held their breath, anxiously waiting for an explanation from the person on the other end of the phone. Whitebeard not only resurrected people, he even used some unknown method to repair them. Jack and I were instantly knocked flying by Whitebeard. The arrogant Doflamingo, speaking with such gravity, made it clear to all the Don Quixote family members that this time, their plan to resurrect Whitebeard had hit a brick wall. Whitebeard, that man, he's back. You must notify the world government and naval headquarters as quickly as possible. Wait for the right moment, then consider whether or not to notify the whole world. Doflamingo was unwilling, truly unwilling. Even at this point, he still held onto a tiny possibility of stealing the secret of resurrection. The world government and naval headquarters have been notified, and they have confirmed that they will be the first to send people to deal with the situation. A man who can bring the dead back to life, a man who can throw the world into chaos. Whitebeard, resurrected. Once this news spreads, the prestige of the other world's government and naval headquarters will be completely shattered. Therefore, they will definitely think of every possible way to conceal the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. And during this process, Doflamingo will have the opportunity to take advantage of it. He will steal the secret of Whitebeard's resurrection. This is a gamble. Doflamingo's ambition drove him to desperation. Coming back from the dead, this chairman has driven countless people crazy. The premise is that the world government believes the story of Whitebeard's resurrection is true. This kind of news is so unbelievable that even if both the underworld and the legitimate worlds completely wiped out Doflamingo, they wouldn't be able to convince the world government to believe it instantly. If there are photos taken with the same phone, it'll be easy. Treble supported Doflamingo's gamble. This is the kind of spirit Dofla should have, even if his opponent is Whitebeard, even if it means snatching food from the tiger's mouth now. Even if it means pulling out the tiger's teeth without a moment's hesitation. That idiot Caesar got chopped up by Whitebeard. We just arrived, and Caesar is dead. Now where am I supposed to go to take pictures with my phone? After Doflamingo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The remaining Don Quixote family officers all felt their hearts pounding, because they knew that this time, the tiger they were going to fight was Whitebeard. A real gamble. Ha ha ha. Diamante, wearing a long-haired hat, was unusually excited. 2 long hairs fluttered on his hat, and his red coat billowed. Diamante raised both hands. Dofla is indeed Dofla, a man of kingly bearing. Taking a gamble, following Doflamingo around, isn't that a gamble too? So the pirate crew wasn't just numerous, they were incredibly powerful. In the end, it was the Don Quixote family who achieved victory. This time, I'm sure I can win the bet. Diamante, as the highest-ranking supporter of the gladiator arena, possessed unparalleled ability to manipulate the atmosphere. The remaining officers, who were originally immersed in fear, were instantly filled with excitement. The Don Quixote family's officers all firmly believed, so what if it's Whitebeard? The Don Quixote family will never be defeated. This is an epic gamble. The Don Quixote family, the officials, were overjoyed. While the Don Quixote family's officers were excited, Doflamingo, on the other hand, was unusually gloomy. Because, in the very short time he was on the phone, Jack the Drought was once again sent flying by Whitebeard's sword, and the crimson blood didn't even splatter onto Doflamingo's face. Pop, pop, pop! Several streams of dark red blood shot directly onto Doflamingo's face. Doflamingo didn't have time to wipe himself clean. In a hurried movement, his hands suddenly revealed to white waves, composed of tens of thousands of white lines resembling ocean waves. In an instant, these waves shot out from beneath his feet, like two shields protecting Doflamingo's body. The pitch-black hockey of armament instantly enveloped the white waves, reinforcing their hardness. Own! In the blink of an eye, a massive, incredibly powerful sword, wielding the ultimate domineering force, flashed down upon the 2 white waves. An extremely terrifying tremor instantly erupted from the sword's blade, radiating outwards in all directions. Whoosh! Even with the white wave protecting Doflamingo, the immense power of that sword strike caused him to instantly spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Following the white wave, Doflamingo swiftly retreated, escaping from the spot. Edward Newgate suddenly exerted force, and the 2 incredibly solid white waves of defense were forcefully cleaved apart by the sword's attack. The T-sword struck the ground, and the frozen earth layer instantly exploded like a durian burst, countless ice blocks several meters apart flying out in a deafening roar. The frozen earth layer also continuously cracked, a terrifying fissure appearing like a crack, the crack extending far into the distance like lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Doflamingo, fleeing far away, gasped for breath, witnessed this scene and felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He was so lucky to have escaped in time, otherwise, that one blow would have left him severely injured, if not dead. Hong! Before the drought was completely cut down, Jack, with a loud roar, burst forth from within the ice and snow. The drought! Jack had soon transformed into human form, his long, disheveled hair cascading down his shoulders. The strands stained a terrifying dark purple blood that had frozen over. He was wearing a coat covered in willow nails, each nail stained with congealed dark purple blood, and fresh blood flowed down along the nails in a seemingly random manner, leaving a shocking trail of blood. The drought! Jack's eyes were bloodshot, filled with terrifying rage. It wasn't that he was weak and therefore crushed by Whitebeard's relentless onslaught, but rather that Whitebeard's attacks were too fast. He had barely narrowly avoided an avalanche, and before he could even catch his breath, Whitebeard's incredibly powerful sword strike had sent him flying. This essentially gave him no chance to prepare at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Heavy breathing echoed, exhaling and inhaling, releasing an intensely thick, blood-like aura, a parched breath. Jack's muscles twitched incessantly, his massive body, each muscle like a serpent wriggling beneath, appearing terrifyingly abnormal. During the time Doflamingo and Whitebeard were fighting, a drought struck. Jack finally found an opportunity to prepare and wait. Joker. The atmosphere was tense with the rising tide of drought. Jack let out a long roar, his ruthless and tyrannical nature disregarding the fresh blood and wounds on his body. He gripped his side-like weapon with both hands. Intense hockey enveloped the sides, making the two black, abyss-like blades appear even more terrifying, brimming with fearsome power. Dong dong dong. The drought was raging. Jack, wielding his twin swords, charged towards Whitebeard, who was battling Doflamingo. With each step, he left a deep footprint in the frozen ground, the footprints stained crimson with fresh blood. This is a bloody path. Own. Tens of thousands of white lines formed a wave-like structure, surging out from beneath Edward Newgate's feet. Each wave, with its treacherous angle, seemed to carry a terrifying, deadly destructive force, capable of binding and annihilating everything. Edward Newgate dodged with a swift movement, then suddenly unleashed a powerful slash with his sword. Just then, chow-choo. Countless white lines, forming ocean waves, surged forth from the ice surface without any warning, swirling upwards. These things have a white, wave-like structure, and the entire thing is swirling with powerful armament hockey. This particular exchange further showcased the clash of observation hockey between Doflamingo and Edward Newgate. In an instant, waves of white light surged, wielding the sword and slashing towards Doflamingo Edward. Newgate's legs were entangled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An extremely terrifying, destructive force, erupting from this place amidst a flurry of white waves, intends to crush Edward Newgate to pieces. Dong, dong, dong. At the same time, a storm of blood followed, leading to the drought. Jack struck, wielding two sides, slashing through the air. Wherever they passed, there was a sharp, thunderous whistling sound, crisscrossing and cutting across Whitebeard. It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. Edward Newgate's sword strike was not yet finished. He seized the opportunity and leapt up, gripping the sword with one hand. He spun it in midair, the blade instantly rotating at high speed. In a flash, a raging storm erupted, the sword like a raging hurricane. As for the frenzied gathering for the drought, Jack, Edward, and Newgate didn't even spare a glance. Hooray! In the blink of an eye, Edward Newgate suddenly threw his sword. Mister! The blade's speed reached its absolute limit, surpassing the speed of sound, leaving a straight vacuum trail in the air. Before the terrifying explosion could even be heard, the blade had already pierced Doflamingo, who was several meters above the ground. No! Doflamingo let out a heart-wrenching scream, a mournful, sharp cry that resonated with countless blizzards, echoing across the distant snow-capped mountains. And at this moment, there was a drought. Jack, wielding a pair of incredibly destructive blades, also stabbed Edward Newgate in the body. What? Just as the twin blades were about to pierce Edward, Newgate's body flickered, and a drought-like phenomenon occurred. Jack's expression changed drastically in an instant. His pupils dilated, and he was instantly terrified because he saw a smile in Whitebeard's eyes. Edward Newgate, that colossal figure hunched over, like a shadow enveloping the drought. Jack Whitebeard, far larger than Jack, only saw Whitebeard's two hands descend from the sky in an instant, subduing Jack. Own. In an instant, an extremely dangerous and terrifying force twisted around Jack. I've reached the pinnacle halfway through my journey, and you juniors can't possibly challenge me. Boom! A terrifying force brought about the drought. Jack, in an extremely exaggerated and domineering manner, ferociously plunged into the ice layer. The drought. Jack dug a huge, deep hole. A resounding crash. Countless ice shards instantly shot out, scattering in all directions. The frozen ground, which had been violently torn apart, now exploded into terrifying fissures that spread far and wide, with countless chunks of ice breaking off and rolling down into the fissures. The explosions continued incessantly. The entire extreme cold land was shaking, seemingly about to collapse, unable to withstand this level of terrifying destructive power. Deep inside the cavern, a drought was raging. Jack was pinned down by Whitebeard with one hand. You little brat! How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? When I was dominating the seas, you weren't even born yet. Edward Newgate raised his other hand high above his head, a powerful punch raining down. This swirling, enhanced armament hockey, followed by a massive fist, descended from the sky like a meteor, carrying terrifying power, directly striking Jack's chest. Sigh. Fresh blood and ice shards instantly splattered like a storm, scattering countless meters into the deep pit, a truly horrifying sight. Jack, beneath the second layer of ice, was shattered and fell, his body gushing with blood like a raging storm. Ah! The drought was unbearable. Jack screamed in agony, then suddenly struggled desperately, his hands tightly gripping Whitebeard's arm. Open for me. Open. Just kidding. Falling into my hands. You're not going to get away so easily. If you want to escape, I'm not a Whitebeard. Edward Newgate clutched the ashes of the drought in both hands. Jack, suddenly emerging from the abyss, raised his hand above his head, then slammed it into the ground. Behave yourself. Boom! Another deep hole was blasted open, sending chunks of ice and debris flying out. Fresh blood mixed with ice and debris was spewing everywhere, a horrifying sight. Bang! Grab it and hit again. Grab it. Smash it again. Edward Newgate grabbed Jack with both hands and with terrifying strength repeatedly slammed him violently into the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless massive blocks of ice are being smashed away, swirling incessantly. Countless ice fragments are being scattered, creating a devastating barrage of debris. Above the frozen land, enormous craters appeared one after another. The entire extreme cold region looked as if it had suffered a doomsday catastrophe, incredibly uneven and terrifying. The fresh blood and ice splattered everywhere, huge chunks of shattered ice flying and bouncing, crashing down with a deafening roar that sent shivers down one's spine. The entire extreme cold land was shaking violently. Terrifying cracks were constantly appearing, and snow-capped mountains were collapsing. It was incredibly shocking. Own. Finally, the drought demon, beaten unconscious, was lifted up by Whitebeard and suddenly thrown towards Doflamingo. The enormous body of the drought demon, Jack, was flung away, tracing a blood-stained trajectory through the air. Stab! Edward Newgate pulled out the two scythes that had been stuck in his body, his face showing not the slightest hint of pain, and even managing a smile. The two scythes didn't injure him at all. Instead, after piercing his flesh, he used his powerful muscles to clamp them down. Otherwise, the scythe would have plunged into him in an instant, a storm of blood. I might not be that critically ill Whitebeard anymore. Edward Newgate, holding a scythe in each hand, suddenly turned towards the drought-stricken man. Jack, throw him away. Choo-choo. The scythe spun through the air at an incredibly terrifying speed, accompanied by deafening explosions, clearly demonstrating just how terrifying the power emanating from it was. Finally, the Jack the Drought, who had just crashed to the ground, was pierced through. If it had been before, when Whitebeard was critically ill, he would have been pierced by the scythe long ago. However, his body has undergone approximately 10 small-scale regeneration processes, and he is now far superior to his former self. Even though Whitebeard was initially critically ill, at the height of the battle, after being stabbed through the body by his son, Great Spider Squard, he was still able to punch a canoe into the ground. One can imagine the incredible power that his body would possess after his recovery. Congratulations, host! You have gained 10,000 points of emotional value. Congratulations, host! You have achieved 19.99 hours of emotional value. Congratulations, host! You have earned 30,000 points of emotional value. The system prompt sounded. Edward Newgate broke into a smile. Doflamingo's phone call finally worked. The New World. A large island. The outermost island, with its towering walls and solid fortifications, conceals a massive cannon barrel. Any invader would undoubtedly face the most terrifying barrage of firepower. The seagull-themed flag, a symbol of the island, flies proudly above. This island, guarded by soldiers with strict discipline, is the very place where the naval headquarters was built in the New World during the height of the war. In the name of absolute justice, where evil is pursued, the world government's new naval base is considered the island symbolizing peace during the Great Pirate Era. Boom! A tremendous bang shattered the island's silence, causing the naval officers on duty to involuntarily look up, their gazes directed towards the Admiral's office. In the Marshal's office, the current Marshal, Akenu, held an exploded cell phone in his hand, and beside him, a desk had shattered into pieces and fallen to the ground. Akenu's face darkened, veins bulging. Who spread this nonsense? How could Whitebeard still be alive? Idiot! Bruce! Akenu's veins bulged as he crushed one duplicate phone, While another duplicate phone rang incessantly, it was the same duplicate phone from the highest level of the world government, including their dedicated duplicate phone. "What are you doing?" Akainu, his face full of displeasure, picked up the phone again, his expression unchanged, and said, "What's the matter?" "Sakazuki, since you took on the role of marshal, you've become increasingly arrogant. You even dared to smash the phone. Are you planning to ignore our calls?" From the other end of the phone came the voice of an old man, almost roaring, clearly quite dissatisfied with Akainu's performance. This was the voice of one of the 5 elders. Akainu removed the hood from his head, his voice filled with displeasure. "You're having someone monitor me. I'm the Marine Headquarters Admiral, and you're having someone monitor me." The moment Akainu crashed the phone, the 5 elders in Mariageville, far away on the red line, knew about it. There was no need to think twice. They all knew the subtle implications. Someone was monitoring Akainu. "Do we need to monitor you? Are you planning to deceive us in some way?" "Let me tell you, Sakazuki, don't assume those 4 people all nominated you as the marshal. I've always held a dissenting opinion." Akainu called the 5 elders, who were the only 5 members of the 5 elders who consistently opposed Akainu and never treated him well. This was what angered Akainu the most. As for the supervisor, this newly appointed marshal, both sides held a different opinion, neither acknowledging the other's position. "Okay." The voice of another of the 5 elders came from the other end of the phone. The voice was serious, yet contained no hint of reproach or blame towards Akainu. "We just received some unexpected news. Sakazuki, go investigate it yourself and see if it's true or false." HMPH, Akainu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Having his marshal personally investigate a piece of information was truly an insult to him as a marshal. However, Akainu didn't explicitly state it, instead asking, "You wouldn't have received such idiotic news as Whitebeard's resurrection, would you?" The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said, "It seems you've received the same news. Coming back to life, whether it's true or false, you need to go there yourself. Investigate it and find out what's really going on. After all, you're in the New World, not far from Punk Hazard mentioned in the news." The 5 elder stars said it was resurrection from the dead, not Whitebeard's resurrection. Akainu noticed this one point. Akainu, acting with absolute righteousness, clearly knew that the 5 elders' attention wasn't focused on Whitebeard himself, but rather on whether the news of his resurrection was true or false. Akainu noticed that it was indeed the name Whitebeard. This greatly displeased Akainu. Suppressing his temper, he said in a low voice, "I'll investigate a little. Rest assured. However, I can assure you that such news is absolutely baseless. Whitebeard died a year ago, and even the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates have been killed by Blackbeard Teach, with more than half of them wiped out." Collapse. Before Akainu could even finish his last word, the phone call was cut off. Damn it. Akainu smashed a desk to pieces with a single slap, telling the person who was following him, and even making him, the high-ranking Marine Headquarters Admiral, personally investigate the matter to ensure there was no misinformation of unknown veracity. How outrageous! Anyway, this is the world of the Supreme Government, and Akainu, with nowhere to vent his anger, could only direct his fury at Whitebeard. Hateful Whitebeard! Even in death, he won't rest in peace. He still dares to stir up trouble here. I don't know which idiot leaked the information to me, and also informed the 5 elders. Are you suggesting I go investigate the news myself? No way. It's not like I'm going to capture Whitebeard. It's just that without any news, they want me to go there myself. Does Whitebeard's death really hold such great importance? How ridiculous. If I have to go, where will I put my face? Akainu, furious, immediately called Admiral Borsellino Kizaru on the phone. Oh my, what's going on? You're so angry. The phone rang on the other end, Kizaru's slow voice coming through. He wanted to live a different life, but his path was different from Akainu's. Borsellino, go to Punk Hazard and see if anything major has happened. Akainu, suppressing his anger, said that ever since Kizaru became Admiral, he had come to realize that Kizaru was completely the kind of incompetent admiral, and according to Akainu's definition, he truly disgraced the title of admiral. Akainu simply had a shortage of capable subordinates. The newly appointed Admiral Fujitora Eisho and Ryokugyu basically showed him no respect, and apart from Kizaru, he didn't even have a single person to stand up to him. Oh haha, I happen to be nearby. I'll go for a visit then. Kizaru was too lazy to even ask the reason, simply agreeing directly. During this chaotic period in the New World, even the usually lazy Kizaru was busy, complaining, since Whitebeard's death, there hasn't been a single day of peace. Whitebeard is resurrected. Akainu doesn't fight, he just says one thing and does another. What? Kizaru, on the other end of the phone, was startled, thinking he'd misheard. He quickly adjusted his sunglasses. What kind of joke is this? I was just complaining, Marshall. You don't need to scare me like that. Just received news that Whitebeard has been resurrected and appeared on Punk Hazard Island. The news wasn't just relayed to me. It was also sent to the highest levels of the world government. Akainu blurted it all out in one breath. This time I'm sending you to Punk Hazard Island to verify whether this information is true or not. The news has reached the 5 elders. For a moment, Kizaru was stunned. He had only been joking, and he certainly didn't want to face Whitebeard a second time. I'll go over and take a look. Finally, Kizaru managed to suppress his inner fear, finished speaking, and hung up the phone. It wasn't until much later that Kizaru, his heart still pounding, reluctantly calmed down. He quickly rushed towards Punk Hazard Island. The Flash Fruit's ability gave him incredible speed, and he should be able to reach Punk Hazard in no time. Akainu's office, sincerely directed. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Akainu frowned, already annoyed that no one dared to knock. Before Akainu could open the door, it was pushed open. This was truly a blatant disregard for his status as a marshal. Akainu, who was about to erupt in anger, was taken aback when he saw who had arrived. The person who arrived was none other than Sengoku, the former admiral of the Marine headquarters and the Marine's first advisor. Ignoring Akainu's unusual expression, Sengoku immediately relayed the news. Sakazuki, Garp, and I just received news that Whitebeard has been resurrected. That's right, Sakazuki. Sengoku and I are preparing to go to Punk Hazard Island, the location we heard about, to investigate the results. Garp picked his nose and casually plopped down on the chair that Admiral Akainu had placed there. This made Akainu very uncomfortable. Sengoku and Garp clearly showed no respect for him, the fleet admiral, especially Garp. In Akainu's heart, Garp definitely harbored resentment for him killing Ace, so ever since Akainu took on the role of fleet admiral, Garp had never received any orders from him. But even now, sitting in his marshal's robes, his tone of voice completely lacked any hint of superior reporting to a subordinate. This made Akainu extremely annoyed. You've made your decision, so go ahead. Akainu wasn't present at the scene. He clearly saw that Garp and Sengoku weren't there to report anything, but merely to make an announcement. Akainu didn't expect that those teleportations wouldn't just send him and the 5 elders, but even Sengoku and Garp would be notified. It seems this time there really is something strange going on. How many people did it end up being passed on to? Whitebeard is brought back to life. Even if this news is false, it will likely cause quite a stir. I've gained approximately over 80,000 points of emotional value. Edward Newgate reaped abundant rewards. This battle could be said to have only gotten stronger with each blow. His body was constantly recovering, steadily progressing towards its peak. Originally on the verge of needing to be on life support, he now fought without even gasping for breath. System, perform 6 more small-scale recovery sessions. Okay, host. 80,000 points of emotional value are being deducted. It's not just fear and hatred that bring income-generating emotions. Even curiosity and surprise can generate income-generating emotions. Akainu and his group clearly provide the latter type of income-generating emotion. Edward Newgate's body was constantly recovering. The wrinkles on his forehead were gradually disappearing, and the muscles on his massive frame were bulging. His original rough, old skin, reminiscent of Madara's Mark of the Demon, had now completely transformed into a wheat-colored complexion. Tap, tap, tap. Edward Newgate trudged through the snow and ice, heading towards the drought-ravaged area. Jack, arriving later, found only the blood-soaked, dying remnants of the drought. Jack couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. Doflamingo, you want to escape into the laboratory. After Doflamingo's sword pierced his body, he pulled it out and fled. Gurgle, gurgle. The drought was devastating. Jack still wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, he was too severely injured. Edward Newgate had brutally beaten him dozens of times, and then a scythe had pierced his vital organs. If it weren't for his tenacious will to survive, he would have surely perished long ago. You've been abandoned by your comrades. Edward Newgate lazily ignored the drought. Jack, because two scythes had pierced his vital organs, even the most rigorous healing from the god of death in this world couldn't prolong his life. He was certain to die. I hate those who abandon their comrades the most. So, rest assured and die. Edward Newgate was a man of two worlds. The people he hated most were betrayal and abandonment. I will bring Doflamingo, and we'll travel together. It was easy to find the hiding place in the snow-covered mountains below the main gate of the laboratory. This was originally Vegapunk's laboratory, but because Caesar used poisonous gas to create a massive explosion, it eventually became Caesar's personal laboratory. Behind Caesar, the main boss, is Doflamingo, and he naturally knows how to open the door. Doflamingo was pierced by a sword, narrowly missing a vital organ. He was incredibly lucky to survive. And while Jack and Edward Newgate were fighting during the drought, Doflamingo, his body covered in blood, escaped into the laboratory. Open it for me. Edward Newgate suddenly raised his sword, then abruptly swung it, the blade roaring as it ferociously struck the incredibly sturdy steel door. Own! With a single swing of his sword, he struck the sturdy iron door, and at that critical moment, boom! A deafening explosion, like a cannonball exploding, rang out. A huge bullet, aimed at the main gate like a sword, struggled to deflect it. At the same time, another huge bullet, in an instant, shot straight towards Edward Newgate. HMPH. Edward Newgate snorted coldly, leaning his body to the side, anticipating the bullet. With his powerful observation hockey, how could he possibly let the sniper hit its target? Thump, thump, thump. For consecutive blows, like shadows following each other, a form of sneak attack. Edward Newgate swung his sword with unbelievable speed, cutting through all four powerful projectiles without exception. Brother Snowman, you really think of yourself as an invincible snow mountain assassin. Edward Newgate's body trembled, his extremely powerful swordsmanship refined, and a terrifyingly powerful slash was instantly unleashed. Mister! The slash left a terrifying trail wherever it passed. Own! Almost instantly, a massive snow-capped mountain was directly cleaved in two. A single, enormous snow-capped mountain was sliced straight across from the middle of its slope. Boom, boom, boom. The immense ice and snow, in an instant, surged and roared, and the snow-capped mountain almost collapsed in a flash. From the snow-covered mountains, to agonizing screams echoed, followed by to colossal mink tribe members, as tall as giants, struggling to escape from the collapsed snow-covered peaks. At this moment, their bodies were all covered in bright red blood. These were Caesar's subordinates, the Snow Mountain Snipers. Their bodies were as massive as giants, their footprints larger than those of ordinary people, yet they could traverse the snow-covered mountains without making a sound. They carried out assassination missions without fail, never missing a single one. Each mission was completed flawlessly, and the number of pirates they had ambushed was countless. They earned the nickname Snow Mountain Assassins. In the snowy mountains, they were invincible, omnipresent, the silent kings of stealthy ambushes. This time, they received orders from Doflamingo to assassinate Whitebeard. Promised an exorbitant fee. It was possible, but they didn't think twice. A sneak attack, however, not only failed to inflict any damage on Whitebeard, but instead, both of them were simultaneously wounded by a single slash, their blood gushing out. Thump. The two men burst out from the snow-covered Yamanaka, swiftly fleeing towards another distant snow-capped mountain. The snow-covered mountain was their safe haven, and as they ran frantically, their large sniper rifles were aimed at Whitebeard, ready to launch a surprise attack. Facing the howling bullets, Whitebeard didn't even glance at them. His sword, like a growing dragon, suddenly unleashed a powerful slash. This sword strike was like lightning, unleashed in an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A strike like a flash of lightning, delivered in a split second, surpassed all speed. Impossible! The Snow Mountain assassin brothers simultaneously let out a cry, and both of them ran like mad, a chill running down their spines, a terrifying sense of impending death enveloping them. Whoosh! This attack was as fast as lightning, as if it had anticipated the Snow Mountain brothers' actions. Even though the two tried to dodge and flee without the slightest exception, both were directly struck down and killed. This is impossible. The assassins of the Snow Mountain never failed. Even at the moment of death, they couldn't believe it was real. How silently and stealthily they were targeted. Observation hockey is terrifying. Any attempt at being silent or undetectable is a complete waste of effort. Open it for me. Edward Newgate remained unmoved, raising his sword high, and struck the steel door a second time. Boom, boom, boom. With unparalleled force, the sword slashed through the sturdy steel door. The entire mountain was shaking, and countless large rocks were falling from the slopes. Edward Newgate walked into the research facility, and as soon as he entered the building, armed guards blocked his way. Do you think a bunch of lowlifes and worthless dogs can stop me? Edward Newgate didn't waste any words. With a 6-meter-long sword in his hand, he suddenly swung it, and in an instant, the entire space was filled with howling whines. The blade's whistling sound was terrifying. Each swirling vortex of energy, like a long, chaotic dance, carried a fearsome killing force, roaring incessantly. In the blink of an eye, an estimated 100 men were all cut down. The swirling vortex roared, tearing this group of people apart and killing them. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed without mercy. Furthermore, in the eyes of this group of people, they were all participants in human infant experiments. Killing infants, trafficking children, and killing them is a heinous crime. Edward Newgate strode through the massive research facility's corridors, launching a swift, surprise attack. Doflamingo secretly dreams of Whitebeard's resurrection. How could he possibly let him escape? Very quickly, two forks in the path appeared before them, both branches of the road flowing with large amounts of fresh blood. This was Doflamingo's masterpiece. Using the power of the Tuyan fruit to control another person and make them produce the same bleeding marks as yourself, in order to deceive public opinion, Edward Newgate chuckled. Others might have been fooled, but as a time traveler, he certainly wouldn't be. The entire vast research institute, all its shortcuts, led to the same place. This was also Doflamingo's purpose in sneaking into the research facility this time. Biscuit Room. We may not have left behind any hidden dangers in our habits. When mowing the lawn, you must remove the roots. Doflamingo. No one can save you. Compared to sea level, the red line is many meters higher. Like a continent stained red with fresh blood, a majestic and noble fortress, untouched by human footsteps, looms high above. This is the world of the celestial dragon nobility in the city, known as the sacred land of Muriajua. Within the sacred grounds of Muriajua stands a magnificent and majestic castle guarded by solemn guardians. The top echelons of the world government, the 5 elders, are currently in a meeting room discussing news of Whitebeard's resurrection. The resurrection of Whitebeard, that's beyond ordinary news. In my opinion, it's definitely just nonsense. One of the bald-headed 5 elders spoke up, saying he couldn't believe it was true. How could the man they had killed, after expending so much of their energy and subordinates, possibly come back to life? This must be a prank. No. On the contrary, I think it's possible. The 5 elders, dressed in a black suit, pondered his white beard. Experienced messengers wouldn't resort to such boring jokes. Embracing the great demon Slayer, one of the 5 elders, who had been silently observing, coldly spoke. I believe it would be best if Whitebeard were resurrected, brought back from the dead. This is a great secret. If Whitebeard is resurrected, we should capture him alive and let Vegapunk study him. Perhaps we can completely uncover the secret of resurrection, and the 5 of us will have a chance to achieve immortality, eternal life and immortality. Upon hearing that one word for a moment, the 5 elders, whose hearts had been cold and indifferent for countless years, couldn't help but be moved. Initially, the Navy headquarters spared no expense, spending a massive sum of 5 billion to acquire a single surgical fruit. But it was precisely because of the surgical fruit's ability to perform surgery without aging that they were after its power. A single surgical procedure costing such a high price. Can only be imagined that the secret of bringing the dead back to life would absolutely drive the 5 elders into a frenzy. Sakazuki seems a little resentful of the 5 of us guarding him. Another 5 elder changed the subject, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction with Akainu and his persistent disagreement with the other 4 elders' recommendation of Akainu as admiral. I think he definitely won't follow our orders and will go to Punk Hazard himself. If Sakazuki can't get help, Then let Cypher handle it. Another of the 5 elder stars had a glint of fanaticism in his eyes. Bringing the dead back to life, using any means necessary, was worth it. Even if it was fake news, he wouldn't hesitate. CypherPol, the world government's highest-level secret intelligence agency, is the top echelon of CP1 to CP8. Call it CPO for short. Not only did the Admiral of the Navy personally order the investigation, but he also directly utilized the CP organization. One can imagine the immense determination the 5 elders must have put into investigating the Whitebeard resurrection news. If Whitebeard is truly resurrected, then, before the whole world knows this shocking news, we must capture Whitebeard alive. The great demon, having severed the 5 elders, spoke again, calmly and composedly otherwise, when the news of Whitebeard's resurrection spreads throughout the world. Countless people will covet this secret. Kyo should just let them go. The kingdom of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family, after a series of maneuvers, finally relayed the news of Whitebeard's resurrection to the world government and the Marine headquarters. And a group of Don Quixote family officials finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's just quietly wait for good news from the young master. AORA.G struck an Ultraman pose, a standard G sign, G. This time, the young master is making a bet, and he's definitely going to win as always. After a terrifying ordeal, Treble, now with a runny nose, muttered, "Dafla is a man of kingly bearing. How could he possibly fail? He's never failed to get what he desires." Dressrosa was like that, and this time, Whitebeard's resurrection will be the same. A group of Don Quixote family officials, brimming with fervent enthusiasm, had, 9 years prior, followed Doflamingo, and with overwhelming force, in a single night, wiped out the king's army and the gladiators' swordsmen, easily slaying them all and effortlessly recapturing the kingdom of Dressrosa. In their view, this time, even facing Whitebeard, it would at most be a slightly tricky situation, and ultimately, their young master would definitely achieve victory. Meanwhile, on Punk Hazard Island, at the research facility where Doflamingo was, a confident smile had also been restored. Surrounding Doflamingo were children of varying sizes, like giants. Some were normal-sized infants, others were still in the womb. At this moment, all these children surrounded Doflamingo, giving him the appearance of a protective lieutenant. Own. An incredibly powerful aura, like a raging flood, swept in. Edward Newgate, a tall figure, emerged from the dust, his sword pointed at Doflamingo. "You're not planning on using these kids as a shield, are you?" "Whitebeard, it seems you also know that these children have all been infected with parasitic lines planted by me." Flap, 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 flap. Doflamingo grinned, licking his lips. Inwardly he was incredibly nervous, but also incredibly excited. This is a gamble, a colossal gamble. Win and possess immortality. Defeated, their bodies perished, their existence ceased. The more this happened, the more excited Doflamingo became. A group of poor children, under the evil control of Doflamingo's parasitic host, yawned and whimpered as they ran towards Edward Newgate. Flap, 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 flap. "Whitebeard, how could you bear to harm these innocent children? They're only a few years old. Look, there's even one still in the womb. How pitiful these children are. Do you want to save them?" Doflamingo grinned like a madman. His hands, covered in evil, were constantly moving in the air, and countless tiny threads, invisible to the naked eye, connected all the children. Under the wicked manipulation of Doflamingo, the children each stretched out their arms, making squeezing motions, and ran towards Whitebeard. Doflamingo had several children tied to him, his sunglasses concealing a smile in his eyes. He was incredibly confident, certain that given Whitebeard's character, he would never harm these children, which is why he was using them. Doflamingo walked up to the 8-character mansion, wearing 9-part trousers and pointed shoes, highlighting the dignified crimson Hagoromo outfit, making Doflamingo look like a minor gang leader, extremely imposing, radiating confidence, a slight curve forming on his lips. Edward Newgate, with so many ignorant children. What do you intend to do with them? Doflamingo, you're overestimating your own line fruit abilities. Own. Edward Newgate had barely finished speaking when an incredibly powerful Conqueror's Haki erupted from him. An unparalleled Conqueror's Haki, like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, swept through the entire research facility with unparalleled force. Mister. In the blink of an eye, Everyone who had rushed towards the child collapsed to the ground, unconscious. That's truly cruel. Doflamingo adjusted his slightly shattered sunglasses, his face full of regret as he spoke. Those unaware of the truth would surely mistake him for a savior. Conqueror's hockey, which doesn't distinguish friend from foe, will only harm these children. Doflamingo. That's because your control over Conqueror's hockey is too poor. Edward Newgate chuckled, his crescent-shaped Whitebeard smirking, incredibly confident. Let you experience firsthand what true, naturally controlled Conqueror's hockey really is. Own. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful surge of Conqueror's hockey, like a sharp sword, shot straight towards Doflamingo. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air vibrated intensely, and an overwhelming, all-encompassing wave of Conqueror's hockey surged forth. Doflamingo's Conqueror's hockey also erupted accordingly. This is Conqueror's hockey clash. Like two invisible currents clashing and colliding in the air. The next second, Doflamingo, who had been hiding behind sunglasses and squinting, instantly widened his eyes to be even bigger than a hammer, filled with terror. Edward Newgate's Conqueror's hockey, almost overwhelmingly crushing everything in its path, reached its peak. Crackling sounds. Doflamingo felt like a thunderclap was exploding in his head, his ears were ringing, his vision was blurry, and he felt dizzy and his head was about to split open in agony. In that instant, Doflamingo felt, for the first time in his life, lose control of the white line. He possesses Conqueror's hockey, so how could he possibly be a match for Whitebeard, the ruler of the New World? Moreover, Whitebeard, now blessed with a system of enhancements after his resurrection, exudes a powerful aura, capable of cutting through any obstacle, and his Conqueror's hockey has been subtly enhanced. The two hockey users clashed below, and the victor was decided in an instant. Even with his kingly demeanor, Doflamingo was nearly overwhelmed and fainted, even losing control of his own body for a moment. In that very instant, the blade erupted with a dazzling flash of cold light, and with a loud clang, it pierced through the air, striking directly at Doflamingo. Being pierced through like that by a single sword strike is absolutely a death sentence. No, no, no. Doflamingo, driven by his strong survival instinct, unleashed a powerful surge of strength, forcibly suppressing his splitting headache, and grabbed the two large children beside him, shielding them with his body. Seeing the unparalleled and terrifying power of the blade, it immediately wanted to impale Doflamingo along with the two children inside in an instant. The situation here is extremely precarious. Edward Newgate suddenly grabbed the hilt of his sword, wielding it with terrifying destructive force, and managed to stop it less than half a meter in front of the child. But this isn't over yet. It was slow to say, but happened very quickly, almost as if he was about to grab Doflamingo in a sword fight. At the same time, Edward Newgate's other hand, like a fan, suddenly appeared and directly grabbed Doflamingo. Doflamingo, your time has come. You participated in the battle at the summit. I will find each and every one of them and settle the score. The kingdom of Dressrosa. Dofla's phone is unreachable. Treble, hunched over, dropped the telephone from his hand, his other hand holding a piece of paper with a life certificate on it. His scraggly beard twitched, opening and closing, and two streams of snot trickled down his nose. A smiling face, like a blooming chrysanthemum, hung on his arm. The word despicable cannot adequately describe the extent of his depravity at this moment, but the group of Don Quixote family officials listened with unusual attentiveness. With Doflamingo absent, Treble was the highest-ranking officer, and all plans had to be executed according to his instructions. In fact, it was Doflamingo who was also single-handedly supported by Treble, including the string fruit, which Treble also gave him. The young master must have succeeded, right? That's right. Judging by the time and distance since the young master's last phone call, quite a bit of time has passed. Surely the world government and Navy headquarters personnel must have arrived at Punk Hazard Island. Judging by appearances, the young master must have succeeded. Even as he held up the two long, flattering feathers of Diamante, a smile still shone on his face. Dofla's bet on this match. He'll definitely win. Perfect. Victory is like the dawn waving in the direction the Don Quixote family beckons. Whitebeard's miraculous resurrection, and now he's become our young master's wedding dress. Ha ha. Thinking about it still makes me a little excited. That's right, the young master is truly wise and brilliant, planning everything perfectly. Even if it were Whitebeard, so what? A person who has already died once, when faced with a young master of superior intellect, would only die again. Should we hold a grand banquet? The whole nation is cheering and celebrating the great young master's banquet. A group of officials, all laughing, indicated their desire to hold a banquet to celebrate this momentous occasion. Treble's skill level was exceptional, not inferior to any high-ranking official. He had personally nurtured and supported Doflamingo, who had killed the Yonko Whitebeard and stolen the secret of resurrection from him. This sense of accomplishment was truly exhilarating. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Treble was completely stunned, because the paper life in his hand was quickly buried in an extremely short period of time. No, 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 no. Dofla. Treble could no longer manage a smile. His face was as pale as a frost-covered eggplant wrinkled to an extreme degree, and in his hands he held a small piece of paper, half-burned, that contained the life force of a child. Treble cried out in agony, "No! It won't be like this. This piece of paper, this life-saving document, belongs solely to Doflamingo himself. Paper Life, a special item used by pirates worldwide, is crafted by professional artisans and is linked to the life force of a designated individual. Once that individual's life force diminishes, the paper life will burn, beginning to disintegrate. If the paper life is completely burned, it signifies the death of that person." At this moment, Treble, holding the life-saving paper belonging to Doflamingo, had already burned 2/3 of its life force. This only lasts for a few breaths. No, no, no. Dofla. What on earth happened? Treble was utterly shocked and terrified. He was completely distraught, his demeanor tense. In his entire life, he had never been so panicked and distraught. Whatever feeling of accomplishment was heightened at this moment. As the paper life force continued to burn rapidly, everything was utterly reduced to nothingness. Young Master! A group of Don Quixote family officials, their smiles frozen on their faces, were all wide-eyed with terror, staring intently at the life-saving paper in Treble's palm. Dofla! This can't be true. He was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Diamante's long hair on the top of his head twitched in shock, while the remaining hair, which had been tilted to one side, hung down unnoticed. He was completely absorbed and intensely focused on that piece of paper, the life force that represented Doflamingo's rapidly fading life. A moment before, laughter and chatter filled the air, preparing for a celebration of the Don Quixote family. At this moment, every smile on their faces froze instantly. The more they all revealed their terror, the more panicked and distraught they became. No, no, absolutely not. Treble trembled all over, his face filled with fear as he cried out, carefully holding the life-saving paper in his hands, terrified that he might accidentally damage it. Kia, that little Jang's paper life symbol, is still burning, and only a quarter remains. Are not. The Don Quixote family and their officials all cried out in anguish. They were terrified, frightened, astonished, uneasy, troubled, and in pain all negative emotions surged forth. Perhaps the paper life is still burning. Diamante clenched her fists so tightly her fingernails digging into her palms, drawing fresh blood, yet she didn't notice at all. Gladius, his head reeling from the explosion, was now trembling all over, his voice shaking as he spoke. No, 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 no. The young master won't die. Don't talk, Treble sternly shouted, his demeanor unusually tense, fearing that anyone nearby speaking would accelerate the burning of the paper life. Actually, no matter how much you blow on it, it won't affect the paper life. But this Cetobor was still incredibly anxious. A group of Don Quixote family officials, staring intently at the paper life token, didn't dare to breathe loudly. My inner self is tormented by these feelings. Ultimately, when the paper life force was reduced to only 1/5 of its original duration, the burning stopped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each heavy breath revealed the intense emotional state of the Don Quixote family members who had just experienced something so nerve-wracking. Having just experienced the milk poison, everyone was too afraid to utter another word, fearing that a single mention of the milk poison would lead to their young master's death. Recalling those events, all the members of the Don Quixote family felt as if they had just experienced a hellish torment. No one dared mention anything about a celebratory feast, not even Whitebeard. That name alone, he didn't dare bring it up again. What about gambling? What about resurrection? No one dared utter another word. Trouble wiped a little cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. He won't die immediately. Everything will be fine. Whitebeard. That man, that name. That's terrifying. Even those far away in the kingdom of Dressrosa were similarly terrified by Whitebeard's actions. At this moment, the only thing worth celebrating among the Don Quixote family officials was that Doflamingo was still alive. All personnel, get ready. Immediately board the pirate ship and head to Punk Hazard. Help! Dofla. On Punk Hazard Island, within the research facility, Doflamingo Edward Newgate, who was receiving a massive amount of emotional value as a baptism, couldn't help but exclaim, "So beating people can yield even more emotional value." Having been struck so hard that he didn't want to live anymore, Doflamingo saw Whitebeard's eyes light up, and in that instant, a shiver ran down his spine, filling him with even more terror. Before, he had sparred with Whitebeard using Conqueror's Hockey, but the result was that Whitebeard's overwhelmingly powerful Conqueror's Hockey stunned him, rendering him unable to use Observation Hockey for a moment. Then, Whitebeard used a feint attack, ultimately leading him to fall into Whitebeard's grasp. Those who followed were immediately subjected to Whitebeard's furious hammering, nearly turning them into muggles. Who knew that after being punched and turned into a muggle? Whitebeard stared at me, his eyes suddenly shining brightly. Doflamingo couldn't help but tremble with fear, unable to figure out what Whitebeard was up to. Stab! Doflamingo's response was a single sword strike, deflecting one of his fingers. Having his finger forcibly severed, Doflamingo was in so much pain he nearly fainted. Fear, panic, and resentment surged within him. On the distant island of Dressrosa, as boats were being prepared to rescue Treble and his group, they saw that the paper life-saving talisman had burned down a small area. In an instant, their expressions changed drastically, and fear once again appeared on their faces. Congratulations, host! You have gained 999 hours of emotional value. Congratulations, host! You have achieved 1999 hours of emotional value. Tormenting Doflamingo can indeed yield even more romantic value. Edward Newgate speculated that the first hint must have originated from Doflamingo himself, and the second must have come from a member of the Don Quixote family. This parasitic, toy-like thing, I really don't want to see it again. It almost harmed an innocent little friend just now. Edward Newgate, holding a sword in one hand, casually found a reason to torment Doflamingo, revealing a butcher-like smile. I truly hate your parasitic fruit ability. As he spoke, he used a finger to strike Doflamingo. In the distance, Dressrosa, after finally seeing the paper life stop burning, Treble and his group breathed a sigh of relief, only to be startled again and become tense once more. Edward Newgate reaped emotional value for the second time in a row. Whitebeard. Kill me. Doflamingo's sunglasses were shattered, cold sweat still clinging to his face. Having had two fingers cut off repeatedly, he was in unbearable pain. Losing his fingers meant losing his string fruit ability. Ha ha ha, Doflamingo's face was already contorted beyond recognition, his laughter a sinister grin, as if seeking liberation before death. To be killed by Whitebeard. It's not a disgrace that surpasses my noble status. I'm afraid you'll die of illness if I don't sharpen your finger. Edward Newgate ignored Doflamingo, instead spouting nonsense with a serious expression. Not caring whether Doflamingo would agree or not, he gripped the knife, aimed it at one of the man's fingers, and brought it down with a single stroke. The truth proves that cutting off fingers can actually be addictive. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes darkened instantly. He wasn't in excruciating pain, but he was nearly driven to death by those words. He simply couldn't understand why Whitebeard, with his unrestrained hockey, would have such a meticulously fearful moment. This was Whitebeard, but this was clearly a demonic butcher. Congratulations, host! You have gained 6,666 emotional value. Congratulations, host! You have gained 16,666 sentiment points. Raising his hand to strike down, Doflamingo writhed in agony, another finger missing. Before Doflamingo fell into a coma, he vaguely heard Whitebeard muttering to himself, "Not bad, not bad. I like this feeling. After cutting off 10 fingers, I can still cut flesh. After cutting off flesh, I can even cut the bones." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes darkened, and he completely fainted. Anchored near the Trafalgar coast, Law of the Heart Pirates. Captain Whitebeard. With his fur ruffled back and a sorrowful expression, Whitebeard said, Doflamingo and Kado are teaming up against Whitebeard. What's the current situation of the battle? Originally, Whitebeard and his companions could see the battle from the flames, but after the three of them fought their way into the extreme cold land, they could no longer see it. Therefore, even now, they still don't know the specific details of the battle. Oh, who are you talking about? Just then, a yellow beam of light flashed by in an instant, followed by Kizaru, dressed in a yellow striped suit and wearing sunglasses, appearing on the Heart Pirates ship. Navy Headquarters Admiral Kizaru. In an instant, the Heart Pirates, who were in the area, were all thrown into a panic, their faces turning pale, each one displaying extreme tension. Even Trafalgar Law's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Kizaru to find his ship. Coincidentally, Kizaru himself was on a mission not far from Punk Hazard Island. After receiving Akanu's notification, he used his flash fruit ability to increase his speed and flight, and happened to encounter the Heart Pirates on the coast. We said nothing. Clearly, the Ming tribe members, waving their hands in alarm, knew exactly how terrifying the Marine Headquarters admirals were. Seeing Kizaru, they were so frightened that all their white hairs stood on end. No, I think I heard you talking, Whitebeard. Kizaru took off his sunglasses, revealing a lazy, disdainful, aged face, a face that seemed to be asking for a beating. However, no one present dared to think such a thing. After all, this was Kizaru, a Marine Headquarters admiral with the Logia-type flash fruit ability. When Kizaru first received Akanu's phone call and heard the five elders' orders, he felt that Whitebeard's resurrection might be true. However, along the way, Kizaru thought a lot about it and eventually stopped believing in the baseless idea of Whitebeard's resurrection. Seriously, how could someone be resurrected a year after dying? Even if he were Whitebeard, he couldn't possibly do it. Kizaru was absolutely certain of this point, so he currently didn't believe the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. He considered the Heart Pirates' discussion of it a joke for now. Whitebeard has truly been resurrected. Trafalgar Law's body tensed. He knew he had no chance of winning against Kizaru and could only prepare to flee for his life. I'm telling you the truth. Whitebeard is on this island right now. Trafalgar Law, do you think I'll believe what you say? Kizaru, with a completely nonchalant and lazy expression, simply wouldn't believe a pirate who said, "You're trying to use Whitebeard to distract me and then escape." Whitebeard has truly been resurrected. Bai Xiang, with his eyes full of attention, said, "We witnessed Whitebeard's resurrection with our own eyes, and his epic battle with Doflamingo and Jack the Drought. Whitebeard has truly been resurrected. We have no reason to deceive you. Besides, Whitebeard is on this island right now. You can go and see for yourself. Whitebeard, he really has been resurrected." A group of Heart Pirates members, each speaking in a hurried voice. Huh? Are you also going to say that Whitebeard not only resurrected, but also possesses unstoppable power, crushing all his opponents? Kizaru scoffed. Are you trying to mock me? If Whitebeard can be resurrected, then I can too. The anti-corruption ape was skeptical, even though he saw Punk Hazard Island completely destroyed beyond recognition. However, there were countless pirates in the world capable of destroying an entire island. That's right. Whitebeard not only resurrected, but his body has also become perfectly intact. All the wounds he sustained during the Battle of Summit Bridge have healed completely. His strength has also skyrocketed. The Heart Pirates, each member of the crew, stared intently at Kizaru and said, "Oh my god! Not only can you bring the dead back to life, but you can also completely heal all wounds. And your strength can skyrocket. Are you trying to fool a child?" Kizaru shrugged, reluctantly saying, after hearing what the pirates said, Kizaru became even more convinced that the news of Whitebeard's resurrection was nonsense, and that it was clearly the Heart Pirates who were spreading it. All staff, evacuate. Just then, Trafalgar Law, seizing Kizaru's momentary lapse of concentration, shouted, "Room?" A hemispherical, cage-like anatomical space instantly appeared, engulfing Trafalgar Law and the pirates beside him. "Mister, follow along, the spatial hand speed disappears." Shape-shifting. Trafalgar Law fled the scene with a group of followers. Oh my god! If I let you all escape right under my nose, where will I put my face in the future? Kizaru, with both hands, removed the yellow striped suit jacket from his shoulders and lifted one leg. Mr. Counting in thousands of tiny yellow light particles, they converge at incredible speed on Kizaru's feet. Light speed stone. Rest. With a single kick, Kizaru's body flashed in another direction, and the next moment, Trafalgar Law and everyone associated with his heart pirates were instantly sent flying, each one thrown into the air amidst a spray of blood. Observation hockey. Trafalgar Law's lips curled into a bloody sneer. His room ability to teleport had a limited range, but he didn't expect Kizaru to still spot his location. Instant kill. Kizaru enters the arena, unleashing a lightning-fast kick, a powerful strike that instantly annihilates all members of the Heart Pirates. The strength of the admirals at the naval headquarters demonstrates an overwhelming, domineering, and powerful presence. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection, you guys must have been wandering around outside. Kizaru approached a pirate, saying disdainfully, "How could Whitebeard possibly be resurrected?" "Right. Trafalgar Law, you're really quite a nuisance." General Borsalino, "I am now one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Trafalgar Robert drew his scalpel and performed the demon's cry surgery. The mushroom-shaped creature, with its narrow, elongated eyes beneath its hood, stared intently at Kizaru. Facing a powerful opponent of Kizaru's caliber, Law couldn't help but be nervous. Moreover, having just brought a group of subordinates from the pirate ship and used the shape-shifting technique to reach the island, Law had expended a large amount of his physical strength and was already exhausted and panting heavily. "Huh?" Kizaru, with a sudden realization, looked at Satori and said, "Old Fukai, you've forgotten something. Trafalgar Law, you're one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so why are you running away when you see me?" The Heart Pirates, acting purely on instinct, fled, overwhelmed by the sheer tension of facing the Marine Headquarters Admiral. As for Trafalgar Robin, it's perfectly clear that he initially rescued Luffy at the height of the war, creating no shortage of trouble and hidden dangers for the Marines. Kizaru has always held a grudge against him for this. Therefore, to avoid a direct confrontation with Kizaru, Trafalgar Law chose to flee. "We just didn't expect Kizaru to instantly wipe out all the staff." Kizaru kicked a pirate away with one swift blow. "I killed one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If word gets out, it would really damage my reputation. It's troublesome. Damn Kizaru, he actually tried to kill me just now." Trafalgar Law felt a surge of anxiety inside, his mind racing with thoughts. Umbrella. Just then, Kizaru suddenly looked up and saw a huge warship stopped on the sea ahead. Kizaru pulled his sunglasses down slightly, looked at the design of the Seagull Island battleship on the ship, and revealed a strange smile, Neo-Navy. "I'm really quite lucky. Bruce. Kizaru's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lazily answering the phone, Akane's voice, laced with fiery passion, came through Borsalino. "Have you arrived at Punk Hazard Island yet?" "Ah, I just arrived. I don't see Whitebeard. However, I've happened to run into our Master Z." Kizaru lazily remarked that he didn't actually believe Whitebeard's resurrection was real, and now he was even more convinced of that. "As I suspected, Whitebeard couldn't possibly be resurrected. Did you encounter Zephyr?" A Neo-Marine, Akane's voice was low. Like Kizaru, he didn't believe Whitebeard could be brought back to life. Akane, cold and ruthless, issued the order on the spot. "If you encounter Zephyr, then go and capture them." They didn't care at all about the teacher-student relationship from many years ago. Kizaru hung up the phone, bowed his head in pity, and glanced at the Heart Pirates. "This time you're lucky. I'll let you off this time. Rest." Kizaru leapt into the air, his elemental body transforming, a yellow light flashing as he sped towards the Neo-Marines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of survivors of the Heart Pirate cruise accident breathed a long, drawn-out sigh of relief. Kizaru was too powerful. They were almost completely wiped out. Maybe Whitebeard really is resurrected. Why doesn't Kizaru believe it? The hairy, thick-skinned creature, suffering the least injury, immediately spoke strangely. Internal Research Department. Edward Newgate, using his hockey, raised a wall in one hand, on which lay a group of children he had rescued. Whitebeard, with one hand gripping his sword and the other lifting the massive wall, effortlessly lifted the heavy object and walked out through the main gate. The entire research facility was destroyed beyond recognition because of his fight with Doflamingo. Ruins were everywhere. Ah! From within the ruins, a low moaning sound could be heard. "It's like a girl being pinned underneath," Edward Newgate dropped the massive wall with a loud crash, clearing away the rubble, revealing a young girl with long, wavy, light blue hair. "Thank you for saving me." The young woman, who had just gotten up from the ground, thanked them very politely. Her voice was very pleasant to the ear, her figure graceful, and her light blue hair perfectly matched her youthful beauty. At this moment, she was bowing her head, comforting the little girl, 2 or 3 years old, in her arms. It was she who had rescued the little girl who had been trapped in the ruins just moments before. After calming the little girl down, the young woman finally looked up, thinking if she were to say anything more. But as her small mouth opened, she suddenly saw Edward Newgate's face clearly. A magnificent, towering figure. He carries a huge sword in his hand, the crescent moon-shaped white beard. Isn't that Whitebeard Edward Newgate? In that instant, she opened her small mouth, and once it was open, she couldn't close it again. Her golden eyes widened continuously as she stood frozen in place. Monet's beautiful eyes widened, her mind reeling, utterly astonished by the person before her. "You are, clearly, Whitebeard." Monet spoke with utter terror, her delicate oval face completely contorted with fear. Monet was completely astonished and dumbfounded by Whitebeard's presence. "Whitebeard is here again. Oh my God! This is a trick!" Monet couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly brushed the bangs covering her forehead, staring wide-eyed at her large eyes. "Am I hallucinating?" She was originally sent to monitor Caesar on the instructions of the Don Quixote family, but at that time Caesar and Pica didn't need to be monitored. She went to the biscuit room to check on the children. One child had lost something, so she went looking for it and ended up getting a beating. However, she didn't realize that the research facility was in the midst of a fierce battle below, causing many parts to collapse, which happened to trap her and the little girl. Luckily, the space below was quite wide, so they weren't injured. It was precisely because she was holding the little girl that Monet didn't dare use the snowball fruit ability to escape. Following behind, Whitebeard, who was fighting Doflamingo, was stunned by the powerful conqueror's hockey. It could be said that Monet was completely unaware of everything that happened on Punk Hazard Island. She knew absolutely nothing about it. Therefore, the scene unfolded before our eyes. "Little girl, this research facility is about to collapse completely. Will you leave with me?" Edward Newgate glanced briefly at Monet, then followed behind him with the sounds of collapsing buildings and explosions. Unable to do anything else, he lifted the massive wall a second time and, along with the rescued children, prepared to leave. "Can I go with you?" Monet's eyes widened. She still found it hard to accept this reality. Whitebeard, that legendary man whose veil had fallen, had appeared before her. So much so that Monet, instead of saying, "Can I leave with you?" she said, "Can I follow you?" Edward Newgate chuckled. "Follow me. Beautiful little girl, if you'd like to be my daughter, I might consider it. But for now, get out of here." As he spoke, Edward Newgate placed the little girl Monet had rescued, along with her, onto a makeshift railing against the wall, and quickly departed. Hearing Whitebeard's praise, Monet couldn't help but blush. She was a girl who couldn't handle praise. Even a casual compliment from Whitebeard could fill her with joy for a long time. At this moment, Monet, with complex thoughts, followed behind Whitebeard, her mind constantly echoing his words, "Be my daughter." Occasionally, she would look up at Whitebeard's magnificent figure, who was rapidly running ahead. At the same time, similarly, at Punk Hazard Island, this name is too long. It's really hard to pronounce. I'm thinking whether or not to call it Ice and Fire Island for short. The Neo Navy is facing its most catastrophic disaster ever, because Marine Headquarters Admiral Kizaru has appeared. "Borsalino, there will eventually be a battle between you and me." Zephyr, with his unwavering strength, wielded the flour mill, and even though he was old and frail, his fighting power diminished. He still displayed the spirit of a true strongman, a legendary figure of his time, possessing an aura second to none. "Teacher Z, you taught me many fighting techniques and skills. Today, if you refuse to be captured, I will return all the techniques I learned from you over the years." In front of Zephyr, Kizaru didn't refer to himself as Old Man again. This could be considered a sign of utmost respect for Zephyr. Zephyr clearly understood that Kizaru's returning it meant using those fighting techniques and skills to capture him. "Then let me test you briefly. Over the years, have your abilities diminished or not?" Zephyr said in a low voice. In his eyes, he would rather die on the battlefield than bow down and surrender. Master! Al-Ain tried to reach out and pull Zephyr closer, but Zephyr immediately refused. Master! Let me fight in your place! Al-Ain pleaded a second time, knowing Zephyr's current physical condition. He was so old and weak that even a small skirmish would leave him breathless and exhausted. Don't worry, Master Zephyr, who had always been proud and arrogant towards posterity. How could he possibly let Al-Ain take his place in battle? Zephyr said nothing, leaping onto the ship and jumping down Borsalino. Come to the island. Let's fight. Okay. Kizaru's body flashed with light, and with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he appeared on the island. This area was leveled by Whitebeard's battle into a blazing battlefield, its surface riddled with countless fissures and cracks, each seemingly bottomless and unusually turbulent. Own! Zephyr swung his enormous flour mill, unleashing a powerful punch towards Kizaru. I can tell you very seriously, Whitebeard is still alive. Indeed, the ability of the false finals, nicknamed the flour mill, can truly suppress the abilities of the sea stone. Your speed is too slow. Teacher Z. Kizaru said disdainfully, easily dodging the attack. Sorry, my time is limited. Let me finish you off in one go. Besides, Whitebeard is unlikely to still be alive. Your era is over. Don't cling to this era anymore. Kizaru's voice hadn't even completely faded yet. Countless yellow rays of light instantly erupted from Kizaru's body, condensing in midair into thousands of light particles, like a sky full of stars, radiating a terrifying and intimidating force. Kizaru's ultimate attack, Yasukani no Magatama. Chouchu Chouchu. The sky was filled with luminous pearl-like particles, like a torrential rain, enveloping Zephyr and shining down at an angle. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Zephyr's body was being attacked by thousands of jade orbs, like a tsunami on a small boat, constantly being pierced, and streams of fresh blood gushed out from him. Zephyr groaned, admitting the suffering was unimaginable, yet he still stood proudly, his expression unchanged, absolutely refusing to yield or admit defeat. He exuded an aura of legendary figures from his era. Kizaru, with his overwhelming power, instantly defeated Zephyr. All of these things, though described at great length, actually happened within an incredibly short period of time. As soon as Al-Ain arrived, a group of neo-naval officers were waiting, and there wasn't even time to stop them. Al-Ain cried out in grief, her heart broken, weeping as she jumped off the warship, staggering towards Zephyr, who was covered in blood. No. Master Zephyr, you can't die. Marshal, Teacher Z. Possessing the neo-naval squad, each member was filled with endless grief, their cries shaking the heavens, their hearts shattered. Each of the iron-blooded, courageous men who dared to fight the ferocious pirates head-on wept profusely, their tears flowing incessantly, utterly heartbroken. In their hearts, Zephyr was not just a marshal, but also their guide, their closest confidant. They were originally pirate guerrilla squads from all corners of the world, without any organization, fighting pirates in the rain and wind, and never getting enough to eat. Until they met Zephyr and founded the Neo Navy, they had a goal, a leader, and a dream. Why are you all crying? I'm not dead yet. Zephyr was covered in blood, yet he stubbornly opened his mouth. Every part of his body was bleeding. Horrific wounds, his flesh torn open, revealing the eerie white bones. Oh! Al-Ain's originally large, bright, and beautiful eyes were now filled with tears, a flood of tears that flowed down incessantly, like rain, filled with sorrow and pain. I swear to fight for the Marshal. A Neo-Marine stood up, gripping his long sword, pointing it at Kizaru's unchanging, cold face. I'm willing to sacrifice my life. To avenge the Admiral, we are willing to sacrifice our lives. We will fight as Marshals. Every single neo-naval officer stands up. Zephyr spent his entire life fighting pirates, yet he never killed anyone. Not only that, he also trained powerful Marine headquarters officers. The three admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji were Zephyr's students, and Vice Admirals Anagumo and Momonga were also Zephyr's students. But Zephyr never imagined that today he would be severely injured right before his eyes by Kizaru, the very student he had trained. Those who own Neo are all furious. Master Z is actually resisting my Yasukani no Magatama. Unexpected. However, with your weaklings, you're still far from being a match for me. Kizaru glanced in astonishment at the blood-soaked, dying Zephyr, his eyes sweeping over each of the Neo-Marines, a look of contempt on his face. However, out of respect for Master Z, I'll let you all leave. Everyone back here. Just as the Neo-Marines were about to attack, Alain, holding back tears, shouted loudly, stopping everyone, "You are no match for him. He is a Marine Headquarters Admiral." "Miss Alain, you're wrong." Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses, lazily looking at Alain. "Even if you didn't attack, I would still capture all of you, or kill you all. Even the masters are treated like this. You're truly cold-blooded." Alain was startled. She raised her head, her large, beautiful eyes filled with tears, defiantly staring straight at Kizaru. "Let me tell you, Whitebeard has been resurrected. He said that everyone who participated in the Battle of Summit 1 must bear his boundless wrath, including you, Borsalino, including everyone in your Marine headquarters." Oh my god! Whitebeard resurrected? What a joke! I've been on Punk Hazard Island for so long, and I still haven't seen Whitebeard. Kizaru shrugged indifferently, facing a group of Neo-Marines alone. Kizaru, clad in a white marine robe that billowed in the sea breeze, the words "Justice" written in large, eye-catching letters on his outer robe, said, "Stop being so foolish. Even if Whitebeard were resurrected, he couldn't save you. As for cold-bloodedness, I'm a Marine. You're Neos. Fight yourselves. If you have the strength, kill me. I'll just feel inferior." Upon hearing Kizaru's words, everyone was furious. Suddenly, a group of Neo-Marines, including Alain and everyone else, were all stunned and bewildered. Silence. Kizaru's gaze swept over the suddenly quiet Neo-Marines. Then he frowned, turned around, and then, as if he had seen a ghost, his whole body trembled with fear. Whitebeard. All that could be seen was the imposing figure of Whitebeard, one hand wielding his domineering sword, the other holding a massive, solid wall in his hand, followed by a young girl with long, light green hair. Thus, with a powerful and imposing stride, he advanced step by step. Whitebeard has truly come back from the dead. At this moment, Kizaru was completely shocked by the violent earthquake. His heart felt as if it had been struck by a thunderous explosion. Shocking. Terrifying. Originally, Whitebeard himself was resurrected. Without saying a word, simply by stepping onto the field, he completely shocked Kizaru, who had arrogantly declared himself a Marine Headquarters Admiral. This man was none other than Whitebeard. At this moment, Zephyr, covered in blood, saw Whitebeard and managed a smile. Then he fainted. Kizaru, in his 50s or 60s, had never been as he was today. From the very beginning, he completely disbelieved the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. Whether it was Law from the very beginning, or Alain and the others just now, Kizaru was certain that someone was spreading rumors to undermine the Marines' confidence. But he absolutely refused to believe it, and still does. I witnessed it firsthand, Whitebeard, one hand gripping a massive hockey-infused sword, the other wielding a huge, incredibly solid wall, stomping forward. Kizaru is now truly convinced that Whitebeard's resurrection is real. This is a slap in the face. Just a second ago, Kizaru was full of confidence, declaring that even if Whitebeard were resurrected, he wouldn't be able to save Alain, Zephyr, and the others, because he simply didn't believe Whitebeard could be resurrected. The next second, Whitebeard's hockey appeared in Kizaru's sight. How could this not terrify Kizaru? Kizaru was not only terrified, but also extremely annoyed. Being publicly humiliated like this, how could he not be upset? Own. Edward Newgate, having rescued the children from the research facility, put them all down and, quite unexpectedly, looked towards Zephyr. Zephyr was covered in blood and had already fainted. Alain and the Neo-Marine medics, after their initial shock, were frantically giving Zephyr emergency medical treatment. A bunch of kids. A group of Neo-Marines were utterly astonished. They hadn't expected that Whitebeard would come out of the research facility with a large group of children of varying sizes. Seeing the children, who were as large as giants, they were shocked. Are these the children of the giant race? They're not giant children either. They're part of a wicked experiment. Edward Newgate didn't say much. After a brief explanation, he continued, "You few come here and take good care of these children." The Neo-Marines looked at each other, never imagining that they would one day have such close contact with Whitebeard. This filled them with immense joy. You should know that Whitebeard is considered the strongest man in the entire world. It can be said that in this part of the world, the men roaming the high seas, whether pirates or marines, all aspire to great strength. After setting aside their pirate prejudices, they all truly admire Whitebeard. Moreover, Whitebeard was the one who directly saved them. Saved them, Marshal Zephyr. This caused a group of Neo-Marines to become agitated, and several of them immediately rushed over, following Whitebeard's instructions to take care of these children. Kizaru, after all, was a Marine headquarters admiral. After recovering from his initial shock, he regained his former calm and confidence. If he were to face Whitebeard in his peak condition, Kizaru might have shown some apprehension. But now, facing a Whitebeard who had crawled out of the grave, Kizaru, as the world government's highest-ranking combatant, possessed his own confidence. The only thing Kizaru hesitated about was that he feared Whitebeard might somehow manage to heal the countless cannonball wounds on his clearly shattered body. This truly shocks me. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses with his right index finger, his righteous robes fluttering as he confidently looked at Whitebeard. I always thought the news of Edward Newgate's resurrection was some unscrupulous little brat spreading nonsense. Now it seems I'll have to expend some effort to bring you back. Old man. Edward Newgate, a towering figure over 6 meters tall, wielding a massive, imposing sword, bowed his head and looked down at Kizaru. The crescent moon-shaped Whitebeard emblem displayed his unique confidence and hockey. Calling yourself old lady in front of me has never ended well. Borsalino, must you really call yourself old lady in front of me? Oh my. I'm really a little scared. Kizaru shrugged his shoulders, putting on a weak and helpless expression, his face practically begging for a beating. Rest. Kizaru's voice had barely faded when he finished speaking. A flash of yellow light appeared, the power of the shimmering fruit erupted. Kizaru raised his leg, and a dazzling yellow light, like a shining star, appeared. Speed of light stone. A dazzling beam of light, like a laser, instantly shot towards Whitebeard. Kizaru's attack speed is incredibly fast. A blindingly bright light, flashing briefly below, blasted through the air. Before the deafening sound of tearing wind could reach it, the light speed stone, erupting like a laser beam, appeared beside Whitebeard. Mister. Facing the sudden, lightning-fast attack of the stone, Edward Newgate didn't flinch at all, suddenly raising his hand, which was as solid as a stone monument. Everyone was utterly astonished by what they saw. Whitebeard had to use his large, sturdy hand to block the light-speed stone. This is the ultimate move from the great general. What a shocking sight. Mister. It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. A blinding yellow light shot forward, only to be snatched up by Whitebeard with a single wave of his hand. Follow it. And then, without even a slight disturbance, the wave disappeared. Edward Newgate extended his hand, and a hand painted in ink black paint instantly appeared, revealing an incredibly powerful armament hockey swirling in his palm. What powerful observation hockey and armament hockey! Monet gasped, her knowledge far surpassing that of the Neo-Marines. She knew that Whitebeard used observation hockey to pinpoint the exact location of the light-speed stone, and then used powerful armament hockey to strengthen his hand and block the light-speed stone. The more Monet thought about it, the more terrified she became. That seemingly simple wave of the hand actually contained observation hockey, armament hockey, and powerful physical defense. On the battlefield, there was no moment of breathtaking speed. Kizaru, despite his confidence, didn't care enough to think that relying solely on his lightning-fast kicks would be enough to defeat Whitebeard. Instead, he followed closely behind, wielding a dazzling sword. The Heavenly Cloud Sword, a surprise attack aimed at Whitebeard. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, the pace so fast it was breathtaking, causing everyone present to hold their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation, staring intently at the battle. Stab! The screeching sound was so piercing, it sent shivers down one's spine. Kizaru, wielding the dazzlingly light-emitting Heavenly Cloud Sword, left a trail of afterimages in the air as he thrust it towards Whitebeard with a speed invisible to the naked eye. At short range, the Flash Fruit ability grants Kizaru incredible speed, making him an absolute cheat code. I fear that, apart from the Lightning Fruit, which can rival Kizaru's speed-enhancing abilities, no other speed-enhancing ability can match Kizaru's Flash Fruit power. Facing Kizaru's incredibly terrifying and unexpected attack, Edward Newgate didn't even flinch. His immense power and unwavering confidence were enough to make him fearless. Edward Newgate wielded a massive, round-bladed sword. With a single roar, the sword's power instantly enveloped the area, causing the onlookers to feel a terrifying surge of armament hockey. As black as a bottomless abyss, the blade, wielded with overwhelming power, swiftly circled in the air, instantly unleashing unparalleled and terrifying force. In an instant, a raging storm roared, sand and rocks flew, flames blazed fiercely where the ground was battered, countless ruins were tossed about, and the scene was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. All of these things, though described at great length, actually happened within an incredibly short period of time. The sword's stance changed continuously, the explosive sound barely audible before it unleashed an unparalleled, terrifying force, clashing head-on with Kizaru's heavenly cloud sword. Own! The air was constantly producing a ripple of vibration. A terrifying, thunderous sound erupted in an instant. The blinding light, spewing and engulfing flames, was like a nuclear explosion, instantly blasting outwards in all directions. The battle was so terrifying, it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Kizaru might be experiencing a hair-raising moment in this battle. All that could be seen was Whitebeard's sword constantly changing its stance as he unleashed a terrifying, sky-covering hand, carrying a massive shadow that enveloped Kizaru's body, and slapping Kizaru on the head. Armament hockey swirled around his palm. If someone were to be hit by such a slap, even an ordinary strongman would likely have their head smashed to pieces. Kizaru's heart pounded wildly, his body tense to the extreme, his blood rushing forward at an accelerated pace, as if it were burning. Stab! The air was pierced by a deafening sound that had just echoed, containing a terrifying, destructive force as large as a hand, roaring through it. In a life-or-death situation, Kizaru desperately swung his heavenly cloud sword, narrowly avoiding this terrifying blow. Kizaru suddenly appeared far away from the raging flames above the ruins. Roar, roar, roar. Kizaru's breathing became heavier than ever before. This was something he had never experienced since reaching the peak of the war. To be precise, even since becoming admiral, nothing had ever happened that made his blood burn with such intense tension and danger. Miss, I almost got slapped. Kia's head was smashed into a hand-like shape, possessing immense and terrifying power. Kizaru survived the accident with a trembling heart. Even after falling to the ground, he still felt unsteady, his heart racing. He had originally planned to assassinate Whitebeard with one move after another, but instead, he was retaliated against, the tables turned in an instant, and he nearly got his head smashed in. Kizaru couldn't even utter a word of lament in the face of danger, because Whitebeard's sword, carrying a thunderous roar, was slashing towards him. Kinthine Fatch said, "One strike, slash horizontally." Kizaru was unwilling to accept defeat, his heart still filled with fear, yet he could only endure the humiliating sound, temporarily avoiding the attack. He quickly transformed into his elemental form. A golden light flashed, and Kizaru, as if teleporting, swiftly fled the scene. Own! With a horizontal flash, the terrifying sword energy sent swaths of debris flying through its path. In the distance, massive chunks of earth and rock were cleaved apart by the domineering sword energy, shattering and scattering in all directions. Countless rocks and debris were scattered everywhere. The entire area was ablaze with flames, and countless clouds of dust rose up like a sandstorm, making it impossible to open one's eyes or see ahead. This is not good. Kizaru was utterly terrified. Seeing this, he realized that Whitebeard's previous strike had a hidden purpose. It wasn't meant to kill him, but rather to create the sandstorm-like spectacle before him. In such a situation where you can't even see your 5 fingers, the power of the shimmering fruit will be greatly reduced. Boom, boom, boom. Edward Newgate, with one hand raised high, wielded a massive sword, 5 or 6 meters long and wide, resembling a giant flying wheel, which Whitebeard continuously maneuvered in the air, spinning rapidly. Each swirling vortex of air roared and twisted like a storm, shooting upwards, carrying with it a sky full of dust and mud, wreaking havoc and scattering debris from the earth to the sky, filling every nook and cranny with raging flames, engulfing everything. Even from a considerable distance in the battle, the NEO naval squad couldn't help but stumble and fall to the ground, a group of neo-naval soldiers desperately protecting the children. Don't even think about opening your eyes to watch the battle. Just standing up is a problem. The gale howled, sand flew and rocks scattered. Even sand couldn't compare to this. The scene was absolutely terrifying. In this vast expanse of swirling sand, it's difficult to even distinguish east from west if you try to slip out. Mr. Kizaru, surrounded by swirling sandstorms, suddenly heard a deafening explosion. Following it, he saw a swirling hockey-infused blade, carrying terrifying destructive power, flashing like a cold light, instantly striking him. Let me know a little about your observation hockey. How much of it do you actually possess? Kizaru. At the same time, Whitebeard's voice, like thunder, seemed to resound. At this moment, Kizaru felt a chill run down his spine. This is a true clash of observation hockey. Life and death are decided in an instant. After Kizaru narrowly avoided 2 consecutive sword strikes, the third blow finally inflicted a profusely bleeding wound on his body. Clack! Kizaru, still wearing his sunglasses, saw them shatter instantly, falling to the ground. Covered in blood, Kizaru ran like mad, using his observation hockey to sense the trajectory of the swords, trying to dodge each and every slash. Edward Newgate, using his observation hockey, overpowered Kizaru from afar. He unleashed a powerful, bloodthirsty slash, as if eyes had sprouted on the blade, allowing him to foresee Kizaru's next move. The attack was incredibly fierce, causing the blood-stained Kizaru to shudder as he dodged, a truly perilous situation. Kizaru couldn't dodge, intending to leap high, rushing out into this hateful sandstorm, rushing out into this blinding whirlwind and dust. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword strike, like a silver vase suddenly breaking, like a flash of cold light, arrived in the blink of an eye. This is an incredibly powerful sword strike. With a swirling armament hockey-infused blade, he slashed down at Kizaru's back as he leapt high into the air. In an instant, his flesh was torn apart, a terrifying torrent of blood gushed out, revealing the eerie white bones beneath. Kizaru let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire body flung hundreds of meters away. Kizaru was sent flying backward, blood splattering into the sky, staining countless specks of dust and mud red, tracing a red trajectory in the air. East, Edward Newgate's massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending countless rocks and debris flying. Just moments before, he had caught Kizaru as he was fleeing, leaping up and striking him with his sword. Now, having landed, Whitebeard gripped his sword, swung it, and unleashed a slash aimed directly at Kizaru in the distance. Kizaru, severely wounded and covered in blood, sensed a terrifying flash coming from behind. He quickly transformed his elemental abilities, and his body erupted with astonishing light. The slash arrived in an instant, cutting through Kizaru's elemental transformation body. Cough, cough. A flash of light appeared, and Kizaru reappeared, coughing up blood in large gulps. His righteous robe and outer coat were tattered beyond recognition, and his originally yellow, striped suit was now ragged and stained with blood, a golden hue that permeated through Kurenai. We can't beat him. We can't defeat him. Whitebeard is far more powerful than we imagined. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru endured the excruciating pain of his serious injuries and let out a loud roar. Countless golden rays of light, like a sky full of stars, suddenly appeared in the heavens, covering the entire land, carrying with them an extremely fierce killing intent and penetrating force, raining down like a torrential downpour, striking rapidly. Wherever the golden light of the jade orb passed, all the earth and rocks were instantly reduced to dust, and the sky seemed to be illuminated in an instant. This is Kizaru's most powerful move, a supreme combatant of the world government, a marine headquarters admiral in strength, unleashing a single, uninhibited blow at this moment, covering the entire area, including Edward Newgate. Boom, boom, boom. Each blast was like a thunderous bombardment, with deafening explosions suddenly erupting. Edward Newgate was visible, his muscles tensing as he suddenly struggled, constantly changing his sword stance, rapidly spinning his blade, creating swirling vortices of air chou-chou-chou like countless swords whispering, emitting sharp, whistling sounds, like a black storm. Hooray! Bringing his accumulated strength to its peak in an instant, Edward Newgate gripped his sword with both hands and suddenly launched himself forward like a parachute. Roar! The swirling hockey-infused blade, like a roaring black mass, instantly pierced the air. The heavy black shadow, wherever the black mass passed, shattered the air into pieces. No, 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 no! Kizaru cried out. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of fear, goosebumps instantly appearing all over his body, and the danger descended in an instant. A moment later, like a black dragon's blade, it appeared out of nowhere and instantly pierced through Kizaru's body. In the clash of observation hockey, Kizaru was utterly defeated. Own. Only at this very moment did a terrifying explosion suddenly erupt, reverberating throughout Punk Hazard Island, shaking the surface of the sea, causing countless sea king creatures to flee in panic. Boom, boom, boom. The blade pierced through Kizaru, plunging him from midair with a deafening, piercing shriek as it slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. Countless rocks and debris were violently blasted into the air. A bottomless pit, seemingly without end, suddenly appeared. At the same time, Yasakani no Magatama also simultaneously shone downwards. Edward. Newgate is the central judge. Ding, ding, ding. Each beam of golden light, like a jade pendant, shot rapidly across Edward Newgate's body, emitting a crisp, metallic clanging sound. Whitebeard was seen covered from head to toe, almost every part of him, even his hair, in a terrifying, ink-black layer of armament hockey. After the system consumed a large amount of mental energy and restored over 10-second level mental energy, his already powerful physical body, further strengthened by powerful armament hockey, was able to withstand Yasakani no Magatama. You should know, this is Kizaru's ultimate burst of power, Yasakani no Magatama. Compared to Zephyr's previous instantaneous defeat, this one is even more powerful and terrifying in terms of destructive force. As before, it was blocked. Just use the clothes to pierce holes. Never mind. After enduring the pain of treatment and bandaging, Zephyr finally regained consciousness. Seeing this scene, he felt his voice go numb for a moment. He swallowed hard, a look of utter astonishment and shock on his face, and muttered, "Edward Newgate. Compared to our last discussion, the power he's displayed is countless times stronger. Could his body have become this powerful? He's clearly so old and frail. This is too unbelievable." On Punk Hazard Island, the Heart Pirates, who had managed to escape Kizaru's capture, hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before they witnessed Whitebeard and Kizaru fighting. Even worse, they saw Kizaru being pierced through the body by Whitebeard's sword and sent flying into the depths of the earth. Seeing that scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. The word emotional simply cannot express the feelings of everyone at this moment. Kizaru completely annihilated them, but Whitebeard's sword pierced right through them. Suddenly, Trafalgar Law's face instantly changed color. A flash of utter despair erupted in his eyes, and he suddenly turned his head. Only 5 figures with strange appearances were seen, their bodies completely covered in eerie white robes. These individuals, each wearing animal masks, resembled ghostly figures in white robes, silently appearing not far from the Heart Pirate crew. Trafalgar Law saw this group of people for just a moment, and his scalp felt like it was going to explode. The world's highest government espionage organization, CPO. Run! Trafalgar Law once again felt a sense of dread. Following a resounding room, a hemispherical anatomical space instantly enveloped the Heart Pirates, causing immense suffering and exhaustion. Law and his crew immediately fled the scene. Trafalgar Law saw us, yet chose to run away. Perhaps he did something he couldn't see the light of day. Will the investigation uncover anything? It's not an order. It has nothing to do with us. A cold, indifferent voice rang out, and the 5 of them simultaneously turned towards the other side of the island, where Whitebeard was located. Whitebeard has truly come back from the dead. A few people, rarely speaking in such a tone of shock, exclaimed, clearly startled by the violent earthquake. Quickly, send the news back. Very quickly, in the palace of Mariedra, the 5 elders received intelligence from CP0 on Punk Hazard Island. Whitebeard has been resurrected. As expected. Quickly, tell Sakazuki to make the call. A 5 elders' eyes flashed with a terrifying light. CPO members, continue monitoring Whitebeard. The voice of a CPO member came through the phone on the other end. Admiral Borsalino was pierced through by Whitebeard's sword. His fate is currently unknown. Do you want to save him? The 5 elders exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Find an opportunity to capture Whitebeard. If we can't, then stop him. Borsalino. Don't let him die. The New World. Protecting the ginseng at Guillaume 10 Naval Headquarters. After receiving Kizaru's phone call, Akenu was certain that the news of Whitebeard's resurrection was nonsense. At this moment, Akainu was flipping through recent documents about the most active pirates at sea. The first image on the page shows Blackbeard Teach, who initially benefited the most from the war. Hunting down and killing the remaining Whitebeard gang members, Teach still has some left. Let's put that aside for now. Akainu continued flipping through the pages. A bounty poster depicted a large figure with a crescent-shaped white beard. Whitebeard's son, Edward Weevil. He's now a warlord, and I hear he's frantically searching for Whitebeard's remaining gang members. Excellent. However, the news that your father, Edward Newgate, has been resurrected is false. Akainu was about to turn to the next page when he suddenly heard Sengoku and Garp still on their way to Punk Hazard Island. He immediately called Sengoku on his phone. The voice on the other end of the phone, belonging to Sengoku, was careful and meticulous. Sakazuki, we'll be arriving at Punk Hazard Island soon. Is there anything you need? Akainu removed the hood from his head. He was in a very good mood and didn't pay attention to his voice as he spoke directly. You don't need to go. Borsalino sent word earlier that he didn't see Whitebeard at Punk Hazard, but instead saw Zephyr leading the Neo Marines. They've probably already captured Zephyr. Hearing Akainu's solemn, commanding tone, befitting his high-ranking position as a commander, Sengoku fell silent for a moment, then his voice turned cold. We'll be there soon. We plan to go take a look. Go ahead if you wish. Akainu hung up the phone, shaking his head involuntarily. He thought to himself, these Sengoku people, when they reach retirement age, can only carry out meaningless missions. The Whitebeard era is completely over. This extremely evil era, let me bring it to an end. Bruce. Inside the phone's receiver, a series of rapid rings sounded. Akainu is connected. Sakazuki, we weren't wrong in our assessment. You didn't follow our orders and went to Punk Hazard on your own, did you? The voice that Akainu heard, which was not part of the 5 elders, caused Akainu to frown. Your orders. It was just a fake news story about Whitebeard coming back to life, yet it caused me, the dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters, to personally make a trip there. What do you want with me? With so many important matters at the Navy headquarters waiting for me to handle, not only did they issue ridiculous orders, but they also deliberately called to criticize and blame me. That's really funny. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection is false. However, Akainu was in a good mood today and didn't want to confront this member of the 5 elders who wasn't on his side. Just a moment ago, Admiral Borsalino personally inspected the situation and relayed the information to me. In fact, a very long time had passed since Kizuru made that phone call, but Akainu saying it was just recently didn't seem wrong. Whitebeard's resurrection? Is that fake news? Say that again. The person on the other end of the phone was so angry that the 5 elder stars stomped their feet, their faces turning dark. CPO has confirmed Whitebeard's resurrection, and furthermore, they witnessed Borsalino being pierced through by Whitebeard's sword. At this point, Sakazuki still dared to say Borsalino just sent the news. The more the 5 elders thought about it, the angrier they became. They immediately lashed out at Akainu, shouting, Sakazuki, you don't want to hold this position of Marine Headquarters Admiral, do you? Akainu didn't know what had happened, so from what he heard, the 5 elders were just yelling at him for no reason. Akainu's expression instantly fell. Akainu's face was dark, with veins bulging on his forehead. Whether good or bad, I am still the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. To yell at me like that is simply too disrespectful to me. Akainu's voice was filled with rage. He was truly furious. For the past few days, the 5 elders had been using the false news of Whitebeard's resurrection to humiliate him, not to order him to personally go there, but merely to investigate a piece of false information. Whitebeard resurrected? That's a great joke. I personally witnessed Whitebeard's death, bringing the dead back to life. That must be utter nonsense. I've lived for over 50 years, and I've never heard of any other ability to bring the dead back to life in this world, besides the useless Moria's zombie abilities. Akainu concluded that this person's loud reprimand of him, one of the 5 elders, was a deliberate pretext, a deliberate attempt to humiliate him, a deliberate attempt to use his position as the highest authority in the world government to put pressure on him, Sakazuki. This also made Akainu completely furious. Repeated concessions only resulted in the response, are you or are you not willing to do it? Not only that, they even sent CPO spies to investigate. They have absolutely no trust in me. Akainu grew increasingly angry the more he thought about it. His usual impulsive nature immediately flared up. You have no trust in me. How dare you let my old face be put to shame? I won't show you any respect. You fool, put down your arrogance in front of us. The voice on the other end of the phone, filled with furious laughter, showed no respect for Akainu whatsoever. Continuing its loud, commanding tone, Sakazuki will give you a chance. Now immediately, go to Punk Hazard and capture Whitebeard. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to choose another Marine Headquarters Admiral. What a stubborn bunch of people from the same era. If you want to leave, go ahead. I'm not going to bother with a bunch of fake news spread by some old man with a beard. Akainu, with a defiant expression, retorted, joking aside, in this life, the thing I fear least is intimidation. What good is power and authority? They're useless in front of me. Akainu gritted his teeth and swallowed hard. What I do is solely for the sake of absolute justice. The Whitebeard era is long gone, and I don't have time to waste on these boring news stories. Collapse. After Akainu finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. In the sacred Muriedra Palace, a furious voice rang out, Sakazuki, how dare you hang up on me? I think you don't want this marshal position anymore. The other 4 elders were quite reluctant. They had originally intended to have Akainu, their supreme warrior, lead the newly appointed Marine Headquarters Admiral to capture Whitebeard. This would significantly increase the chances of success, since it was Whitebeard after all, and the requirement was to capture him alive. Looking back now, Sakazuki must have taken some kind of medicine to stubbornly insist that Whitebeard's resurrection was fake. The 5 elders shook their heads repeatedly. Akainu was essentially questioning their authority. The 5 elders member who had just spoken on the phone was now furious again. Sakazuki, you are challenging our authority. You damned fool. I will show you the consequences of provoking me. New World Naval Headquarters. Akainu's originally good mood vanished completely in an instant. Whitebeard resurrected? Akainu shook his head. That was impossible. However, given the phone call from the 5 elders just now, Akainu still chose to call Kizaru again, intending to confirm it with Kizaru once more. After a long while and repeatedly pushing the phone several times without anyone answering, Akainu frowned. No one's answering the phone. Borsalino, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to capture the Neo Marines and Zephyr? Does even capturing Zephyr, a weakened member of the older generation, really take this long? Kizaru's phone went unanswered, which startled Akainu. But once he made up his mind, he wouldn't easily change it. He held firm to his conviction. Whitebeard could not possibly be resurrected. Now, let's talk about Whitebeard over here. Whitebeard, taking advantage of the Sandstorm's ability to distract Kizaru and disrupt his flash fruit power, finally severely wounded Kizaru, piercing him with a single blow and sending him plummeting into a deep pit in the Earth's crust. With cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Kizaru gritted his teeth, gripping the sword hilt with one hand, enduring the intense pain, and pulled the sword out from behind his waist. Whoosh! A stream of fresh blood gushed out like a column. Never before had he felt such pain. Kizaru gasped for breath, his heavy breathing revealing the depth of his suffering. Whitebeard was truly terrifying. Kizaru originally thought that, with his shimmering fruit ability, even if he couldn't defeat Whitebeard, he could still easily escape. At most, he would only lose face in front of a Marine Headquarters Admiral. Life is obviously more important than face. With that thought in mind, Kizaru gained the confidence to fight Whitebeard head-on. It's just a shame that he clearly understood Whitebeard's idea. Therefore, essentially giving Kizaru no chance, they created a terrifying sandbag, and then, using their powerful observation hockey, crushed Kizaru, inflicting serious injuries. Fortunately, it's only a serious injury. I'm not dead yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kizaru was breathing heavily, feeling as if his internal organs were stained with blood. The only thing worth celebrating was that he was still alive. Borsalino, you were also involved in the war at its peak. Whitebeard's voice, low and deep like thunder, echoed in Kizaru's ears from the depths of the pit. Participate in the battle at the summit. Get ready and face my wrath. In an instant, Kizaru's entire body tensed. Every single hair on his body stood on end. The joy of surviving the ordeal vanished in a flash. You can't kill him. Just as Edward Newgate was about to strike and kill Kizaru, 5 members of CPO appeared like ghosts, their cold voices chilling and emotionless like machines. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard lowered his head, looking down at the group of people, his mouth widening into a characteristic, unrestrained laugh that boomed like thunder, shaking the surroundings with a buzzing sound. You little brats, do you dare to stop me? We're not here to stop you. One of the CPO members, clad in a white robe, spoke without a hint of fear. While they didn't dare claim to be incredibly powerful, they possessed hidden techniques that ordinary people lacked, giving them ample confidence to confront Whitebeard. Instead, we need to capture you. The highest level is very interested in the secret of your resurrection. Another CPO officer spoke up. Boom! Whitebeard was too lazy to waste time talking nonsense. A massive, drum-like fist flew straight towards a CPO agent. An incredibly massive iron fist, carrying an ancient, mountain-splitting force, like a shooting star, slammed down. The fist, surrounded by swirling air currents, emitted a sharp, ear-piercing whistling sound, like a clap of thunder. This guy, wearing a CPO mask like the Spider-Man, seized a life-changing opportunity, narrowly avoiding Whitebeard's devastating punches. Before he could even celebrate, he discovered another comrade had fallen into Whitebeard's hands. Whitebeard, who had originally been brimming with power, suddenly extended his 5 fingers, his enormous hand, like searching for a needle in a haystack, swiftly and unexpectedly seized a CPO agent. With such petty tricks, you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. You're really tired of living. The Whitebeard's voice, like a thunderclap, reverberated in the ears of several people, causing their eardrums to ache and their ears to ring. Before he could finish speaking, the Whitebeard thug suddenly squeezed, intending to crush the unfortunate man's hand. As soon as he applied force, a terrifying creak sound of bones stretching immediately emanated from his hand. Grabbed by Whitebeard's single hand, CPO transformed into a gigantic, human-faced leopard. Takai, the leopard roared, its entire body turning a terrifying black. With a sudden struggle, it managed to break free from Whitebeard's powerful grip. Own! The leopard suddenly leapt in midair, landing far away. Lucci, his entire being radiating a chilling aura, remained remarkably calm even when facing Whitebeard. His leopard eyes blazed with a cold, murderous intent as he stared at Whitebeard. The legendary Whitebeard. I didn't expect him to be so self-centered. The Zoan-type cat-like devil fruit user's true form possesses a fake ability. Quite interesting. Before Edward Newgate's words even finished, he suddenly extended a hand. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, and with a cracking sound like steel clashing, his fist formed. However, with your meager abilities, you are not yet qualified to stand before me. You boast shamelessly. Own! Whitebeard's fists were like cannonballs, a kind of bombardment that sent out terrifying punches, as if they wanted to shatter the very air itself. Wherever the fists passed, swirling air currents flowed like reverse-flowing serpents. With your fists, you might not be able to hit me. Ah! Just as he had calmly escaped with Geppu, Rob Lucci, who thought he could avoid Whitebeard's attack, suddenly let out a scream. Boom, boom, boom. All they saw was Whitebeard's fist unleashing a powerful, swirling blast of energy, sending Lucci crashing into the ground. In an instant, the entire surface exploded, massive chunks of earth and rock flying, dust scattering everywhere, and a huge crater suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Observation hockey. The remaining CP0 members were startled and flustered, glancing at each other. Without any further nonsense, they all moved simultaneously, charging towards Whitebeard from different angles. Cough, cough. Deep inside the pit, Kizaru, dragging his severely wounded and blood-soaked body, crawled out, just in time to see Whitebeard and several members of CP engaged in a fierce battle. Kizaru had long since lost his composure. A huge blood-stained hole was visible on his back, a horrifying sight. His already frail, aged face was now covered in wounds and bloodstains, making him look incredibly battered. Bang! In a different, deep pit, Lucci, transformed from his leopard form back into human form, crawled out, covered in blood. He was vastly different from Kizaru. Several of his bones were broken. The image of the once powerful 13-year-old boy who single-handedly annihilated 500 soldiers had long since vanished. A large chunk of his forehead was dented, and his body was drenched in blood, leaving him in an extremely pathetic state. Lucci glanced at Kizaru, the weak, don't deserve to live, and they certainly don't deserve to be saved. Before he could finish speaking, Lucci, disregarding his serious injuries, charged towards Whitebeard. Kizaru, his face covered in fresh blood, heard Lucci's words and for a moment couldn't contain his anger. Damn it, he, a dignified Marine Headquarters Admiral, the world government's highest-ranking combatant, was being mocked by a mere brat with the words, "The weak don't deserve to live." Kizaru, having shed his former lazy and unideal personality, endured fatigue and serious injuries, his body undergoing a second elemental transformation. Wielding the intensely dazzling light of the heavenly cloud sword, he charged towards Whitebeard. Seeing so many people attacking from afar, Whitebeard, a member of the Marine group, couldn't help but show signs of panic. "I'm going to help Whitebeard." With a head of wavy, sea blue hair cascading down her long locks, All-Ain stood up without hesitation. "Your going won't do any good. I'll go instead." With a head of light blue hair like Monet's, her body instantly transformed into an elemental form, and Yukihana floated around her. "Look at this!" Several Neo-Marines suddenly let out a cry of terror, pointing towards the distant battleground where Whitebeard was fighting. Own! As the fierce battle erupted, countless rocks and debris, resembling large drums, were blasted away, the ground shook violently, and cracks appeared constantly. Dust filled the air, revealing the original group of CPO members who had been ganging up on Whitebeard and Kizaru. But at this moment, they were all blown away. As those people were thrown backward, blood gushed out uncontrollably, and they screamed in agony as they fell into a pile of ruins. Suddenly, Whitebeard, wielding his massive sword, leapt up and unleashed a terrifying slash towards the people who had fallen to the ground. The massive slash instantly tore through the air. Before the sharp whistling sound could even be heard, the slash had already landed. Aha! Several agonizing screams instantly echoed throughout the entire island, and from within the Earth's layers, several streams of fresh blood gushed out. Kizaru and several members of CP0 were wiped out, their entire force buried here. In the sacred land of Mariedra, the 5 elders tried to contact CP0 a second time, only to find that no matter how many times they dialed CP0's number, they couldn't get through. This sent a chill down everyone's spine, reminding them of a single truth. Those were the 5 CPO members killed by Whitebeard. This is the only possibility. Otherwise, given the status of a person with supreme government power, how could they possibly refuse to answer a phone call? The 5 elders placed all the responsibility and blame for all of this on Akainu. Sakazuki, this. You idiot. That's what we were saying initially. We'd have Sakazuki take an admiral and go to Punk Hazard Island himself. If he and any admiral teamed up, they could absolutely capture Whitebeard. How could things have turned out like this? According to the 5 elders, Kizaru's strength is far inferior to Akainu's. To capture a Yonko, even if he's beaten to a pulp, stripped of his tremor fruit ability, and not as powerful as Whitebeard was before, at least 2 admirals would be needed. If Akainu went himself, he could definitely succeed in capturing Whitebeard. The mastermind behind the current situation is none other than the new fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, Sakazuki. Sakazuki is increasingly disregarding our orders. He even dares to openly defy our commands and challenge our authority. I think we should find a suitable candidate to directly replace him as Marshal of the 5 elders to begin to voice their opinions about Akainu. One of them, with a low, aged face, spoke with dissatisfaction. Of the remaining 3, to remain silent. Another person, who had a relatively low opinion of Sakazuki, immediately spoke up. Everyone knows Sakazuki's strength. Although he has a hot temper and sometimes disobeys our orders, his prestige in the Navy and his intimidating influence on the Grand Line are unmatched. After remaining silent, one of the 5 elders finally spoke up. Well, Sakazuki is still useful, so we don't need to worry about the selection of a new marshal for now. Finally, the 2 men, embracing the great demon slayer and cutting through the 5 elders, adjusted their heavy glasses and said in a low voice, officially informed Sakazuki. Let him handle Whitebeard's affairs. We'll just observe the situation. This Whitebeard resurrection might be a great stroke of luck. However, it seems Whitebeard has become much stronger. Why not wait until Whitebeard fights those pirates to the death? Then we can sit back and reap the benefits. It won't be too late. As expected of an old devil who has lived for countless years, after the initial shock, he calmed down and became as sinister and terrifying as 5 old foxes. We've waited so many years, 1.5 years won't make much difference. I agree. At the New World Marine headquarters, Akainu, who was reviewing documents, received a second call from the 5 elders. Sakazuki, I officially inform you that Whitebeard has not only been resurrected, but his power has also increased. Your Borsalino faction, along with our CPO faction, has been completely wiped out. Although the 5 elders had reached an agreement, they still shouted loudly at Akainu during the phone call. The entire army was wiped out. Akainu, who had never been surprised before, had just tried calling Kizaru several times without success and had a bad feeling. At this point, even he, who had firmly believed that Whitebeard's resurrection was nonsense, was shaken. The voice of the 5 elders continued to reprimand him on the other end of the phone. This time, you openly defied our orders, causing heavy losses to the world government. Now, we're giving you one last chance to resolve the Whitebeard incident. Otherwise, your position as marshal should end. With a loud bang, the phone, which had been tampered with by the 5 elder stars, decisively went dead. Having been scolded by the 5 elders 3 times, Akainu felt like he'd only realized he'd eaten a dead cockroach after it was in his mouth. His face turned bright red, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. Akainu took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and shouted towards the door, "Assistant officer, come in." With a creak, the office door opened and a Marine entered, his face full of respect, saying, "Marshal, what are your orders?" "Go immediately and check General Borsalino's life record and report back as quickly as possible." Yes, the naval officers quickly departed. Every naval officer with a rank in the Navy has a life record kept at the Navy headquarters to prevent them from going missing and being impossible to find while on a mission. Could Whitebeard really have been resurrected? Akainu took a deep breath, still not quite believing it was true. If Whitebeard has been resurrected, he must be eliminated immediately. The news cannot be allowed to spread. Otherwise, this vast ocean will likely become even more chaotic. Very quickly, the naval officer who had just left returned, his face showing an unprecedented tension and panic, his whole body trembling. Akainu glanced at him. Why such a panic? What exactly is this paper life thing? Reporting, Marshal, Borsalino's paper life symbol has burned to ashes. The Marine stammered, trembling, his whole body exhausted. Everyone knew that a burnt paper life symbol represented a person's death. Kia. That's Admiral Borsalino from the Navy headquarters. Die? Borsalino is dead. Own. Akainu's whole body trembled. His head exploded, violently shaken by the earthquake. His heart was like stone. In his decades of life, he had never experienced such fear and such a feeling of defeat, along with a burning rage. All of these things make a point. Whitebeard. Resurrected? Akainu was violently shocked by the earthquake. Whitebeard's resurrection? That's absolutely baseless. However, all the phenomena happening right now clearly indicate that Whitebeard has indeed been resurrected. Damn it, Akainu's expression on his dark face was somewhat distorted. After being repeatedly yelled at by the 5 elders, and even accused of disobeying orders and causing the world government to lose an admiral and CP0, all because of Whitebeard's resurrection. He thought, a man who's already died once dares to crawl out and make me uncomfortable again. Whitebeard. Very good. Very good. Akainu's face was a terrifying black, his shame turning into extreme anger. His whole being seemed like a volcano about to erupt at any moment, radiating a terrifying aura of molten lava. Whitebeard, you've just been resurrected, and you dare to make me uncomfortable. This time, I'm going to make sure you're completely dead. Akainu understood that he couldn't let the news of Whitebeard's resurrection spread across this sea, so he had to eliminate Whitebeard immediately. Following this, Akainu, wielding absolute power as the Admiral, issued a series of secret orders targeting Whitebeard's resurrection. Across. Time travel for Don Quixote. Doflamingo's death? The Don Quixote pirate crew is mobilizing en masse. They must get to Punk Hazard first to rescue Doflamingo. It's possible that halfway through the pirate ship's journey, Doflamingo's paper life force will be completely depleted. No. Dofla. With 2 viscous tubes hanging from its nostrils, Treble watched as the paper in his hand burned away all its life force. In an instant, he let out a mournful cry, a desolate sound, like a weeping ghost, unusually eerie and terrifying. Dofla, young master. Owned by the Don Quixote family, the officials collectively cried out in despair. We must avenge the young master. Kill Whitebeard. Avenge Dofla. This group of people, absolutely loyal to the Don Quixote family, swore oaths profusely, each with eyes filled with hatred, showing no fear despite Whitebeard's power, declaring their intention to slay Whitebeard and avenge Doflamingo. Tick-tock. Treble's body was constantly dripping viscous fluid onto the deck of the boat. A bunch of idiots. Treble was breathing heavily, enduring his anger, raging against a group of officials. The viscous fluid that had turned into his clothes was constantly shaking, and his body was trembling uncontrollably from suppressing his rage and hatred. Change the bow of the boat immediately. Treble breathed heavily, panting and speaking fiercely. A group of officers looked at Treble in confusion. Change the bow of the ship. Let's go avenge our young master. Revenge. With just the few of us. Idiot. Dofla and Jack the Drought both fell at Whitebeard's hands. Do you think we can stand up against Whitebeard head-on? Treble roared loudly. When did I ever not want revenge? However, even a pig's head could figure out that Whitebeard's current strength was absolutely not something they could confront head-on. Shouldn't we avenge our young master? Should we be foolish enough to cling to life? If you won't go, I will. One official, blinded by resentment, angrily opposed Treble. Fluttering sound. A nauseating stream of viscous fluid instantly enveloped the Treble officer who had just resisted. This official's entire body resembled a mummy, covered in a viscous fluid from head to toe, making creaking and groaning sounds as the fluid tightened, producing a series of bone-crushing noises. Boom! In the end, this person was directly killed by the viscous fluid. I didn't expect someone to be blinded by resentment, to use this to oppose me, not following the plan. He's a prime example of failure. Treble became cold and calculating. Only he knew that if he didn't kill a chicken to scare the monkeys now, everyone would be blinded by hatred and resentment. To directly seek revenge against Whitebeard would be no different from committing suicide. As expected, the group of officials, upon witnessing this scene, immediately fell silent. Change our sea route immediately. Let's split up and act separately. Treble was breathing heavily, clearly indicating that he had ruthlessly and unintentionally killed that officer. But he had also made a great decision. He couldn't bear it, and after careful consideration of the bigger picture, he had no choice but to make the sacrifice and follow Treble's orders. Diamante, you guys, go inform the beast pirates. It's best if you directly inform Kadu, the king of beasts. Whitebeard has been resurrected, and there's a drought. Jack died at Whitebeard's hands. Gladius, you guys, go inform the new Yonko, Blackbeard Teach. Make sure you explain that Whitebeard has not only been resurrected, but his strength hasn't diminished at all. Remember, Blackbeard disobeyed the only rule of the original Whitebeard pirates and killed his own crewmate. Whitebeard has been resurrected and will surely seek revenge on Blackbeard. Tell him a little, and I believe Blackbeard won't allow his father, Whitebeard, to live any longer. Announce to Bamboo Demon Virgo the news of Whitebeard's resurrection to the Marines. At the same time, inform the newly appointed warlord Edward Weevil, that self-proclaimed second-in-command of Whitebeard. He'll definitely be very interested in this news. Low.G, you guys go inform the four Emperors Charlotte Linlin and Big Mom Pirates that after Whitebeard's death, they've absorbed a considerable amount of Whitebeard's pirate crew's power. And they definitely don't want to see Whitebeard resurrected. Buffalo, you take me. Let's go to Punk Hazard together and find Dofla's remains. We will avenge Dofla in our own way. We will make Whitebeard and the whole world enemies. Treble, the head of the Don Quixote family, began exploiting their years of shady dealings and underground power struggles to take revenge on Doflamingo, and frantically started spreading news of Whitebeard's resurrection. In this era, an endless storm of bloodshed is inevitable. In this chaotic era, the most terrifying turmoil is about to erupt due to Whitebeard's resurrection. Punk Hazard Island, at this moment, the entire vast island, whether it was the intensely burning areas or the extremely cold regions, was a wasteland. Snow-capped mountains had collapsed, and huge chunks of earth and rock were scattered everywhere. There was an enormous, bottomless pit, making the entire island incredibly uneven and rugged. There were also countless deep fissures and trenches crisscrossing the area. Seawater flowed along these fissures, flooding the island into numerous pits, making Punk Hazard look as if it had been submerged. With his feet treading on the ruins and preparing to leave with his sword in hand, Whitebeard suddenly heard a series of incessant reminders from the system in his head. A huge amount of valuable sentimental energy is being frantically poured into the bag. Moreover, it's still increasing. Just a short while later, approximately 200 and something thousand points of emotional value were collected. Not bad. The Don Quixote family has finally delivered on its expectations. Edward Newgate raised the crescent-shaped Whitebeard, bowing his head to look at the old scars on his chest, which writhed with the muscles. Finally, he could completely heal this aging body. System, how much emotional value do I have now? The temperature and the voice rang out. Host, you currently have a mood value of 320,000. Adding CP along with Kizaru, the 5 elders, Akainu, and others, the total emotional value generated is approximately 320,000. If I use up all my mental energy now, to what state can my body recover? This is the area that Whitebeard is most concerned about. All things considered, it's roughly worth approaching 500,000 mental energy points. I wonder what state it can restore. The host can now undergo 3 major restorations, along with 2 careful restorations, which can completely restore the host's physical health from a critical state to an exceptionally healthy state. The host's strength will also recover from weakness and aging to powerful, constantly approaching its peak. Host, you absolutely shouldn't think that recovery is just a simple matter. After achieving peak recovery, the system can further enhance your physical body to become the strongest in the entire world on land, sea, and air. Furthermore, through your continuous battles and mental transformation, your own abilities will also increase. The system's suggestion, in fact, made Edward Newgate suddenly realize that he could clearly sense that his conqueror's hockey had increased during his fight with Doflamingo, and that his observation hockey had also increased after his encounter with Kizaru. Furthermore, as the battle dragged on, Edward Newgate could clearly feel that he was becoming more and more proficient in controlling this body, and thus mastering more and more fighting techniques. System, allow me to consume all my mental energy value to proceed with the restoration. After pondering for a few minutes and gaining tens of thousands of mental points, Whitebeard immediately instructed the system to restore his body. Emotional energy cost, 350,000. 3 large-scale restorations performed. 5 small-scale restorations performed. In progress. Mr. Each and every extremely gentle force continuously flowed within Whitebeard's body, and his entire massive frame, countless tendons, acupoints, and bones were all receiving this strange force's gentle repair. Even Whitebeard could clearly see that the original, long-standing scar on his chest was gradually fading. Those scars, crisscrossing him one after another, were becoming increasingly lighter. In the end, when the restoration was complete, the scars on his body completely disappeared. His originally aged appearance had become even more resolute, and a domineering aura naturally emerged. However, his distinctive white, crescent-shaped beard remained unchanged. Bang! Whitebeard gripped his sword, wielding it with effortless grace, instantly producing a sound of air being torn apart. Every movement of his hands and feet was filled with incredibly terrifying power. Excellent, my strength has increased. I must continue fighting. My swordsmanship and martial arts will also improve. Swordsmanship, taijutsu, hockey, these are all built upon the very top, always striving to become even better. It can be said that the original Whitebeard already possessed extremely powerful swordsmanship, taijutsu, and hockey. Under such circumstances, with this second enhancement, he has the opportunity to push each of these skills to their limits in the future. With just his swordsmanship, he could proudly challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, with his unparalleled martial arts. He could shatter Garp's iron fist. His observation hockey could predict the future, like Enel, knowing a vast expanse of human thoughts. His conqueror's hockey could defeat red-haired Shanks. The next day, he could increase his physical body to the strongest level in the sea, land, and air, and with just his physical body alone, he would be able to challenge Kadu. If only all of these things could be contained within one person. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil with excitement. System, I remember you saying I could reclaim the Tremor fruit a second time. Edward Newgate would never forget the shockwave he'd used to kill Kizaru. If he had it, he wouldn't have needed to go through all the trouble of creating the sandstorm. As long as the host obtains 1 million mental points, including those consumed, restores the person to their peak state, and finds the current power-up user, the system can unlock the ability to reclaim it. Having received the confirmation system's reply, Edward Newgate couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. All right, let me unleash a storm of bloodshed upon this world. Blackbeard teach, prepare for despair. Teacher Z, you should rest more, don't get up. A group of neo-naval officers spoke in a flurry of polite conversation. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. All the bloodstains on his body had been cleaned away. He was wrapped in layer after layer of bandages, his whole body resembling a dumpling. Fortunately, his face was unharmed, but after undergoing the Yasakani no Magatama trial, he had aged a few inches. Zephyr was utterly disheartened. He had spent his entire life fighting pirates, then left the Navy to establish the Neo Navy, enduring over 70 years. Now, he was personally training students, having narrowly escaped death, only to be saved by the great pirate Whitebeard. Zephyr felt that this was indeed a huge irony for his entire life. Get yourselves ready. I have something important to announce. Zephyr took a deep breath, reluctantly calming himself down. He was an old man, and he couldn't refuse to admit he was old, could he? A group of Neo-Marines looked at each other, unsure of what their marshal really meant. Even Aang didn't understand the meaning of the White Tiger spell. Following that, Zephyr declared with a thunderous voice, I hereby officially declare the Neo Navy disbanded. Having said that, Zephyr's entire body deflated like a deflated balloon. Disband us? Marshal, are you joking? Teacher Z, are you too tired? Do you need to rest properly? Upon hearing Zephyr's words, the Neo-Marine group reacted as if they'd been electrocuted, nearly jumping up in astonishment. How could I not be astonished? How could I not be terrified? Okay, how can you just disband the group like that? Teacher Z, you're surely not joking, are you? Aang let out a bitter laugh, a delicate expression on her oval face contorting into one of distress. The sea breeze lifted her azure hair, but it couldn't blow away her heavy heart, because she knew Zephyr's character best. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change it. How am I supposed to explain this to you? Zephyr was inwardly distressed, only he knew that his time was running out. The Neo Navy's overall strength is indeed not bad, possessing both Pachifista and anti-Pachifista fighters. They may have been determined to cultivate a genius student like Zephyr, but they still couldn't fulfill their wish. After their death, like a headless snake, they will only bring disaster to this world. Zephyr thought to himself, I have decided to disband the Neo Navy. I have decided to disband the Neo Navy. Master, Marshal. Each member of the NEO naval squad was in a state of frantic urgency. Cluck, cluck, ha ha ha. Zephyr, you're not going to give up your lifelong dreams just because you're afraid of getting old, are you? A burst of laughter, like a late-night clap of thunder, echoed through the air, followed by Whitebeard, wielding his sword, striding forward with a confident stride. Whitebeard! A group of neo-naval officers looked over in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Aang also had a look of astonishment on his face. Whitebeard, Zephyr's face was filled with a wry smile. He was over 70 years old, and just as Kizaru had said, this vast ocean no longer belonged to their generation. A new era had arrived. Just as Zephyr was about to speak, he suddenly froze. He was left with only a blank expression on his face, devoid of bandages, his entire countenance turning into astonishment, then into shock. Zephyr stomped towards Whitebeard, his face contorted with terror, saying, Whitebeard, your body, all the scars on your body are gone. Your face has also become younger. A group of Neo-Marines, now noticing, strode towards Edward Newgate. Both his face and body had transformed, making him look like a seasoned politician. The scar on his chest had completely disappeared. Everyone was trembling uncontrollably. How could they not be moved? Their marshal's body was old and weak, but at the same time, in the era of Whitebeard, he suddenly became young again, seemingly returning to his peak form. That's probably not right. Your beard, it hasn't changed at all, Zephyr exclaimed in astonishment. All the things that had shocked him in his life combined didn't amount to as much as the past few days. Well, even things like bringing the dead back to life have happened to you, so what else is impossible? That being said, while it might seem acceptable, the hearts of the Neo Marines were still trembling uncontrollably. This further increased Whitebeard's emotional value. Edward Newgate, on the other hand, paid no attention to these details. With a wave of his hand, the crescent-shaped Whitebeard was raised, his large sparkling eyes fixed on Zephyr. So, you wanted to fight me before, but now you've become timid and fearful, afraid of aging, giving up your lifelong pursuit. Zephyr? Giving up a lifetime of chasing dreams? Zephyr, hiding deep within some root of his brain, felt a sharp, agonizing pain. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly take your Neo and get well. Once you're healed, come find me and have a good fight. Edward Newgate laughed heartily, his broadsword pointed directly at Zephyr. Of course, you also have to take these little brats I rescued and teach them a good lesson. You want to leave. Zephyr's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, like a raging sea. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. Do you have a ship? Would you like us to give you a ride? No need, Edward said. Newgate pointed to a medium-sized ship in the distance on the sea. The ships left behind by CP0 are probably not too bad. With only a boat and no navigator, you can't possibly go out to sea, can you? That makes some sense, Whitebeard nodded. This was indeed a headache, but it didn't matter. Wherever they went, they could go. The entire Grand Line was a possibility. Can I ask you a favor? Zephyr asked solemnly, his expression a mixture of hesitation and reluctance. Whitebeard nodded and said, as long as it's not too much trouble, I wouldn't mind helping you out. Zephyr, who had been silent for a moment, finally turned his head and spoke to Ain, his expression becoming extremely serious. Do you have a permanent log pose on you? During a long voyage, the course, weather, ocean currents, and other conditions do not change according to normal patterns. A regular log pose cannot reach a fixed island, but a permanent log pose will always point towards one island, never changing direction. This is an essential item for takeoff. Tall and slender, Ain nodded and said, Teacher Z, I have a permanent log pose on me. As he spoke, he took out the permanent log pose and handed it to Zephyr. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. Take this with you and chase after Whitebeard. What? When Zephyr said this, everyone was astonished. Even Whitebeard himself was a little stunned. What kind of joke is this? Letting Ain follow me? The salty sea breeze blew through Ain's head of curly, sea blue hair, highlighting her tall, slender figure. Beneath her long, straight legs, she wore a pair of light purple boots. At this moment, Ain's delicate face was filled with incomprehension and doubt. Teacher, are you trying to send me away? Following Whitebeard is your greatest opportunity. Zephyr gave a wry smile, though it was unclear whether it was due to his injuries or his reluctance, but his smile was very stiff. The path to becoming a master is nearing its end. Zephyr listened to Whitebeard's words and no longer insisted on disbanding the Neo Marines. He knew that if he died that day, the Neo Marines would be like a snake without a head, and Ain remaining would only bring trouble. Master. Just as Ain was about to speak, Zephyr interrupted him. Consider this my final order. Otherwise, I will immediately disband the Neo Navy. The original Neo Marine group, initially agitated and astonished, immediately fell silent upon hearing the word disband. In truth, they couldn't understand Zephyr's painstaking efforts. Even Ain was silent. If I stay, the Neo Navy will immediately disband. The dilemma was complete. Not following Professor Zephyr's orders would at least spare him trouble. My old friend, Ain is not only a warrior, but also an excellent navigator. If you take her out to sea, you won't be fooled. Zephyr changed his way of addressing him, using the 3 words old friend. This made Whitebeard feel a little awkward refusing again. As mentioned before, he really needed an excellent navigator right now. Being contemporaries of the same era, Whitebeard also understood Zephyr's painstaking efforts and could only nod, all right, let Ain come with me. At that very moment, Edward Newgate heard a system voice in his head that only he could hear, using a father's name, conveying love and warming the heart of a daughter. Congratulations, host! You have successfully unlocked the fatherly love template. Whenever the host receives a sincere daughter, the amount of love value obtained will depend on the daughter's strength and influence in this world. love value can be exchanged for system items and skills. Whitebeard was astonished, then overjoyed, and a whole new system of templates was being unlocked. When you acquire a daughter and a son, you can gain love points, which can be exchanged for system items and skills. System: is it possible to exchange those items along with the skills? Sorry, the host's authority is currently insufficient. Only after acquiring the lowest-ranking sincere daughter can you check the system's items and skills. So that's it. Yes, this is sincere. It means my daughter is loyal to me. It's genuine and sincere. As my daughter, she's truly devoted, right? The host is so smart. Not a single word is wrong. Furthermore, we have another problem. Like Marco, these original children, returning once again, is their compassion truly worthwhile? Of course. As long as they are sincere, they can earn love value. If they are not sincere, the system will automatically detect it and notify the host. That couldn't be better. In his previous life, he spent many years undercover, enduring loneliness and solitude, which made him hesitant about the idea of Ain following him. However, now that a new system and framework had been introduced, this had opened up Whitebeard's mind, and he couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. All right, let Ain follow me out to sea. I guarantee her safety. Zephyr solemnly brought Ain to Whitebeard's side, and only then did many Neo-Marines help them up. As they boarded their warship, the rescued children had already been arranged in the warship's hold, with special personnel taking care of them. Ain didn't want to stand on the island, so he waved goodbye to Zephyr and the group of Neo-Marines. The warship gradually moved on, disappearing from sight. Whitebeard opened his mouth and said, "We should go too." Ain, slightly shy, looked up at Whitebeard and inquired, "How should I address you?" "Whitebeard. Or should I call you by your full name, Edward Newgate?" This was also Edward's way of addressing him. Newgate was slightly surprised. He really didn't know how to address him. "You're asking me, but who should I ask?" Whitebeard could only casually say, "My daughters used to call me Dad. You can call me that too." Father Ain looked up, utterly surprised. "Of course, you can call me whatever you like. I have no problem with that." Edward Newgate shrugged, then turned his head and spoke to Monet, who was still standing silently in the distance. "Monet, where are you going?" Monet hesitated for a moment, but finally looked towards Whitebeard, her eyes filled with determination. "I will continue to stay on the island. You all leave first." At this time, Monet was unaware that Doflamingo was dead, and Whitebeard assumed that Monet knew this information. Then we said goodbye. Edward Newgate, along with Ain and Uehara, who belonged to the CP0 mid-sized organization, left Punk Hazard. At the same time, according to Don Quixote, the family took action. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of powerful individuals in every new world. The new world. All nations. Island cakes. This is the base of the for Emperor Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom pirate crew. Mom, I just received some unbelievable news. A high-ranking official bowed as he reported, his voice trembling slightly. For so many years, except for when his aunt's eating disorder flared up, he had never been so nervous that he was trembling like this. "Can't you see I'm eating cake?" In response to this high-ranking official, a terrifying voice rang out, a huge, black face suddenly rising, looking as fearsome as a god or demon, the voice echoing incessantly in all directions. Upon hearing the news, the minister immediately trembled all over, his face turning pale with fear. He knew what the consequences would be for disturbing his aunt while she was eating her cake, so he hurriedly shouted, "Mother, Whitebeard has come back to life. We just received reliable news. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has come back to life. He's appeared on Punk Hazard Island. Moreover, he killed Drought Jack." Huh? Suddenly, a gigantic, corpulent figure, like a god or demon, froze in place. Then Charlotte Linlin's thunderous voice boomed, "Whitebeard has come back to life. Are you sure this is true?" "Absolutely correct." The Navy headquarters has dispatched over a dozen large warships, and under Sakazuki's personal guidance, they are heading to Punk Hazard Island. Over a dozen large warships, led personally by the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This is a military operation even more terrifying than an unscheduled summons. Yes, I know. Charlotte Linlin, dressed in pajamas, suddenly appeared, her crimson lipstick strikingly bright. like a ferocious and terrifying demon. Even if Whitebeard were resurrected, you shouldn't disturb me while I'm eating my cake. The minister was about to continue explaining when Charlotte Linlin gave him absolutely no chance to elaborate. Charlotte Linlin bowed her head and looked at the minister, saying without a doubt, "Hand over your entire lifespan and soul." "No, no, no. Mother, spare my life. Mother, spare my life." The minister knelt on the ground, trembling all over, shaking with fear, terrified, panicked, and sweating profusely. Own. A bizarre scene unfolded. A white streak, like a ghostly apparition, was flung away from this person's back. It was their soul, snatched away by Charlotte Linlin. East. Stripped of its remaining soul, the corpse fell to the ground. Charlotte Linlin didn't even glance at it, opening her large, firm mouth and licking her brightly painted lips. "Edward Newgate, you've come back to life. In the New World, there is a large, snow-covered island called the East Island, where all 4 seasons of the year are as cold, frozen, and snow-covered as winter." Boom, boom, boom. The island suddenly erupted in a violent tremor, like a terrifying earthquake. The floating snow shattered and melted in this intense tremor, and the ice on the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Joker. Whitebeard has been resurrected. Terrified by the roar, which resembled a thunderclap and echoed throughout the entire large island, every ferocious animal on the island was frightened into lying prone, trembling and not daring to move. "Jack!" The terrified roars continued to echo. "Whitebeard, you dare to kill Jack!" Boom, boom, boom. With intense, incessant tremors, every pirate on the island looked up, gazing towards a towering figure in the distance, their captain, the one known as the strongest creature of sea, land, and air, the king of beasts, Kadu. Far out on the sea, a pirate ship with a long white cloth draped over its bow could be heard roaring like thunder. The officers on board, filled with hatred for the Don Quixote family, finally let out a long sigh of resentment. "We must avenge the young master." The more Whitebeard's enemies know about this, the more likely it is that Whitebeard will be resurrected. Even without sheepmen, we must still create sheepmen for Whitebeard. Keep Whitebeard constantly creating enemies. The more enemies, the better. Don Quixote's family of officials, insane. They just didn't know that what they were doing was actually increasing Whitebeard's emotional value, not only not causing him any trouble, but actually helping him increase his strength. At this moment, Whitebeard only wished for someone to relay information to him, to create enemies. The wider and faster the information spread, the better. The more enemies he created, and the stronger they were, the better. The more he does this, the faster he can recover his body and strength and move towards the path to the peak. In the first half of the Grand Line, the roots of the Alsia mangrove forest form the Sabaudi archipelago above. Since the Navy headquarters moved away from the Sabaudi archipelago, which was originally relatively close to the Navy headquarters and had the Navy's oversight of the archipelago, the situation has become unusually chaotic. In the past, at this time, the archipelago would likely have already seen outbreaks of various small-scale conflicts and fighting. Today seems to be an exception. Almost all the pirate crews, big and small, are discussing the same thing. Whitebeard is resurrected. The pirate crews on Sabaudi archipelago were all terrified to the point of madness. Some of them, perhaps through a teleprompter projecting the battle from the top of the mountain, had witnessed Whitebeard's death firsthand. Is this a scam? Bringing the dead back to life? How is this possible? Many people are confused and don't believe this is true. It's true. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection might have come from the announcement at the #1 auction house. You should know, the #1 auction house is a place where the world's nobility often frequent. This is really hard for people to accept, isn't it? I heard there's an ancient demon with incredible abilities. It can bring the dead back to life. Who told you that? The #1 auction house. They explained clearly that Whitebeard was resurrected through some kind of mysterious ancient devil fruit. Rumors say Whitebeard issued a cruel threat. Anyone who participates in the Battle of Summit against Whitebeard's pirates will face a bloody massacre. The people at the #1 auction house were lucky enough to see Whitebeard firsthand, but unfortunately, they didn't bring a camera phone at the time, so they didn't get any pictures. The entire Sabaudi archipelago was gripped by fear. All the pirates were discussing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. This shocking topic spread like wildfire from Sabaudi archipelago to every island in the Grand Line. At the auction house, a member of the Don Quixote family, a fiercely boastful official, let out a sigh. Mission accomplished. Whitebeard, let the whole world know you've been resurrected. Those who once opposed the Whitebeard pirates will probably go crazy searching for you. Humph. Without the Whitebeard pirates, even if you, Whitebeard, were powerful enough, you wouldn't be able to defeat the countless enemies and those who covet your resurrection ability. The waves roared across the New World, and somewhere on the surface of the sea, massive warships formed a fleet. On the deck of the flagship, a canoe, clad in a cloak of justice and wearing a baseball cap, gazed through binoculars towards Punk Hazard. We must cover up the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. We cannot allow this world to become the Whitebeard era again. Akainu, deep down, was embracing Borsalino and the CPO team, but he couldn't make the phone call and wasn't contemplating suicide. Otherwise, he, as the marshal, would face severe punishment. The sea breeze stirred Akainu's righteous robe, making it flutter in the wind. Bruce. The miniature cell phone in Akainu's chest rang. He put down his binoculars and answered the call. The voice on the other end of the phone, belonging to Sengoku, was extremely serious. Sakazuki, Marshal, Garp and I have arrived at Punk Hazard Island. The entire island is on the verge of splitting open, with seawater surging along the massive fissures, filling huge craters. This island has undergone a terrible battle. Through Sengoku's description, one can clearly imagine what Punk Hazard Island currently looks like. Akainu's throat twitched slightly, then he heard Sengoku's even more serious words. On the island, we discovered the beast pirate's drought. Jack and Pika, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, are found dead. Sengoku. The phone transmitted Garp's voice, and in an instant, Akainu heard a piece of infuriating news. Sengoku's low voice rang out, Sakazuki, I'm extremely sorry to inform you that Marine Headquarters Admiral Borsalino has perished on Punk Hazard Island. Beside him are the bodies of 5 others, presumably members of the CP spy organization. With one person still alive on the island, we're certain Whitebeard has been resurrected. However, Whitebeard has already left Punk Hazard. Sengoku's low, deep voice was like a harsh slap across Akainu's face, causing Akainu's entire face to turn dark. From the very beginning, he firmly believed that Whitebeard could never be resurrected, but at this moment, he was utterly humiliated. A wave of shame surged through Akainu's heart, filling him with uncontrollable rage. This was an unprecedented and profound humiliation. Sengoku remained silent for a moment, then said, The old general will continue the pursuit of Whitebeard with Garp. You send someone to dispose of the bodies here. After hanging up the phone, Akainu took a deep breath, his fiery red eyes filled with boundless rage and humiliation. At that moment, a naval communications officer, clutching a newspaper, rushed in with a frantic expression to report, Marshal, we've just received intelligence from the Sabaudi archipelago. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection has spread throughout the entire Sabaudi archipelago and surrounding islands. All the major newspapers have published headlines. Whitebeard has come back to life. Boom! Upon hearing this news, Akainu, clutching his binoculars, crushed them in his hand. Damn it, Akainu had wanted to keep the news of Whitebeard's resurrection a secret, but he didn't expect it to spread. This repeated humiliation left Akainu with an unprecedented sense of shame. All of this was thanks to Whitebeard. The messenger, startled, had followed Akainu for many years, and this was the first time he had seen Akainu so angry. He was somewhat submissive and didn't know what to do. What's wrong? Is there something else? Akainu said, suppressing his impending volcanic temper. The messenger swallowed hard, the bone in his throat twitching, before finally speaking in a low voice, Marshal, you asked us to investigate who spread the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. And we found out it came from the Doflamingo Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Don Quixote family. Very well. You have angered me, put me in a passive position, and caused me trouble, so be prepared to face my wrath. Today, I will use you as a scapegoat. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Akainu breathed out a furious sigh, determined to unleash his pent-up anger on the Don Quixote family. Change the sea route immediately. Go to the kingdom of Dressrosa. Annihilate the Don Quixote family. In the chaos of the Sabaudi archipelago, Shaki, wearing a bra and a bar, with short hair, a cigarette in her mouth, and an aged face, suddenly shouted, Rayleigh, come here. What's going on? Making such a fuss, this isn't like you at all. Min Vuong, whose full name was Rayleigh, approached wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses and with a gentle, smiling face. I guarantee you'll be even more surprised than I am by this news. Shaki, with a long cigarette almost burning her lips, showed no reaction. Her face, full of wrinkles, was trembling with shock. Then, solemnly, she declared Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, has been resurrected. It's that boring new guy again, playing tricks. Rayleigh walked to the bar, poured himself a drink, and drank it as if nothing had happened. Actually, I received the news a long time ago. The reason I'm only telling you now is because this news is now completely confirmed. The newspapers have published it. Whitebeard has been resurrected. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Admiral Akainu of the New World Marine Headquarters personally led a dozen large warships towards an island, all to capture the resurrected Whitebeard. Collapse. Rayleigh's glass clattered to the ground, but he paid no attention to it. The news had violently shaken him, his wrinkled face contorted with shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this true? I heard it's some kind of ancient, mysterious demon with real power. A devil fruit ability. Resurrection. Rayleigh's eyes widened, his glasses almost flying off. Even though he'd been to the legendary pirate island, he'd never heard of such a devil fruit. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection was like a tsunami sweeping across the globe, causing the entire world to erupt in excitement. All the pirates gathered on the island, regardless of their rank, were utterly terrified by the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. Many pirates were somewhat intimidated, and quite a few were terrified. The panic stemmed from the fact that these pirates, after Whitebeard's death, seized the opportunity to conquer the island originally guarded by Whitebeard's pirate crew. Now, hearing the news of Whitebeard's return, they naturally began to fear, because that man was Whitebeard himself. Those 3 words alone are enough to awe and inspire legendary beings across the vast ocean. Of course, there are also some pirate gangs among them who are not at all intimidated. For example, the Yonko Charlotte Linlin, at the height of the war, wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Whitebeard, the king of beasts, Kadu. As for those islands off the Grand Line, where pirates are scarce and the news is blocked, it's normal that no information is being transmitted there for the time being. Whether it's the first half of the Grand Line or the New World, both are beginning to seethe with excitement. Originally, Whitebeard's death triggered a surge of pirates into the New World. This era was dubbed the Age of Extreme Evil, especially with those supernovas boasting bounties exceeding hundreds of millions, making it even more of an era of utter chaos. They wreaked havoc in the New World. Upon hearing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, some of the rookie pirates became even more frenzied, excitedly declaring, "If I can kill Whitebeard, my name will surely become legendary throughout the world." These so-called despite-wanting fame, not life, crazy new pirate recruits, seemingly seizing the opportunity presented by Whitebeard's recent resurrection and weakened state, began frantically searching for Whitebeard's whereabouts, intending to challenge Whitebeard's prestige. I want to establish a fearsome reputation in this new world. Of course, the news of Admiral Kizaru's death, thanks to Akainu's strenuous efforts to suppress and conceal it, didn't spread like wildfire. Otherwise, even these crazy rookies, no matter how insane they were, wouldn't dare challenge Whitebeard now. The New World. An island. Ice Witch betrayed her position and led a pirate crew, engaging in a bloody battle with another pirate crew. Father. Resurrected. As the princess of the kingdom dressed, with her long, shallow purple hair adorned with the Ice Witch charm, she was suddenly terrified. Along with the pirate battle, they received this news. Run! Run! Whitebeard has been resurrected. Why would Whitebeard be here at this crucial moment of resurrection? Run! This is real. News leaked from Marine headquarters, Whitebeard has truly been resurrected. Own. A group of reckless pirates, upon hearing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, instantly turned around and fled in a frenzy. Father, are you really resurrected? Ice Witch was utterly astonished and dumbfounded. Shock, fear, astonishment, exhilaration. All these emotions surged to the surface. Captain, they're escaping. Should we chase them? A subordinate, frantically fleeing from the enemies, reminded him. Ice Witch brandished her long sword, pointing it at the enemy. Kill them all. Then, follow me, let's find my father. A similar scenario unfolded on each of the remaining islands in the New World. Under the banner of the 16th Division, led by Marco, Whitebeard fought a battle with Blackbeard Teach, and then all of them disappeared without a trace. Whitebeard once commanded 43 pirate crews, but under Whitebeard II's relentless pursuit, 16 of them have now been wiped out. The remaining 27 pirate crews, relying on their formidable strength, continued to advance in this vast ocean of the New World, even if attacked by other pirate crews. Upon hearing of Whitebeard's resurrection, they excitedly embarked on a journey to find their father. Even after a year had passed since his death, those who had once followed the Whitebeard pirates, upon hearing the news of Whitebeard's resurrection, immediately and without hesitation stood up to him. This is the power of Whitebeard's influence. No one can match his power of persuasion. Run quickly? Why would Whitebeard to attack us? We're clearly Whitebeard's pirate crew. How would he know Edward? What's Weevil going crazy about? A massive building stands on the island, where pirates frantically flee. The island was filled with gunpowder smoke, huge fissures stretched everywhere, and vast swaths of buildings had fallen into ruins. Mummy! Mummy! They all say Whitebeard has been resurrected. Is this true? Edward Weevil, with his incredibly fat, hedgehog-like, golden blonde hair, wielding a sword similar to Whitebeard's, was furiously attacking the pirates in front of him. He was like a miniature version of Whitebeard, towering over Edward. Weevil, with a large chunk of hair on his head, swung his enormous sword, while grumbling to a petite old woman behind him. HMPH. A dead person. How can they be resurrected? What kind of joke is this? With heavily applied curing eye lipstick, wearing sunglasses, her face wrinkled, her short stature resembling a small old woman, Miss Backen, trembling with a cane in her hand, spoke with an arrogant and domineering air, declaring with absolute certainty, Edward Newgate will never be resurrected. Those people spreading nonsense are simply afraid of his immense power. What's there to be afraid of in a dead man? You must believe in your most beloved mummy. Driven by a desire to steal Whitebeard's legacy, Miss Backen instigated Weevil. That massive structure in front of us is our target this time. Little Horse Jr., a giant, is hidden there. He could be your father's loyal follower. He must have a lot of treasure with him. Mummy, I'm going to go kill Little Horse Jr. All of Whitebeard's treasure is mine, Weevil. A typical big-limbed, dim-witted, incredibly fat giant concealed terrifying destructive power. Long ago, he had already severed Zephyr's arm. Following the Whitebeard era, Marco's participation stirred up a new storm, and at the instigation of Miss Backen, he successively defeated 16 Whitebeard captains under his command, even intending to seize a large portion of Whitebeard's legacy from Marco. You idiot! You've obtained Whitebeard's treasure, and you want to give it all to Mummy. To keep safe for you, Miss Backen aggressively poked Weevil's long, slender leg with her three-pronged stick, saying fiercely, Mummy is the person who loves you the most in the whole world. Miss Backen, this old hag, her eyes gleaming with gold, fantasizes about acquiring countless treasures. This is her sole purpose as the self-proclaimed Whitebeard's lover, greedy, ambitious, heartless, and obsessed with wealth. She showed no desire for revenge after Whitebeard's death, instead using her son as a tool to exploit him. Edward Weevil, obedient to Miss Backen's command, advanced toward the enormous structure, his massive body surging forward. Suddenly, he raised both arms and, with a powerful swing, unleashed a fierce blow. Boom, boom, boom. As the slashing attack was unleashed, the tallest building on the entire island was instantly severed in half. The entire structure was cleaved in two in a flash, and one could even see light emanating from the moment the structure was cut open. Following that, the structures collapsed with a deafening roar, countless pieces of rubble flying everywhere, dust filling the air, and the rumbling continued incessantly. Bang! A gigantic, humanoid figure rose from the ruins of a building. It was Little Horse Jr., who disappeared without a trace after the battle, his fate unknown. At this moment, Little Horse Jr.'s physical condition was far from optimistic. The giant's enormous body was covered in white bandages and ointment, and bottles of saline solution hung from his head. A year later, Little Horse was still severely injured. You can imagine how bad the initial injury must have been. Huh? Still clinging on like this? So weak. You're just a subordinate of Whitebeard. Hey, hand over all your treasures. Edward Weevil's narrow, elongated eyes stared contemptuously at Little Horse Whitebeard's inheritance. It's all mine. Stop wasting time talking nonsense with him. Just chop him down. He has treasure, and it belongs to us. Miss Backen narrowed her greedy eyes. Kill him. Weevil, you're the only remaining son of Whitebeard. You're Whitebeard's true son. You've disgraced your father. Little Ors, with the bandages on his head gradually removed, recalled Whitebeard's father's earlier words. Is hanging yourself like this meant to elicit sympathy from your enemies? Mr. Weevil, wielding a massive long sword that gleamed with a dazzling cold light, struck. Pink. Little Ors roared, gripping a large, black sword, and met Weevil's blow head-on. Painting. The deafening sound of clashing swords echoed as the two blades collided, the air vibrating as if instantly pushing outwards into the distance. With just this much power, you're not even worthy of humiliating my father. Even if you are Edward Weevil. Little Ors was bleeding profusely, his old wounds reopened from the excessive force, exposing the dark, bony bone beneath. Yet his gaze was unusually resolute, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Even with his unhealed injuries, the domineering aura of the Whitebeard pirates remained undiminished. With a sudden burst of strength, he tossed Weevil's long sword aside and swung his own. The Whitebeard pirates haven't disappeared yet. Weevil swiftly swung his sword horizontally, forcing Little Ors back. No, the Whitebeard pirates are completely finished. I will wipe out every single remnant of the Whitebeard pirates, because they seized what belonged to me, Whitebeard's legacy. Before he could finish speaking, Weevil's aura surged violently, powerful haki enveloped his long sword, and immense strength suddenly gathered in his hands, turning the sword pitch black like an abyss, carrying a terrifying aura. With a single, even slash, he cut horizontally towards Little Ors. The air exploded with a bang. This was an incredibly terrifying blow. Own. Little Ors tried to block the blow, but his already serious injuries hadn't healed, and he was no match for Weevil. He was sent flying by the single strike. The colossal giant's massive body smashed through a building, sending countless boulders tumbling down, filling the air with dust. Little Ors, far away, crashed to the ground, his old wounds reopening, and in his eyes, he had completely lost his fighting ability. Behind Miss Backen, Weevil, a weathered man with a face full of wrinkles, revealed an excited smile, his eyes shining brightly. Treasure? Treasure! Weevil, let's slaughter this giant. His treasure is ours. The giant race was sent flying by my two swords. Mummy, am I not the most powerful, the strongest person in the whole world? Weevil's incredibly fat body was shaking with excitement. He considered defeating the Whitebeard pirates an honor, and he was unusually excited at this moment. This island, and all the treasure on the island, will be mine from now on. Do you think you can steal my island just because you underestimate me? What do you think I am? Tap, tap, tap. Just then, having just stepped onto Edward Island, Newgate, sword in hand, strode forward. Whitebeard, his crescent moon-shaped sword raised high, looked towards Weevil and said, "This island, and everything on it, past or future, belongs to me. That old man is Whitebeard. I am Whitebeard. Don't you dare trample on anything that belongs to me." Whitebeard's voice was like thunder, even sending countless rocks and debris flying through the air being knocked down. Even the seagulls soaring over the distant sea were shaken and fell into the ocean, trampling on the two words that hadn't completely fallen yet. Whitebeard, wielding a sword capable of cutting through anything, swung it at Weevil. The moment the blade was unleashed, an unparalleled and terrifying slash, even the air itself, was instantly cut through. Before the sharp, ear-piercing whistling sound could even be heard, the blade, carrying the ultimate power of dominance, descended upon Weevil. Pink! In that instant, Weevil felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a kind of overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down his spine, emanating from that deadly sword strike. Ah! Weevil let out a loud roar, escaping this feeling of fear, and swung his long sword horizontally. In the blink of an eye, the two swords clashed together. Mr. An incredibly terrifying tremor shook the ground, rapidly stirring up everything in its path. Countless ruins were swept away, the entire scene resembling a raging storm. All the ruins were flung upwards and rapidly flung outwards, a truly astonishing sight. Tap, tap, tap. With one slash, Weevil retreated dozens of steps, finally stabilizing his surging aura before slowly moving backward. Whitebeard! Miss Backen's aged eyes stared intently, almost as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. She had been manipulating Weevil to attack and kill the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates because she knew Whitebeard was dead and wanted a piece of the pie in the tumultuous era of the great pirates. She had heard the same thing before, the news of Whitebeard's resurrection. She simply couldn't believe it. How could a dead person be resurrected? She firmly believed that it was absolutely Whitebeard's remnants who had swallowed up Whitebeard's legacy and treasure that had leaked the information. That's right. Before her eyes, she saw Whitebeard, alive and well, appearing right in front of her. Terrifying. No one could compare to the sheer terror that filled Miss Backen's head. Her aged face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, was etched with disbelief and horror. The greed in her old eyes had transformed from fear into sheer terror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whitebeard is clearly dead. Miss Backen gasped for breath, backing away as she spoke. Following her, regardless of the distance, she used her cane to cover her tracks. Terrified, she fled behind Weevil with lightning speed, using him as a human shield. Weevil was fighting Whitebeard against a sword strike when, with his blood surging and both his hands numb from the impact, he was utterly terrified. Since setting sail, his hands have slain countless pirates under Whitebeard's banner. Even in the New World, those pirates he killed were all notorious and fearsome individuals. Never before has anything like today happened. Just one blow from a sword, and my hand is numb. Whitebeard. Father Weevil stared at Whitebeard in astonishment. Unlike Whitebeard, Weevil had narrow, elongated eyes, a slightly curved, miniature version of Whitebeard, and lacked any of Whitebeard's domineering aura. His body was also not as bulky and enormous as before. His lower body was slender and long like steel. Kill him. Miss Backen fled to Weevil's back, seemingly finding a great sense of security, yet she pointed at Whitebeard and incited Weevil to attack. Mummy, isn't he my father? Why? Do you want to kill him? Weevil bowed his head and looked at Miss Backen, his gaze somewhat like that of a foolish, mentally challenged child. Kill him. Weevil. Miss Backen quickly recovered from her fear. True to her nature as a greedy old woman, all she saw was treasure. She glared at Weevil, urging him on, no matter who your father is. Only by killing him. Kill Whitebeard, and you'll get Whitebeard's treasure. I am your most beloved mummy. Do you want to hurt your most beloved mummy? Do you want to disobey my orders? Older women are so incredibly boring and nauseating. As for Miss Backen, she was such a disgusting woman that Edward Newgate wouldn't even glance at her. It was a disgrace to his reputation. Hooray! No nonsense. One strike. A dazzling, blinding flash of light emanated from the blade as it slashed towards Miss Backen. Own. Weevil warded anger. His long sword spun around, and with a sudden burst of strength in both hands, he blocked Whitebeard's sword strike. The powerful clash of swords sent swirling currents of energy, like long snakes, wreaking havoc in the air. Ah! Miss Backen let out a pained cry. The mere clash of swords created a whirlwind that instantly sent her flying. Her low, limping shoulders were flung thousands of meters away, and finally, her ugly, wrinkled, ferocious face was plastered against the wall of a distant building. No! No! Miss let out a pained scream as she fell from the structure above, her aged face once again hitting the ground. She even created a deep crater in the earth. Miss Backen crawled up from the ground, her body stained with fresh blood, her aged face covered in dust and blood, resembling a hideous demon. Yet, inwardly, she was unusually joyful. Luckily, my skin is thick enough otherwise. I might have died just now. You! How dare you love me the most, mummy? With one slash, Weevil was pushed back countless steps, his eyes wide with terror. His face contorted, his incredibly fat body contorting with muscles that seemed to writhe like pincers. I'm going to chop you to pieces. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard burst into a loud, unrestrained laugh that shook the heavens and the earth. His handsome body, clad in perfectly formed, massive muscles, radiated explosive power, and he exuded an absolutely invincible aura. Don't joke around. Those who say such things to me are all in their coffins. If you, a little devil like you, were to unleash your attack, their coffins probably wouldn't be able to hold them down. Use whatever abilities you have. If it's too late, consider it a lost opportunity. Own. As Whitebeard's gaze fell upon Weevil, in an instant, An overwhelming, invincible pressure surged upwards, like a mountain of red light crushing down upon Weevil. Pink! Weevil let out a furious roar, forcibly shattering Whitebeard's imposing aura. Crackling sounds filled the air as Weevil exerted his full strength, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble and shatter. He gripped his long sword tightly, raised his arms, and with a sudden tremor, unleashed a surge of violent energy. East! East! Weevil, wielding two swords with powerful armament hockey swirling around them, his massive, mountain-like body accelerating like a wild beast, charged forward with a whirlwind, charging towards Whitebeard and suddenly slashing out with a single blow. From the jar, the air was cleaved apart by a single flash, swirling and tilting like a book being flipped, before erupting with an ear-piercing, explosive sound. Facing such a terrifying blow, Whitebeard's face remained calm, that domineering confidence unwavering, as if Mount Tai could collapse without him changing his expression. Just as Weevil's long sword was about to strike, in a life-or-death situation, Whitebeard's imposing figure suddenly shifted, his long robe fluttering in the wind, his left hand, empty but like a dragon's claw, emerged and fiercely struck Weevil's long sword. Seeing Whitebeard using his left hand to block Weevil's incoming sword, Weevil's face turned ferocious. He was determined to chop off Whitebeard's hand, shouting, "Cut it off for me!" In this place, amidst the flashes of lightning, Whitebeard, with his right hand, instantly unleashed an absolutely powerful surge of armament hockey, transforming his entire massive hand into a black dragon claw-like form. In an instant, something unimaginable happened. The long sword, which had been struggling to kill Weevil, collapsed. Paintings. There was the clanging sound of metal and sparks of fire. Weevil's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief and terror. Drink up! Whitebeard's body suddenly turned around, his left hand gripping Weevil's long sword, and with unimaginable force, he suddenly pushed to the side. At the same time, Whitebeard, gripping his massive right hand, suddenly tilted it backward, then spun around and unleashed a swift, devastating flash. This thing is so huge on the sword, it's like swirling invincible armament hockey. Mister! The blade, carrying immense destructive power, instantly slashed towards Weevil. Throughout the entire process, wherever the sword struck, an incredibly terrifying surge of energy was generated. Following the sword master's command, with each slash, the energy shot upwards, cleaving through the dark clouds in the air. From afar, it looked as if the sky itself had split open under this single, terrifying blow. In an instant, Weevil's eyes widened, and deep within them, a look of utter terror finally took hold. For the first time, a feeling of utter dread arose in his heart. At this moment, Weevil wanted to draw his longsword to parry, but he was horrified to discover that Whitebeard's left hand was holding his longsword captive, making it impossible for him to move even a little, leaving him absolutely no chance to draw it. The long sword cannot be drawn out. The best thing to do is to avoid a lost opportunity. Weevil has no way to escape. He can only persevere and resist to the very end. No! Weevil let out a long scream, his armament hockey, in a life-or-death situation, enveloped and strengthened his entire obese body, making him look like a pitch-black ball of steel. That's all he can do. Whitebeard, wielding his right hand with the sword and possessing unparalleled, terrifying power, flashed down. Own! The air vibrated like ripples on water, spreading out in endless circles. Upon encountering a Weevil's blade, that incredibly fat, iron-like body instantly caved in like a rubber ball. Crackling sounds! The sound of bones shattering erupted from within Weevil's body, a deafening explosion. Whoosh! Until his bones shattered, Weevil's body gushed out a stream of crimson blood, like a whale's geyser spouting out. Ah! Weevil let out a heart-wrenching scream, and amidst the deafening roar, he was sent flying outwards. Rumble, 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 rumble! Slabs of architectural structures were flung out of Weevil, crashing into ruins, countless rocks and debris flying everywhere, huge chunks of earth and stone flying through the air, and clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Crack! Crack! Whitebeard, wielding his sword, after slicing Weevil away, slashed down onto the ground. The entire island's surface instantly trembled, and a colossal, bottomless crack spread out. Like lightning. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Whitebeard gripped Weevil's long sword in his left hand, drops of fresh blood trickling down. He's been wounded again. Discarding his left hand from the long sword, Whitebeard gripped his left hand and the fresh blood stopped flowing for just a moment. That seemingly simple and brutal scene just now was terrifying to watch. The level of danger involved can only be imagined. Not far behind, Ain witnessed this scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her small hand in shock. She had caught Weevil's long sword with her bare hands. Even now, thinking about it fills her with fear. Bang! A pair of figures in the ruins. Little Lors Jr., who had just managed to push his way out of the rubble and get back on his feet, witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. Whitebeard's father was standing right in front of him. Father! Little Lors Jr. instantly knelt down before Whitebeard, tears streaming down his face. From the height of the subsequent war, Little Lors Jr., severely wounded and suffering from the effects of the death force, was escorted to Impel Down. He was rescued en route by a pirate crew under Whitebeard's banner, allowing him to return to the New World to recuperate. This island was originally Whitebeard's territory, but it was small and not prosperous, so after a year, the remaining islands under Whitebeard's banner had long been divided up by several pirate crews. This island, however, remained peaceful. For some unknown reason, however, Weevil set his sights on the island where Little Lors Jr. was located. This is the only performance of its kind today. Seeing Whitebeard appear before him, Little Lors Jr. felt as if he were dreaming, overwhelmed with disbelief. Layla Laylo. Edward Newgate chuckled, his face beaming with a smile. Little Lors Jr., how are you? With the emergence of a new, standardized system, Whitebeard found it even easier to accept the title of father. Speaking of which, Whitebeard's appearance on this island is purely a coincidence. After reincarnating, he inherited Whitebeard's memories, knowing which island belonged to Whitebeard's crew. Coincidentally, this island wasn't too far from Punk Hazard, so he sent Ain to get there. Father, your body. Is it perfectly fine? Little Lors Jr., who had just managed to recover from his shock, inadvertently noticed the details on Whitebeard's body only now the countless wounds he had seen with his own eyes during the battle at the summit. Perhaps. But right now, there isn't a single wound on Whitebeard's body. Little Lors Jr. was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Those giant eyes, the size of brass bells, stared straight ahead. Ha ha ha. What's so surprising about this? Such a miraculous resurrection event has happened to me. Is there anything impossible? How can this kind of thing be explained to then? The system of events is absolutely not something that can be revealed. Using resurrection as a cover-up and not investigating further is the best explanation. Boom, boom, boom. Weevil, sent flying by Whitebeard's sword, rose again, shouting, Whitebeard, I must defeat you. I am the strongest being of this era. Far out on the sea, a flagship was speeding along. Bruce. The warship's phone rang, carrying a Sengoku-style Navy hat, dropping a rice cake from its hand, and connecting the phone call. Sengoku. It's me, Edward, the warlord of the Seven Seas. Weevil's mother, Miss Bakken. I have important information to report to you. The voice on the other end of the phone came through, urgently and frantically speaking to Miss Bakken. Sengoku frowned slightly. He knew this Miss Bakken, who called herself Whitebeard's second-in-command, Edward Weevil. It was under her guidance that he joined the Seven Warlords of the Sea. In Sengoku's impression, she was a very intelligent and ambitious woman. Sengoku said in a low voice, What kind of important intelligence is it? Next, I'm going to report some intelligence that could be extremely important to your Marine headquarters. Remember, you owe me a huge favor, Miss Bakken said boastfully, dropping a bombshell. I know where Whitebeard is. Miss Bakken gave Sengoku the coordinates of Whitebeard's island and also mentioned his son Weevil, who was currently fighting Whitebeard with all his might, following her orders, and waiting for Sengoku and his group to arrive. This was truly an unbelievable coincidence. At the very moment Miss Bakken, accompanied by Weevil, became one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, she only remembered to call Marine headquarters Admiral Sengoku. It just so happened that Sengoku and Garp were both in full pursuit of Whitebeard at that time. Upon hearing this news, Miss Bakken became even more excited. Garp and Sengoku are both here. Great, Whitebeard, this time you can't escape. Even if you're resurrected, you'll still be captured a second time. Ha ha ha, not only can I make a great contribution to the world government, but I can also legitimately obtain the whereabouts of Whitebeard's treasure. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku immediately gave orders, change the plan, full force. Whitebeard is advancing towards the island ahead.